In October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I welcome you. It's my great honor to welcome you all to today's panel at the Cyprus Forum titled Turkish Cypriot Communities' Views on Turkey's Role and the Prospects of Peace. We convene at a critical historical turning point for Cyprus and the broader region. Just miles from the eastern shores of Cyprus, the specter of the regional conflict looms large, intensified by the ongoing war in Gaza and its ripple effects across countries like Israel, Palestine, Yemen, Lebanon, Syria, and Iran. These wild times cast a shadow over Cyprus, where the peace process remains in a state of deadlock. 7 years have passed since the Crans-Montana summit, and yet negotiations to resolve the Cyprus issue have yet to start. The Greek Cypriot side upholds the bicommunal, bizonal formula as it interprets it, as it understands it, while the Turkish side advocates for a fundamentally different approach, the so-called two-state solution. Amid the regional turmoil and impasse, the voices and the perspectives of the Cypriot communities take on significant heightened significance. Today, our focus is on the second largest community of this island, the Turkish Cypriots. In a few moments, we will delve into a comprehensive assessment of their current situation, informed by a new scientific research. This study provides invaluable insights into the community's views on the political and economic landscape in the northern part of the Cyprus, their relations with Turkey, the United Nations, and the Republic of Cyprus, as well as the prospect of reunification solution to the Cyprus problem. I am privileged today to introduce you our distinguished speakers. First, Professor Nina Kasperen, Professor of Comparative Politics and Associate Dean for Research at the University of York, United Kingdom. Professor Kasperen's expertise lies in territorial conflicts, peace processes, and peace settlements. Next, Dr. Sinem Aslan, a visiting research fellow at Middlesex University and a research fellow at the Civil War Path Project at the University of York. Dr. Arslan specializes in comparative peace processes and the de facto status. And lastly, we are honored to have Professor Ahmed Sozan, Professor of International Relations at Eastern Mediterranean University. His recent work, Track to Diplomacy, The Way Out in the Eastern Mediterranean, focuses on the conflict resolution in the region. Today, Professor Kasparan and Arslan will share the findings of their research. This study captures the community's stance on the current political and economic conditions in northern Cyprus, their Turkish Cypriots' relationship with the key international actors, and their vision for the solution of the Cyprus problem. Following their presentation, Professor Sozan will provide an in-depth evaluation of Turkey's evolving policy regarding the Cyprus issue. He will analyze the shift from a bicommunal bizonal federation to advocating for two sovereign equal sides, examining this change through local, regional, and global lenses. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we navigate these challenging times, the insights shared today are not only timely, but essential for everyone invested in the future of Cyprus and regional stability. I encourage you to all engage actively in the discussions that follow, ask questions, and contribute with your perspectives. So, without further ado, I would like to begin our conversation with my first question to Nina. What about your project? What was the aim, the scope of your project? Could you please introduce us?
Thank you very much, Nicholas. So first of all, thanks to the Cyprus Forum for giving us this opportunity to present our research, and thanks to Ahmed for providing these insights, and thanks to Nicholas, of course, for chairing this panel. So this project that we've been doing here is actually part of a bigger project. It's part of a larger comparative project that examines a number of other projected, and I also need to click it. Thank you. How do I do it? Is this one? You know everything. So, as a part of a larger project, in context of Turkish Cypriot community, we wanted to understand how the population, elites, and experts within this community think of the current political and economic situation, their relation with three guarantor states, specifically with Turkey, the UN, and the Republic of Cyprus. Turkey's interference on their domestic affairs, more specifically how the respondents interprets the development concerning 2020 elections, where there are strong allegations that Turkey interfered in this election, as well as the UDP Congress, especially the last two Congress, and also the respondent attitudes toward their preferred status and prospect for reunification. In this context, we combine mass population surveys with in-depth elite and expert interviews. So the survey is conducted in September 2023. The interviews were conducted in between 2022 and 2024. The interview samples include the current and former representative of Turkish chief negotiator and journalists from different political backgrounds. So basically our survey, as I stated previously, was conducted in September 2023 with 1,000 respondents. A random sampling was used to accurately represent the characteristic and to generalize the responses to the whole population. The sample includes 527 male and 472 female respondents sampled from 6 different districts. And one thing this survey clearly shows is, as Nina specified, is the dissatisfaction eventually with the current status quo. This is not a surprise, but there are also dissatisfaction about the level of dependence on Turkey, and concern have been expressed over Turkey's interference. Our observation, especially based on the interviews, that Turkish Cypriot community still has the willingness, but they feel hopeless about a prospect of reunification. And in this sense, lack of trust and security concern are the key issues. One of the major findings is eventually dissatisfaction with the status quo. We can say that our respondents are 97.4% unhappy about the status quo. And then we have, and then we can say that currently the population is unhappy about the economic, social, and political situation, for instance, and the numbers are quite high. Here I will show some of them, but when we ask them about crime, corruption, any kind of social, economic, and political situation, the number were quite high, indicating the dissatisfaction. Among them, for instance, we ask how big of a problem is unemployment and lack of economic development, and it's 98.4%. The respondents said they're unhappy. Another question, how big of a problem is democratic backsliding, and 95.5% the respondents are unhappy about the democratic backsliding. And third issue is like how big of a problem are the restriction of freedom of expression. Restriction on freedom of expression have also been expressed largely in the interviews as well. So the respondents are unhappy 89% of the time.
Sorry, your microphone.
Oh, sorry. And then we ask how big of a problem, so when it comes to the relations with Turkey, we ask the respondents how big of a problem is the economic dependency on Turkey. We wouldn't expect that that the respondents will be unhappy to that extent, but they say 87.7% they were unhappy on economic dependency on Turkey. And then we ask how big of a problem you think that the Turkish involvement in political affairs, especially as I said, since the 2020 elections, there were like quite strong allegations that Turkey interfered in political affairs, and this allegation have actually echoed largely within the population after UBP Congress, and how Turkey interfere in many political and social situations. So our respondent, 84% of our respondents were actually unhappy about Turkish involvement in political affairs. And then we asked, do you believe that Turkey interfered in 2020 elections? Do you think that these allegations are true? Although there are like strong reports, a lot of academic articles who are actually showing this with lots of evidence. And our respondent, 67.9% of our respondents believe that Turkey interfered in 2020 elections. However, while the population is quite unhappy about how Turkey interfered in political, social, and economic affairs, we have a different picture when it comes to military. So we asked the respondent, how big of a problem is the Turkish military presence? 77% of the respondents believe that Turkish military presence in their territories do not constitute a problem. And then we asked another quite a challenging question, and we said, do you agree with the stationing of Turkish troops and bases in your territory? And so 78.8% of the respondents are actually quite, do they agree with this? And however, while the respondents have some sort of ambivalence towards Turkey's role within their territory, we also see that they have quite a large extent, they have some security fears. So we asked them, how big of a problem is the possibility of war between Turkish and Greek Cypriot communities in the future? Despite the fact that the conflict has frozen in nature for years, actually, 81% of our respondents said that there is a likelihood of conflict between two communities. And then while the Turkish Cypriot community experienced those kind of security fears for future, we also see that they have a high level of mistrust in external actors to the conflict. Turkey, Greece and UK, we asked whether Turkey, Greece and UK can be trusted to help the Turkish Cypriot and Greek Cypriot to find a good solution. So basically only 59% of the respondents believe this statement. Again, we asked them the UN, whether or not the UN can be trusted in this sense to find a good solution. Again, they don't believe, 71% of the respondents do not believe that UN is a trustworthy actor in terms of finding a good solution. Among all of these guarantor states, eventually we would expect Turkey would be the most supported. So we ask whether or not Turkish government is interested in finding a peaceful solution, sustainable settlement of the Cyprus conflict. Interestingly enough, while Turkey is the most trusted actor among the all guarantor states, Turkey is only trusted 50%. And we also ask, it's not here, but we also ask them whether Turkey is less interested in finding a good solution to the Cyprus conflict, and they believe 52% of the respondents believe that Turkey is less interested to the Cyprus conflict. So, where do we go from there? What is the road ahead and prospect? What all of this finding tell us about road ahead and prospect for peace and reunification? So basically, we ask, in your opinion, is it realistic for Turkish and Greek Cypriot communities to unify in bizonal, bicommunal federation? So those who said yes, and those who find it realistic, it's only 15.5%. Whereas, the remaining of the respondents actually think that this is not realistic due to the fact that another state would oppose it, no because Turkey would oppose it, no because Turkish Cypriot community would oppose it, no because Greek Cypriot community would oppose it. And those who think that Greek Cypriot community would oppose to a bizonal, bicommunal federation makes 52% of all respondents.
And also, in your opinion, what should be the status? So here we see that there is quite a change since the annual plan of 2004. Unfortunately, we can see that Turkish Cypriot community have actually given 62% of the respondents said that Turkish Cypriot community should have an independent state. Whereas those who said that the status should be a federation remains at 21%. The 5% of the respondents said that status quo should be preserved, and so these are the answers. And we see that actually this shows, I think, level of involvement, Turkey's involvement in level of their political, social, and economic affairs, as well as change of the demography, as well as hopelessness about trust to external actors. And I would like to also give about like Turkey's interference, how actually elites and experts actually frame this interference, because in my interviews I actually ask, how do you actually call, how do you frame, what do you think about Turkish involvement in political affairs? So we have spoken from lots of actors, from far left to far right, and also the center left, center right. We have spoken about around 40 in-depth interview that lasts at least an hour. So some part of the elites and experts think that Turkey's advisors are motherland advisors and they should be followed. Another part said Turkey decides on matters concerning Smyrna, which is a city of the region, then why should we decide on matters of Turkish Cypriot community? And another group said Turkey's recommendation should be considered normal. Actually, we have quite an economic protocol, so IMF also gives some recommendation. Turkey is a financial donor, it gives economic recommendation on how the money should be spent wisely. Then we have another group who said Turkey intervenes on political, economic and social affairs, but politicians can reject them. So it's up to us, it's our politicians' fault. So the responsibility belongs to politicians of accepting it and not to Turkey. Then another group said Turkey intervenes on political, economic, social affairs. Due to international restriction and isolation, our politicians have no other choice than following them. If they don't follow them, they have to bear consequences, and they give examples and instances how they have to bear consequences as politicians. And then we have the far left who actually frame the interference as we cannot talk about the involvement of interference because this is an occupation in our territory. So we have quite a different array of political views ranging from far left to far right. But what I've seen and observed over the last 2 years, because this is a long field of it, is that more and more people are willing to speak openly about Turkish interference in their political affairs. This wasn't the case 2 years ago, and only some actors were actually talking about that because they were like thinking that they would bear consequences in talking. But now people are talking more actually openly, and I'm sure I will comment on that as well.
It's your third. So, before Ahmet Hoca, I have a general question. Based on these findings, the question is for both of you. What are, from the Turkish Cypriot perspective, what are the main opportunities or challenges for reunification, for a prospect of a solution to the Cyprus problem?
Thank you. So there are clearly both. I think in some ways the challenges might be more noticeable than the opportunities, but I'll try to talk about both. So in the absence of trust, the lack of belief in the feasibility of a federal solution is clearly a challenge, and obviously I'll say a little bit more about that. But in terms of opportunities, well, the unhappiness with the status quo, including what we thought was actually a surprising level of dissatisfaction with interference, that does point to possible opportunities if a credible strategy for reunification is presented. Now, in this kind of context, with a lack of belief in a shared future, a lack of trust in key actors, normally what you would recommend with policy recommendations would be, well, you need trust and confidence building measures. And I agree with that. I agree that this is important. It's also clearly very challenging. It's clearly very sensitive in any context, and we know this from our comparative work, in any context involving unrecognized entities. That said, it is possible. Some cases go much further than others when it comes to that. And I certainly thought it was heartening to see the two mayors of Nicosia yesterday sharing the stage, talking about the need and the importance of collaboration on shared challenges and shared interest. Now, collaboration and contacts and dialogue, it doesn't in itself produce a solution, but it makes reunification easier to imagine as a likely future. And this is really important. Again, this is something we know from the comparative evidence that in order for peace to be possible, it has to be believed. People have to be believed that it can be realized in order for it to actually happen. So there are some opportunities there to make that seem more like a possible and likely future. Now, you might point out, and that's certainly something I would notice, that our survey also showed a strong preference for independence, for a two-state solution, and overwhelming support for continued Turkish military presence.
Just one moment. Yes. Hello, guys. Please be seated.
Feel free.
Okay.
Okay.
We can continue.
I'll continue. Welcome. It's good that our audience has increased by at least 50%. So I thought it was worth pausing for. So I'll just repeat what I was saying. That there are certainly aspects in our work that point to significant challenges when it comes to the prospect for peace, including the strong preference expressed for a two-state solution and also overwhelming support for continued Turkish military presence on the island. And I certainly suspect that the current Turkish government leaders, this is the part of our findings that they would focus on. On the other hand, and I'd be very keen to hear Ahmet's view on this, my understanding is that independence has long been the first preference among majority of the Turkish Cypriot community, but this doesn't mean that compromise isn't acceptable, that a second preference isn't acceptable, as it was when we had the Annan Plan referendum. I don't think that was the first preference then either. So moreover, I think when it comes to the Turkish military presence, I mean, we've long known that security fears, broadly understood, will need to be addressed if whatever solution is found, and I mean, the Trans-Montana talks did include that, and went, as far as I know, a long way into finding a solution to that. So I don't think that should be seen as a sort of insurmountable obstacle. That said, I am fully aware that this is the optimistic version of what you can read from these findings. There is little doubt that the increased Turkish interference, which comes out very clearly both in interviews and also in the survey, is a problem for peace. Is a clear obstacle, especially the very vocal opposition from Ankara to a federal solution. Again, it would be useful to discuss this further. I'd be very keen to hear what Ahmet says, but it might be that some form of constructive ambiguity is needed when it comes to how a solution is framed, what it's called, what terms are used. So, just to wrap up, I mean, this is certainly a challenging situation. There's no denying that. But there is a need and also an opportunity, I think, for being creative, for making the Turkish Cypriot community believe that another round of peace talks can succeed, that a shared future is possible and presented feasible and this would present a feasible alternative to continued and increased Turkish control, and that's needed. And based on our comparative research, we would expect such a belief in the shared future to reduce the level of taking state influence in an entity. So I think there is, Colin Stewart said that yesterday in his opening remarks, there is a fleeting opportunity, but these opportunities are becoming more constrained, and this moment is unlikely to last. So sort of on an optimistic note, I would say it might be short-lived, but it's important to make the most of it.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Now, it's your turn, Ahmet Hoca. Based on these remarks, what is your insight? Can we have still have hope? Or it's totally hopeless? Let's end the discussion.
Okay, you got me on the wrong side. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation, and I would like to congratulate Nina and Sinan for their study. It's really a very valuable study. Indeed, why we are talking about Turkey today is that Turkey is a very important actor on the Cyprus issue. It has always been an important actor on the Cyprus issue. It's not something new. In fact, I would argue that both Turkish interventions as well as Greek interventions have always been in Cyprus since the beginning of the Cold War. But the degree of Turkish interventions increased by the time, and the Greek interventions decreased. And I'll try to put things into a perspective today, into a context, as to try to explain to you how we came to where we are today, which is a kind of impasse, a kind of deadlock in the Cyprus issue since the collapse of the Cyprus conference in Crans-Montana and the adoption of a new policy by the Turkish side, which they broadly define as instead of a bizonal bicommunal federation, we only negotiate the sovereign, equal status of the two sides, which some people call simply as two-state solution. Now, while trying to put things into perspective, I will try to explain things on three different levels as to how we came to this impasse. And these three levels are basically global, systemic level, what's happening or what is happening on the global level, which can influence things on Cyprus, what is happening on the regional level, and what is happening on the local level. In most of my studies, I start with the global level, but today I would like to start from the domestic level. Now, the Cyprus intercommunal talks or intercommunal negotiations started the year I was born. Guess which year? 1968 in Beirut, between two interlocutors, Mr. Denktash and Mr. Kleridis, who were not the leaders at that time. And then those negotiations were transferred to Nicosia. And they went on and off until 1974. So, and during this time, after the division of the island into two parts after 74, we have some important, what I call milestones. 1977, 1979, Makarios Denktash and Denktash Kyprianou high-level agreements which set out the parameters of a future solution. that both sides, at least on paper, agreed that the future solution to the Cyprus problem will be a bizonal, bicommunal federation. And those continued, meaning the negotiations, on and off, all the time negotiations taking place under the UN auspices, focusing on those parameters, trying to reach a bizonal, bicommunal federation. Now, the Annan Plan, or the run-up to the Annan Plan, 2002 to 2004, was also a very important milestone. It was the very first time and the last time that there was a finished comprehensive solution plan ever been tabled. Not before. Everything before were like draft framework agreements of 2 pages, 5 pages, but Annan Plan, 180 something pages plus 10,000 pages of federal laws and 3 constitutions. So it was the first and the last time. So it was a missed opportunity for some it's different. Now, fast forward, the Geneva talks was the sort of start of a 5-party conference for the first time after the Cyprus, Zurich and London Accords that brought the 2 sides as well as the 3 motherlands, well, not 3 motherlands, sorry, it was a Freudian slip, I think, 2 motherlands and United Kingdom, the former colonial master, plus EU as an observer. Now that was also a very important, I think, turning point in Cyprus, and since Crans-Montana, the collapse, it created this long process of negotiations, not leading to a breakthrough, created a frustration and an exhaustion, especially on the Turkish foreign policymakers, which triggered why they changed their policy from supporting a federal solution to their current policy. So this is the sort of domestic level why things sort of triggered this new policy. Of course, on the global and regional level, there were developments which pushed or encouraged Turkey to adopt this policy. Now, on the global level, we have been going through what I call a power transition for some time, from a unipolar, some sort of unipolar world to a something else that we cannot really put our finger on, some sort of multipolar world, which created these vacuums, which are basically opportunities, or seen as opportunities by some regional actors to assert their sovereignty and visibility and whatnot and influence in their regions. And of course, on the regional level, at some point, Turkey started EU accession talks, but then all of a sudden, starting 2005, 6, 7, things went south. Some of the European leaders like Sarkozy, Merkel were not really helpful in integrating Turkey to EU, so Turkey drifted away. I'm just fast forward, by the way. And then the Arab Spring, the Gezi movements, and the authoritarian turn that Turkey took since then made things more complicated and pushed or encouraged Turkey to take this new policy, what they call the equal sovereign equality and equal status policy. So these are, I'm not saying that I do agree with this position, by the way. You will see in a few minutes what my evaluation is. But this is a kind of, I argue, an objective, to a certain extent, explanation on 3 different levels why we came to where we are. Now, after Crans-Montana, a lot of people asked, do you think that Crans-Montana was a watershed? Meaning that things are not going to be the same again? Or this is yet another bump on the road and then we'll pick up the pieces and continue on the Cyprus issue? And I don't know yet, personally. For some people it's a watershed. But maybe this there's a nice saying in Turkish, which I will roughly explain or translate, showing the death and getting the other side to accept malaria. Ölümü gösterip sıtmaya razı. Meaning the death is the 2 states and then malaria bizonal bicommunal federation. So it's sort of upping the ante before formal negotiation. Now, so the real question now is whether this new policy that Turkish side takes, Turkey and Turkish Cypriot leadership, is it a radical departure from traditional Turkish foreign policy on Cyprus? Or this is tactical, as I tried to explain before? It's yet to be seen, but we have been seeing some moves on both sides, which are retaliating each one's steps. For example, opening part of the fenced area of Varosha by Turkey was like a response to the Greek Cypriot government's policy on the energy issue, refusal to make it part of the peace negotiations. And now, for example, the Republic of Cyprus government issues arrest warrants for people who have been building in the north. So all these are sort of on the back burner retaliatory steps or actions. Now, coming to another question, which is relevant, is the 2-state solution possible in Cyprus or viable? Before I answer this question, I would try to give you a very fast sort of journey on the Cyprus intercommunal negotiations by some pictures, all right? Now, do you remember we used to have black and white pictures? That tells a lot about how old this conflict is, right? Do you remember these guys? That's Mr. Klididis, UN Chief Kurt Waldheim, and Mr. Denktash. Fast forward, black and white continues, right? The 2 high-level agreements, and oops, yeah, came to color. So, time's passing. Do you remember the guy in the middle? Richard Holbrooke, the architect of the Bosnia, the Dayton peace accords. He also came to Cyprus claiming that he will bang heads of the 2 leaders and iron out a solution, but he became part of this, what I call the graveyard of diplomats on the Cyprus issue. So leaders change, secretary generals change, leaders change, secretary general change. Do you see any problem on this picture? Any conflict? You have one ethno-nationalist and one communist having a good time, right? Okay, again, leaders change, secretary general change, COVID comes, COVID goes. Okay, so drinking the national drink Zivania. Let's see if it helps. So far, no. Now, should we be hopeful from this process, which has been going on for a very long time? Now, we ask people, just like Nina and Sinan, in some of the polls that we have conducted on both sides of the island, are you hopeful that the Cyprus negotiations will lead to a solution? Well, majority are saying that I don't have any hope. Now, we change the question and we ask people, but do you desire, do you want Cyprus negotiations to be finalized with a solution? Then majority say yes. Okay, so hopes are down, and I think it's only normal. We are talking about a process, just the negotiation process, which is the same age with myself. So we cannot really realistically expect people to have hopes. But nonetheless, the desire is there. We also tested alternative solution models starting the year 2007, 8, 9, 10, 11, and very consistently, it goes like this. The first preference of majority of Greek Cypriots always comes as unitary state, and the first preference of Turkish Cypriots comes as two states. Preference, I'm saying. A bizonal, bicommunal federation is the second preference for both communities. But then, if you look at these results more closely, you see this. Among the other alternatives, continuation of the status quo, confederation, two states, whether we like it or not, there is only one alternative that has the chance to pass from the majority vote on both sides. And that is a bizonal, bicommunal federation. The second preference of both sides. Because the other alternatives will be either rejected by one side or by both sides. So that's my pragmatic answer also as to what is viable for Cyprus that can be acceptable by majority of the people on both sides. All right, I'm not going to go into like if there is a referendum tomorrow, how do you vote? We have tested all these things. I also want to show you this slide, which I think is very important. We ask average people, average Cypriots on both sides of the UN divide, what is the most important negotiation issue for you? And 70% on both sides, more than 70% say security. Number one concerns of average people, security. You go to the, on the left side, where we ask people, what about the competencies of the constituent states and the federal states? Not too many people care. On the average people, they don't care. But of course, I also have the hunch that if we ask this question, not to the average Cypriots, but political elites, I don't think that this will be the result. The power sharing and the competencies of future federal and constituent states, they do matter for the political elite because they see themselves there. Anyways, prospects. And I think I'll close in 2 minutes or so. Are we going to have something like this again? Geneva 2017. I like this picture. It looks like Mission Impossible, like this. Some of these friends, the UN good offices and whatnot, who have been working on the Cyprus problem. Such a picture. Sometimes a picture says more than 1,000 words, right? Mr. Akıncı and Kojas joking aside, and you know. And then the day after the dinner, I think the UN chief is more in more trouble nowadays, especially he's issued as persona non grata by Israeli authorities. Anyways, now joke aside, prospects, when it comes to the domestic dynamics, meaning when I look at the leadership, the current two leadership now, Mr. Tatar on the Turkish Cypriot side, who outspokenly is against a federal solution, and Mr. Christodoulidis on this side, whose track record is a bit iffy. I don't see domestic dynamics leading us towards any type of meaningful negotiation process, start of a negotiation process, unfortunately. My only hope is regional dynamics.
Recording in progress.
Really? You were not recording up to now? Okay. Now, whether we like it or not on reality, a lot of statesmen, statespeople are focusing on the elections, which is a month from now. Not here. Across the Atlantic. So the US elections, they are waiting, and of course, by the time the new president will be inaugurated, it will be January. So a lot of countries, a lot of people are putting things on ice now, trying to see whether it's going to be Trump or Harris who is going to come. And they have been developing their alternative scenarios as to what course of action they are going to take. But it seems like the UN chief is putting some efforts on the Cyprus issue. The two sides are coming for an informal dinner on the 15th of next month. As I said, not that I expect something from these two nice gentlemen, but nonetheless, if regional dynamics can enter, and let's put a name on it, the elephant in the room, whether Turkey will be integrated back into the Eastern Mediterranean, the arithmetic of the Eastern Mediterranean, is very important. What will Mr. Erdogan get in this arithmetic is very important. In this arithmetic where, for various different reasons, partly due to Turkey's policies themselves, that they were isolated in the region for a long time, and they called this a precious loneliness, and then they decided that this is not so precious. So they started normalizing with Israel, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and whatnot. But then what is happening in Israel, Palestine, sort of put a halt on things. Now, how things will develop on this region will determine what's going to also happen in Cyprus. But the Western Alliance, if there is something like that ever, are also trying to strengthen their solidarity against Russia. So in this architecture, maybe a new initiative can start in Cyprus. But in any case, we are faced with three obstacles. Number one, designing the settlement, the actual text, which will be acceptable to all the sides in Cyprus, as well as the guarantors. Number two, whether we like it or not, I think we got stuck with the referendum, which was originally installed to bypass Mr. Denktash, but now I think we are sort of stuck with it. Whether a solution can pass simultaneously from referendum is the second obstacle. Number three, whether this time, compared to 1960 Republic of Cyprus, whether we will be able to make it work. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. We have a few moments, minutes for the last round. I will choose to have a more personal, personal character round and ask Nina, Sinem, what are your last insights, last comments on personal level. What are your conclusions as a foreign observer to this situation, based on your research, to the reality, to nowadays reality of Cyprus and Cyprus issue?
That's a tricky question.
I know, but I am asking.
So my work is comparative. So I look at a number of different conflicts across the world, many of them involving unrecognized entities, all of them difficult to resolve, and all of them getting more difficult to resolve, it seems. And I think that's very much true for the Cyprus conflict as well. I mean, it's never been easy clearing it up. I mean, Ahmed has shown how many leaders and secretary generals have tried to find a solution. That said, compared to some of the other conflicts I'm looking at, I've always thought that this one should be one of the easier ones, comparatively speaking, to find a solution. The fact that the Annan plan was agreed, was supported by one community, I mean, shows that there is potential there. But it's clearly a challenging situation now. That said, I guess what we do know from other conflicts is that things can change quite quickly. And if the sort of regional, international dynamics align, then there can be an opportunity. And I guess the important thing is to then make sure that there is a readiness to take that opportunity. And I think that's where the sort of confidence building measures and other things are important. As I said, they're not on their own going to lead to a solution, but it creates a greater preparedness for a solution. And also, as Ahmed says, the referendum model is probably one we're stuck with. So that is clearly important. It's important anyway, but it's even more important when you have to have a referendum in both communities, and that it has to be acceptable, possibly in quite a short time. So not that much time to sell it to the constituency. So you need to have the peace constituency early on. It's a slightly vague answer, but I don't know.
Thank you again. Sina?
To be honest, I think that what is the most important thing here for both communities, as Ahmed rightfully said, is the security issue. I believe that if this can be resolved for both communities, I mean, Turkey's role also, I believe, would decrease in the Turkish Cypriot community. But I kind of disagree. I mean, as a scholar who works on comparative peace processes, I mean, after analyzing so many peace agreements, so many conflicts in different parts of the world, we know that peace processes that do not include the public's willingness, the civil society, I mean, and they're less likely to endure. So making an agreement on the top level, eventually Turkish Cypriot community, they have the constitution that gives the authority to the representative, the highest level, the ability to negotiate an agreement. But however, like in other contexts, unless the public is included, unless the public's grievance is included in the process, this is less likely gonna be accepted. But not even if accepted, it's less likely gonna be, solid in the future. So I believe security concerns is key. As long as this can be resolved, also the agreement includes different opinion, then why not?
Ahmet Hoca, do you agree? Security is the key?
As the scientific data shows, it's the key for the average citizens.
Average citizens.
I'm not so sure whether it's the case for political elites, but I think it's a very important issue that needs to be tackled, and there are a lot of innovative ways that can happen and that should happen, rather than the two sides focusing on their positional bargaining, like what has transpired so far. One side saying never with guarantees, the other side says never without guarantees. So how do you solve that? That positional barrier? You cannot. Then you have to unpack security, because security itself has many dimensions, human security to many other areas, aspects, and tackle each one separately, which we have at least some Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriot researchers we have done back in 2016, what we call building a new security architecture for United Cyprus, where we look at different aspects based on scientific study of focus groups, polling, and whatnot. What are the concerns, day-to-day security concerns of people that we can, in fact, address in a future solution, rather than sticking or stacking with the positional bargaining on whether guarantees or no guarantees. So, indeed, it is very important. Now, let me also say this. When we are going to solve, if ever, solve the Cyprus problem, I coined the term 10-something years ago. I called it Belgiumization of Cyprus. I like creating these sexy terms so that we can motivate some thinking and whatnot. And when I say this in some conference, they say, oh, Professor, you got it wrong. Belgium is not a good example. I said, okay, don't insult my knowledge. I know, I've been to Belgium maybe 30 times. I know that the French-speaking Walloons and the Dutch-speaking Flemish do not necessarily love one another. But nonetheless, remember several years ago, there were elections and they couldn't establish a government for more than 400 days. And I asked, what happened to Belgium? And I think that the answer is very telling. Nothing. They continue. So this is what we need in Cyprus. A rational business partnership to start. If that ever evolves into lawfare, fine. If not, yeah, let's continue having this civilized relationship. Because we already have a civilized relationship now, which is this negative piece that we have in Cyprus. Crossings are there. This is only a mere ceasefire since 1974. But nonetheless, people are not killing one another and whatnot. So there is a level of civility, which in some conflicts, they actually take us as an example. So let's build on this and further this to starting with a business partnership and see if this can turn into a love affair. It's even better.
Thank you very much for your insights. I personally have two conclusions. One is that Turkish Cypriots have their separate reality. Why? Because they have separate problems, huge socio-political problems. We are talking about a community that cannot agree even who is Turkish Cypriot. Go and ask a Turkish Cypriot, who is Turkish Cypriot, who is Cypriot? A Cypriot with generations, grandmother, great-great-grandfather. What about people born in the island after 74? You cannot find a crystal clear answer. Turkish Cypriots, so they have their separate reality and they have also their separate priority. And the priority is two-state solutions. This is the reality, whether you take it, whether you like it or you don't like it. But, based on the remarks of Ahmet Hoca, we have a common second bicommunal reality. What is this? The second best solution.
Second preference.
Second preference. What is the second preference? BBF. Bizonal, bicommunal federal solution. But it's a tricky one. This issue is a tricky one. Ahmet Hoca mentioned it. What do we understand from BBF in order to make it work? Don't forget, we had a kind of solution back in 1960, the Cyprus Republic. We couldn't make it work, right? So, the last point of Ahmet Hoca, make it work. for me, is the essential part. So, with my conclusions, we are going to end this round, and we have a few minutes for your insights, for your comments, for your questions. We can collect, if you want, the questions, and then address them collectively. Yes, please. Let's start. Please.
Thank you so much. I have two questions to Ahmet. One is actually kind of informatory. So when was the survey the results of the survey, when was the survey conducted? So that's the first question. And the second question is, assuming that the moves of Erdogan and his government is tactical, if the regional and global conditions do not work in favor of a peaceful resolution to the conflict in the island, then how then do you read the future look? How would it look like in your opinion? Thank you.
Are you going to answer? Whatever you want to. Can we collect a few questions? So, for the gentleman.
Yes. Hello. Thank you so much for a great presentation. I'm Uffe Hvidkjær, I'm from Denmark, and the chair of Europe Dialogue. Interesting point about Belgium. So I want to ask a little bit more about European Union. Yesterday there was a nice session here about Cyprus, 20 years in European Union, and in 2026 Cyprus has the EU presidency. So could EU make a difference, you know? And also with you mentioned Turkey, and that Turkey is still an EU candidate, but really not much happens. But a solution on the Cyprus issue, could that make a difference with Turkey and EU? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The lady.
Thank you. I'm Mina Yücel. I'm a researcher. I did most of the research that was mentioned here, actually. Mine is a comment more than a question, but because this might seem more of a pessimistic outlook of what Turkish Cypriots might prefer, the one thing Turkish Cypriots hate most is the status quo. So when you ask them whether they would actually vote yes or no for a referendum, the most recent is actually 2 weeks ago that we finished in the poll. It's still 60% yes for a referendum, for a BBF basically. If there is a possibility for a federal solution, Turkish Cypriot side will not be the one that will say no to a federal solution, just to clear that out. Thanks.
Someone else? Another question? Yes.
Thank you, Sinem. The poll results I showed was dated about 10 years ago, but these are coming very, how shall I put it, Mina knows better, steadily they don't change. So it's the same when we redo them. Now your second question is if regional dynamics are not in the favor of a solution in Cyprus, people were asking me, is the status quo sustainable? And I said, very much so. Unlike what the international community says, that the status quo in Cyprus is unsustainable, no, I'm sorry. It is very sustainable. It has been going on for a very long time. But the status quo in Cyprus is not static. We have to take this into consideration. Things are changing every day as we speak. More buildings, demographics, da-da-da-da. All right? So, the question we should ask, can Turkey afford the policy it follows today? It does. Does Turkey have the luxury to do this? Currently, I think so. Which brings me to whether the two-state solution is possible. No, it's not. And I'm not talking about the P5 of the UN or the EU member countries. Even those countries who could be termed as friends of Turkey are not supporting this policy. Because this is basically something where you have to challenge the principle of territorial integrity, which is very important in international law. So in that sense, I don't see that this is a realistic position, but nonetheless, as I said, this is a power transition going on. This is a times of uncertainty where some countries can afford pursuing such policies. Now, so in that sense, Turkey can continue, in my opinion. Now, let me also say that Turkey, indeed, from the very beginning of my presentation, a very important actor, but not enough to solve the Cyprus problem. Let me put it also, things into perspective. You need to get the Greek Cypriot leadership also on board sincerely, not in words, but also in deeds. The role of the EU, I always make this, the Cyprus became a member with the Treaty of Accession, 2003. And there is a protocol, 10, to Treaty of Accession, which describes the EU's role vis-à-vis Turkish Cypriots or northern part of Cyprus or whatever you call it, occupied areas, depending on where you go. You know what the EU uses in that Protocol 10 to refer to the northern part of Cyprus? Not north, not northern, not TRNC, quotation without, nothing. 21 words. Count if you can, if you do not believe me. Those areas of the Republic of Cyprus in which the government of Republic of Cyprus does not exercise effective control. And I go, bravo, very creative. Now, joke aside, the EU's perspective regarding the Turkish Cypriots and North Cyprus, in my opinion, is extremely legalistic and very narrow. We need engagement, real engagement with political elites, not what they call civil society. In some cases, what is known as civil society is not genuine civil society, which are these NGOs or whatever who are out there to grab some of the EU and whatever money which is floating around. So, real engagement we need. What Nina mentioned, maybe some of the real confidence building measures. For example, energy. We don't have a technical committee on energy, for God's sakes. There is climate crisis, there is renewable energy initiatives taking place, and we don't talk to one another. This is unbelievable. So the EU can play a role, especially, by also telling the Greek Cypriot side that this recognition paranoia is also an important block. There are ways of solving problems. Look at last year, Israel and Lebanon, two countries who are at war, who do not recognize one another, but nonetheless, they managed to have maritime border limitation agreement. Very creative. They involved US mediation. They have two agreements, Israel-US, Lebanon-US. They didn't negotiate directly at all. They also involved non-state actors like Total. So there are a lot of ways that we can actually experiment with in order to increase cooperation between the two sides and make things genuinely integrative and cooperative. That will also help us for the day after if we ever reach a federal solution, because a federation is a structure that requires cooperation. How do we jump from this, which is lack of cooperation, culture and experience between the two sides, into the day after where we are going to have full-fledged federation that requires cooperation of the two sides.
Yes, Nina?
I just wanted to jump in on some of these issues as well. And first to respond to Mina, and actually first of all just to thank you for doing such an excellent job with our survey. I hope you recognised me later on. I should have mentioned that as well. And then just to respond to your point about your recent survey results, which I think are really interesting, of course, really positive, that 60% would still support a federal solution. I don't think that means that public opinion and belief in a federal solution is something that can be ignored and taken for granted, because of course that could change. But also, if there isn't a belief in the feasibility of that solution, so even if people would vote yes if it ever came to happen, if there isn't a belief in the feasibility, then of course the risk is that people start preparing and start acting based on a new reality, based on what they think is going to be the long-term situation, and that of course includes the dependence on Turkey, the control of Turkey on the territory. So I think that's the risk, and that's why I think the belief in the shared future, the belief in reunification is still so important. Because what we've seen, I think, in other conflicts is that once that disappears, or maybe didn't exist in the first place, I mean, it cements divisions and it sort of consolidates the separation, and I think that's clearly something to be avoided. And that's why I keep coming back to these confidence building measures and engagement, why I think it is so important. I completely agree that is where the EU can help. And one thing, I mean, I've done quite a lot of work on engagement with unrecognized entities, and there is, governments will always say, oh, there are these red lines, and they will come up with these various creative wordings that are necessary in order to engage and have various red lines, but these red lines differ from case to case, which shows that it's not sovereignty as such that means that there are these very definite red lines. There are actually lots of things you can do with unrecognized entities while still maintaining a policy of non-recognition, and the EU can do that too. And so there is some scope there. And then this final comment, just also to echo what's been said about the status quo. It's certainly it would be a mistake to view, I think, any conflict as a frozen conflict. Conflicts are not frozen. Conflicts change all the time, and dynamics can change very rapidly. I mean, I started doing work on unrecognized entities nearly 20 years ago. They looked very different then from what they do now. Some of them don't even exist anymore. Others have more or less effectively been incorporated into their patron states. So things do change, and they were described as frozen conflicts when I first started studying them. So I think that's important to keep in mind, and that might also give a sense of urgency to finding a solution, that we can't just count on things being the way they are now forever. So I think that's certainly for the political leadership, that's an important message to get across.
Look at what happens now in Lebanon. Yeah? It used to be a kind of frozen conflict, right? And now we have our... So, Sina, you have something to add? Okay. Another question, remark? If it is not, this is all, folks. Thank you very much for your company. Thank you very much, Nina, Sina, and Ahmet Hocam.
And thank you very much for moderating.
Akşam yemek yiyelim. Olur. Tamam. No. The profile picture change was old. It was in August.
Oh my God, you know.
In Riga.
I was there more or less at the time of the strike, you know, they went up to
Impressive.
I mean, Western Ukraine is now you don't see the world the same way, but you have daily funerals, public funerals, where everybody goes into the streets and declares.
Moving to our next discussion, a panel on sustainable foundations, building Europe's future through an essential and sustainable aggregates industry. Moving to our next discussion, a panel on the Enterprise Europe Network. Moving to our next discussion, a panel. Moving to our next discussion, a panel on sustainable foundations, building Europe's future through an essential and sustainable aggregates industry. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus in its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, without aggregates there will be literally nothing around us, not even a shelter over our heads. And most probably we are going to have this session outside in the nature. Not a bad thing, I must confess, but I don't think it will be comfortable being in that hut as we are here in this historic building, which was, by the way, built by aggregates as well. So aggregates are everywhere around us. They just built everything. We come in contact with them at every single second of our life. It's our houses, roads, ports, airports, hospitals, schools, offices, everything around us. And aggregates are also needed in order to rebuild this and this. Unfortunately, are needed to rebuild this, and here I say unfortunately because this, of course, could be avoided. So, do you know that in order to build an average house, we need around 400 tons? For an average school, we need around 3,000 tons. For every kilometer of motorway, we need around 30,000 tons. And for every kilometer of railway, we need around 9,000 tons. So all this infrastructure in Europe and the rebuilding of various disasters, we need 3 billion tons per year. This is a huge amount, it is a huge volume, and this volume makes the aggregate industry being by far the largest extractive industry, not only Europe, globally. And also this huge amount makes aggregates being the second most consumed material on planet Earth after water. Humanity consumes in volumes first water and then aggregates. We are talking about huge volumes. And in order to imagine this huge volume of 3 billion tons, just imagine a stockpile 8 meters wide, 8 meters high, around the equator every year. This is a volume of 3 billion tons. 8 meters by 8 meters around the equator every year. And if we go globally now, the consumption globally is 14 billion tons. As I said, Europe is 3 billion, United States is 2.5 billion, China is 18 billion, 40% of the global consumption is China, and India is nearly 7 billion. And if we go globally now, this stockpile is going to be 27 by 27 meters around the equator every year. So just think of the whole surface area of Europe. Do you know that all the quarries in Europe, which are more than 26,000, the total surface area of all the quarries in Europe take only 0.05% of the total surface area of Europe. This is the analogy. The green background is all Europe, and the yellow dot is the total surface area of these 26,500 quarries. So this huge industry, which provides these huge volumes, this essential product, operate in a so small area around Europe. So aggregates UPG. What is aggregates UPG? It's the European Aggregates Association. Just like we have national associations which are used in order to lobby policy makers, in order to lobby stakeholders, we need also a European association since everything is coming from Brussels. So we need this association in order to lobby in Brussels for the best benefit of our industry, but in the long run for the best benefit of humanity. Why? Because we provide an essential raw material. So what we are doing as European Aggregates Association, we lobby European institutions and stakeholders, we promote interests of our members, we seek and maintain close collaboration with NGOs, big international NGOs, we will speak later about them, and we promote the essentiality of aggregates for our economic growth and comfortable life. How we do it? By having extended membership around Europe, and you will see later our members. We have a sound, stable finance framework because of so many members we have, and these allow us to maintain a very strong base team in Brussels, which work for the association. Why we do all this? In order to act as the advocate and the voice of the European aggregates industry so that we will have a sustainable and responsible extractive industry for the long-term benefit of humankind. So UPG
exists since 1987. We have members in 25 countries. We have our offices in Brussels, very near to the European Parliament. We have our based in there. Here I want to stop. Turkey, yes, is our member. And I need to say this, I need to comment this, that when I was first elected president back in 2021, June 2021, the first email, congratulations email, came from our Turkish colleagues. And I am from Cyprus, as you very well know. So this is our structure. We have the Delegates Assembly, the members. Then we have the UPG Board, which I'm honored to chair for a second term. And then we have the General Secretariat is our Brussels-based team, and we have several committees, task forces, working groups working specifically on several issues we are dealing with. 26,500 Coris. We have the luxury to have from all these members sitting on these committees the best of the best. One example is our colleague Water here, who is an expert in recycling, and he will talk later. So let's see some numbers. 3 billion tons, 26,500 Coris around Europe. Each European citizen consumes, needs, better say, 6 tons per year. And this industry in Europe employs around 185,000 people. This is a trend for the last, since 2006. It used to be 3.7, then the recession took it down to 2.6. Now we are back about 3 billion. 2023 is a little bit down. Mainly the North countries are facing a little bit recession. Now, as you can see on this graph, we have from Germany, who has almost 600 million tons, down to Malta, 1.6 million tons. So it's all the European countries plus UK plus EFTA, these numbers. If we go back to consumption per capita, as I said, 5.6 actually is the number. Consumption per capita in the EU 27 plus UK plus EFTA. If we see more countries we have on this graph, this goes to 5.2. Okay, some countries, for example, Norway has a lot of exports. That's why you see Norway so high. But Cyprus, we will see later regarding Cyprus the numbers, which, as you can see here, is around 11 tons per capita, double of the average of Europe. Here is a breakdown of the aggregates produced in Europe. We have sand and gravel, 38%, crush rock, 43%, recycle, 10%, and I will elaborate later on the recycle aggregates. Manufacture 1.8, 2.3 marine aggregates. Here is a graph for the recycling around Europe. As I said, the average is 10% on Europe. So out of the 3 billion tons, 300 million come from the recycling. As you can see here, some countries manage it better. Here, Belgium, number one. Water, you will explain why. Netherlands, UK, Malta, France, Germany manage it better. And these countries declare that they manage to recycle all their waste. So the ceiling of recycling substitution, we can say it can go up to 20-25%. This is the ceiling. For this, there are three main reasons. First of all, we build much more than what we demolish. Secondly, if we demolish a building and if we use the most modern techniques, we are not going to get back 100% of the aggregates used. And in the future, we believe that the demolition waste will be less and less, because now we demolish buildings built before 50, 60 years, but what we build today will last more than 100 years, so the waste will be less and less, and Water, you can elaborate later on this. So regarding Cyprus, 11 million tons. 2024, we anticipate it to be 11 million tons. Last year it was 10. 24 Coris in Cyprus, 11 tons per capita, is double than the average consumption of Europe, and our industry in Cyprus employs around 500 people. This is a graph back in 1993. You can see the upturn until 2008, which was the top. Then the big recession, we went minus 80%. The bottom was 2015, and now, as you can see here, we are catching up. 2023 was 10 million. This year is anticipated to go to 11 million. These are some comparisons. Let's say we are 155% up from the bottom 2015 in Cyprus, but we are still minus 29% from the peak, which was 2008. So as European aggregates industry, we started as being primary aggregate producers. Now, we are also secondary aggregate producers research ground. Recycling is already part of our business model. We host habitats of endangered protected plant and animal species. Clara, you can elaborate on this later. And more renewable energy is produced within the forest. There are many cases around Europe and inside of course. We have many publications for anything we are dealing with. You can visit our site to download many publications, many interesting publications. One of our important latest publications is our roadmap to 2030, where we say what we need, what we promise, and what we will deliver in order to be sustainable and responsible. Of course, we need a few things also from the policymakers. Another important publication is our roadmap to neutral aggregates, as we say. The footprint, the CO2 footprint of aggregates is only 4.5 tons, 4.5 kilograms per ton of aggregates produced. And very easily we can go to zero. And in this publication, we explain how we can go zero. It's very easy. If we have green electricity and electrified machinery, these big caterpillars, as you know, if we have electrified machinery in the near future and coming, very easily we will go to zero. So it is biodiversity, and we have expert here. Clara will elaborate later on this. We have hundreds, not to say thousands cases around Europe, scientifically proven that biodiversity increases both in the active of forests, but of course as well in the restored forest. And we have very close collaboration with international NGOs, these big names, I'm sure you know them, Deadline Europe, WWF, United Nations Environmental Program. Actually, our Secretary General, Dirk Finske, was going to be with us today, but yesterday there was a meeting in UNEP in Geneva. He had to participate there, so he couldn't be here. And we have very close collaboration also with IUCN. That's all. Thank you very much. I hope I kept my 10 minutes.
Almost. We'll be above 10 minutes, but thank you very much, President Latouros, for the insight and valuable information that will help us understand further the panel discussion. Madam Commissioner, I will start this panel discussion with you. Based on Mr. Latouros' presentation, which shows that aggregates are essential for humanity, what regulatory measures can the government implement to ensure a sustainable supply of aggregates whilst protecting the environment?
Thank you for the floor. Before answering the question, which I happily received in advance to prepare myself, I would like to note the absence of two key authorities responsible for shaping the mineral resource policy from our panel today, the Geological Survey Department and the Mines and Quarries Service. I think that the participation would have been most fruitful. Mr. Latouros' presentation was interesting, and while I may have certain observations on specific aspects, I believe it is important not only to explore good practices from abroad, such as the installation of photovoltaic systems in terraces in quarries, but also to provide an overview of the current state of both active and inactive quarries in Cyprus, to enable us to judge the sustainability aspect. I would also encourage Mr. Latouros to share examples of restoration efforts as well, which would further enrich our dialogue on sustainable practices in this field. Coming now to answering your question, stating in advance that natural ecosystems have set the ceiling and our building development industry should adapt to that ceiling. To ensure a sustainable supply of aggregates, while safeguarding our environment, urgent coordinated action is required in line with the principles outlined in the Critical Raw Materials Act. This act emphasizes reducing dependency on unsustainable practices and fostering the circular use of materials. It is essential to fundamentally redesign the unsustainable systems of production and consumption that dominate the industry today. If we fail to act, we risk facing irreversible environmental consequences. And I'm speaking also as an architect. As Professor Hans Bunig, a UN International Resource panelist, emphasized the choice is clear. We either change by disaster or by design, and the natural ecosystems have set the ceiling. One key regulatory measure is integrated legislation that strengthens and aligns mining laws, land use planning, and environmental regulations across the entire life cycle of aggregates, from extraction to processing, taking into consideration resource depletion, environmental harm, and pressures related to energy and emissions. A life cycle approach will provide a better understanding and effective responses to environmental impacts. Moreover, the government may enforce mandatory nature-based solutions within the framework of environmental impact assessments for every quarrying project, ensuring that environmental and biodiversity concerns are fundamental to the planning processes. Quarry operators need to be legally required to implement rehabilitation plans that prioritize nature-based solutions, such as creating wetlands or rewilding initiatives to restore ecosystems and improve resilience after extraction activities. Furthermore, we need to impose a circular economy model where the reuse of construction and demolition waste, as you mentioned before, C&DW, becomes the norm, addressing both the excessive consumption of raw materials and the non-reuse of aggregates, critical issues in current practices. Regular monitoring and enforcement of regulations, including frequent inspections, is necessary to ensure compliance and mitigate social and environmental impacts like landscape degradation, water and air pollution, and biodiversity threats. Concluding, in line with the new European Bauhaus, I hope is familiar to all of you, we should prioritize the reuse of existing buildings over new construction, thereby minimizing the extraction of newer materials and reducing construction waste. As we strive to make the aggregates industry more sustainable, prioritizing the adaptive reuse of existing structures should be an integral part of our national strategy. Environmental impact thresholds should also be introduced, regulating extraction activities by setting strict limits on habitat destruction and biodiversity loss. Any activity that exceeds these thresholds must be halted to relocate to less sensitive areas. This includes also extension of quarries. In addition, the use to alternative building materials such as earth materials and adobe bricks should be promoted as part of regulatory frameworks. These traditional low-impact materials offer sustainable alternatives to conventional aggregates, reducing environmental degradation while preserving local cultural heritage. Government incentives for companies investing in eco-friendly technologies and sustainable quarrying practices, along with promoting the above-mentioned materials, will help ensure that the aggregates industry aligns with long-term sustainability goals while fostering innovation.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. The next question will be addressed to Dr. Misimeris. How does your department, the Department of Environment, prioritize sustainability in aggregate extraction and use, and what measures are in place to monitor and mitigate the environmental impact of aggregates operations?
So first of all, good morning to everybody. Many thanks to the organizers and many thanks for the invitation. Before going to the measures that we have in place, and because we talk about sustainability, strictly speaking, the aggregate production is not sustainable since aggregates are not renewables. So if we want to talk about sustainability in aggregates, we have to find and talk about the optimum balance between all the processes that we have on the aggregates and the way that we handle.
Dr. Misimeris, sorry to interrupt you. Because our microphones are directional, I would kindly ask all of the guests when they're speaking and they're turning their faces to use the microphone at the same direction. because in the room everyone can hear us, but on the live streaming it's a kind of difficulty and it goes up and down in volume. Sorry about that. Please continue. Yes.
I'll just conclude that about sustainability in aggregates. We have to find the optimum way how to better use all the elements of the processes in a sustainable way, since aggregates is not a renewable resource, so it's better to focus on how we do with all our procedures we have in place. I will not repeat what our Commissioner already mentioned about sustainability and aggregates. I will focus on the tools that we have in place in order to mitigate the environmental impacts and find the appropriate way how we were working on the safe side regarding the environmental parameters. Of course, we do have the appropriate policy framework at EU level. We all aware about the Green Deal and about the basic pillars of the Green Deal. We talk about circular economy and the basic elements within this new policy framework, new policy approach. And within this policy framework, we have already adopted a number of legal frameworks, including the aggregate extraction, aggregate production, aggregate use, and of course the way that we handle the waste from the aggregate sector. So at the national level, we do have the appropriate legal frameworks to minimize and control the environmental impacts from all elements of all this aggregate extraction, production, use, disposal. In general, we do have the environmental impact assessment law. So before issuing the any town planning permit for this kind of activities, an environmental impact assessment and have to submit it to by department, and we do have the technical committee to evaluate and assess this environmental impact assessment study, and then we issue our opinion to the town planning authority, and our opinion is of course having the terms and conditions how to better approach all elements of the aggregate production in order to protect the environmental impacts. And of course, apart from the environmental impact assessment study and permission, we do have other legislative acts, for example, regarding the air pollution, regarding the water and the waste management issues, and of course we do have the appropriate structure in order to enforce and implement the legal provisions that we have in place. So one element that we are working on it is to introduce a new approach in our department and a new structure that will focus on inspection about the issues and the permits that we have in place for this kind of activities.
Thank you very much. If you have any comments, you will get the floor later on after the panel discussion, because I'm sure when it comes to the government, we all have some questions and we want clarifications. Moving on to our Professor Zehonkova, coring has an indisputable impact on the landscape. Can extractive sites still be attractive for nature conservation, and what can they offer?
Thank you for inviting me to join you at this meeting. Generally, all extraction activities causes some environmental impact, but we should also see the other side, that these sites have great potential to create remarkable sites of high geodiversity. And that's especially important in degraded landscape or homogeneous landscape. So this site can offer like faces, sand and rock faces, and also cliffs. We've got there also screes or water bodies and exposed bedrock or substrate of different texture. And this geodiversity then becomes a driver of biodiversity, and this is the goal of nature conservation. So also we should realize that these sites very often serve as surrogate habitats for many species, including specialized species or threatened or endangered, and also those retreating from our highly eutrophicated landscape or highly modified. So I would like to mention also one point that Europe has been a largely human-modified landscape, and it has been subject of rather intensive human impact for more than 8,000 years, so since the Neolithic time. And therefore, in Europe, we are almost depleted of pristine ecosystems. It's completely different to another continents. And instead, semi-natural habitats developed here, and some of them are very valuable and even threatened. So while the nature conservation is mostly focused just on preserving already mostly well preserved habitats, the others arising in areas degraded by human activities such as quarries or mines remain overlooked or underestimated, despite we can increase and maximize the biodiversity potential. So that's the most important point. And just one last remark.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. If we want to create sites that in quarries and mines that will be of ecological potential, we must follow the simple rule that nothing what we are not able to restore shouldn't be destroyed. So we should avoid such places, and we should be focused mostly on areas and landscape where we can increase the biodiversity, as I mentioned, for example, the homogeneous landscape or degraded landscape. Here's the great potential.
Thank you, Professor. Moving on to Mr. Verma, how can we increase the recycling of sandy and stone-rich waste streams, such as construction and demolition waste, and what is the key to expanding the use of recycled aggregates? And who is better to tell us about this than you? As we've seen on the presentation of Mr. Laduros, Belgium is the number one in a number of countries. So what are your tips?
Grateful to be here. Thank you. Giving my thoughts on this interesting topic. What is very important when we're talking about waste treatment is end of waste regulation. A good end of waste regulation is the basis of everything. There's a guideline used in Europe, but we see that not all member states implement it on the same way. In Belgium we have real good end of waste regulation, and it defines the fact when waste stops being waste and becomes a new resource. When you want to build new things with new resources or recycled aggregates, so I'm not talking about secondary aggregates, but I think it's better to speak about recycled aggregates because they could be of the same quality as primary aggregates. Then it's very important legally, juridically, that the new producer of, let's say, concrete structure can do that with resources and not with waste. So that's already very important. Secondly, the backbone of all the waste treatment is traceability. It takes a lot of investments on company size to do all those investments, but also controlled by government and authorities. And also very important is when you have recycling treatment, you still need incineration and landfilling. So landfilling policy is very important. Use the landfills for what they are built for. It's an end disposal of non-recyclable fractions. That's very important. So make a list, that's how we do it in Belgium. There is a list of waste that cannot be landfill because they are, by best practices, they are recyclable. Then there is another list of materials that are doubtful to being recyclable or not, and there is a team of experts on each fraction of waste that gives their interpretation, is it recyclable or not. And if you want to go to a landfill with recyclable material, on top of the gate fee of the landfill, you will have to pay an environmental tax that's applied by authorities. That makes also that recycling is cheaper than landfilling. It's everything about the euros that we all have to pay. And that also gives that tax oxygen to the recycling industry to have more thorough recycling activities, also for complex waste. And that is also why we managed to get around 30% that we can do in replacement. The use of secondary or better recycled aggregates can also be improved by giving a structural demand on the use of those recycled aggregates. And government there should lead by example in public projects, for instance, that they said, okay, this project now we want to open up the actual standards and norms, invest in new best practices, and let recycled aggregates be part of the project. So you have to create a demand, and then the recycling industry will adapt both on volumes and on technology to create also that volume needed in the market.
Thank you very much. So it needs time, a bit of legislation, organization, and succession.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Mr. Laduros, we have all understood from your presentation that how essential aggregates are to humanity. My question, given this, is what specific policies would you recommend for ensuring the sustainable supply of this essential product?
Without nature, it's obvious there will be no life. Without aggregates, there will be life, but it's obvious it wouldn't be as comfortable as most of us on this planet enjoy today, and I show in my presentation what I mean. So as a matter of fact, we need both, and both are essential. Nature and aggregates, of course, are essential. So we have to find ways in order for these two to coexist. And we have to find ways for these to coexist not only for now, but also for future generations. Because so many thousand years, humanity is building with aggregates. Before it was stone, now it's aggregates. I don't think so we will find another way of building. Aggregates will be always the most consumed building material. And this is sustainability, to find ways in order to coexist with nature conservation, to coexist with environment, but to have this essential raw material for many years to come. And as Aggregates Europe UPNG, we carried out a study around Europe. This is a study, Sustainable Supply of Aggregates in Europe. It is on our website, you can download it. We asked the University of Leoben in Austria. They screened all Europe, and they came up with recommendations. So recommendation number one is access to local resources. It's not sustainable to have a quarry 100 or 200 kilometers from Paris, from Brussels, from Berlin, from Nicosia. We need access to local resources. As I said, our footprint, carbon footprint is only 4.5 kilograms per ton. If you transport aggregates another 40 kilometers, you have another 4.5 kilograms. Then on, it is exponentially the footprint increases from transportation. So we need local access to resources. Quarries need to be near the demand. Second thing, this study shows that around Europe it's a big mess of what is going on regarding permitting procedures. From 5 years to 15 or 20 years. How you can plan and open a quarry if you need 15 years or 20 years to get a permit. So what we want, recommendation number two, we want fast-track streamline permitting procedures. The Commissioner spoke about the Critical Raw Materials Act. The Critical Raw Materials Act is talking about fast-track streamline permitting procedure, but it's only for critical raw materials. There is the recital 6. We are already communication with the Geology Department and the mining and quarry services in order to pass as an island, Cyprus, in recital 6 to have an extra list for aggregates because Cyprus is an island. So we have to use our own aggregates. So we need to introduce fast-track permitting procedures for aggregates as well, not only for the critical raw materials. And another thing is we need straightforward regulations regarding that will facilitate, better say, the coexistence of extraction sites and environment. We need straightforward regulations for this. In order, those that, as the Commissioner said, we need to also show best practices. Those that cannot do it, to get out of the market. We need straightforward regulations that will guide everybody in order to coexist with nature conservation. And fourth, recycling, of course, circular economy. We need to use all our waste and substitute as much as we can the primary aggregates. We will always need primary aggregates. You saw the numbers in my presentation. We can reach maximum 20-25%. So we will always need primary aggregates, for the rest 75-80%. Thank you.
Very interesting proposals. Indeed, 15 years is a very long time. But now we will do a back-to-back 2 questions for Madam Commissioner because before we entered the room, she had a last-minute call from the Presidential Palace about business obligation. So after the 2 questions, you can be released from this room.
If there is any question after I leave, I have my scientific collaborator here, and she will be able to answer.
Okay,
and I'm sorry about this.
No problem.
But I would like to comment something on the graphs that Mr. Latouros has shown, the 4% of using our waste, plus this should also be taken into consideration, the production or the use of aggregates in Cyprus is double than the average in Europe. The consumption.
Per capita is double than
Yes. So this is something very critical that we should always take into consideration if we talk about sustainability.
Is it because of the sudden growth in the market?
It is because of any growth on the market in Cyprus, and this is why I mentioned at the beginning that nature should set us the ceiling. There is always a ceiling, and historically, also during the antiquity, also in recent years, there is destruction of civilizations because they didn't adapt to the nature call.
I hear you. So, Madam Commissioner, the first question for you before you leave is what role do you see the government playing in promoting the recycling of construction and demolition waste and the use of recycled aggregates? Does the government provide support to businesses adopting these practices? And maybe this is a bit related to what you have just commented earlier.
The government should take the lead for promoting the recycling of construction and demolition waste and the use of recycled aggregates through a clear regulatory framework and strict targets. This responsibility is highlighted within the broader framework of the Critical Raw Materials Act, which has been mentioned, which places strong emphasis on the circularity of critical materials across the EU. However, implementing this act in different EU member states comes with several hurdles. Regulatory fragmentation complicates cross-border projects, while strict environmental laws and local opposition can deter investment and cause delays. Some countries lack significant deposits of critical raw materials, making it hard to establish local supply chains, and infrastructure deficiencies further hinder efficient transport. Political instability and economic uncertainty also makes attracting foreign investment difficult. Addressing these issues requires coordinated efforts to harmonize regulations, raise public awareness, and invest in infrastructure and technology that supports sustainable quarrying practices. While fully aligning with the EU's ambitious goals of achieving at least 25% of its material needs through recycling by 2030 may be challenging, Cyprus can progressively increase its recycling rates, focusing on feasible, localized solutions that reduce dependence on raw resources and promote the circular use of materials. By mandating the use of recycled materials and promoting the reuse of existing buildings in public infrastructure projects, as well as providing financial incentives for businesses investing in recycling technologies, such as tax exemptions or subsidies, significant progress can be made in improving material sustainability. Moreover, the government should support research and development to improve the quality of recycled aggregates, making them a competitive alternative to raw materials. Public outreach is equally important. Both the construction industry, training and capacity building for the necessary skills, and the public must be educated on the environmental and economic benefits of reusing materials, which can significantly reduce waste and environmental degradation. To further accelerate this shift, the government should implement green public procurement standards that prioritize recycled aggregates and traditional materials like adobe and stone in public projects. By leading through example, the government can drive market demand for sustainable materials and reshape the industry toward a more sustainable circular economy.
Thank you. And the second and last question for you, Commissioner Theodosio. What do you envision for the future of the aggregates industry in Cyprus, considering that Cyprus, as previously mentioned by Mr. Ladouros, is an isolated island where importing aggregates is almost impossible? And how can the industry remain essential while prioritizing sustainability?
The future of the aggregates industry in Cyprus, with its unique status as an island with limited resources, as you mentioned, holds immense potential. However, we must be courageous enough to embrace a new path, one that respects the finite nature of our island's resources, while safeguarding the environment and ensuring responsible use of our natural resources. To achieve this, it is critical that we focus on sustainability by making the reuse of materials and other alternative materials, as I mentioned before, and the integration of circular economy principles a mandate for the industry's future. The use of recycled aggregates from construction and demolition waste must become the foundation of this transformation. Reuse of materials in line with established quality standards incorporated into building plans ensures that sustainability does not compromise safety of performance. These standards could require a minimum of 4% and a maximum of 25 recycled materials in construction projects, in singular construction projects, effectively utilizing recycled aggregates while maintaining structural integrity. In Germany, where I studied, we do have examples of 100% of using materials from waste. This approach not only reduces the environmental footprint of new developments, but also addresses the wasteful practices that have long plagued our industry. Every disused quarry is an opportunity waiting to be seized, an opportunity to restore ecosystems and biodiversity. It does not happen on its own. Transforming these areas into natural sanctuaries. In doing so, we can ensure that the aggregates industry continues to contribute to the economy without compromising environmental health. Cyprus should also explore partnerships with other Mediterranean and other countries to share knowledge and technologies that support sustainable aggregates production. This regional approach could help address the specific challenges of island economies, such as resource scarcity and environmental sensitivity. And concluding, if we are to leave behind a legacy that honors both economic progress and environmental stewardship, we should start by redesigning the system to prioritize sustainability at every level. This is not simply a choice, it is a necessity. Let this be our pledge, that the aggregates industry will thrive in harmony with nature and society, not at its expense, creating a resilient and prosperous future for Cyprus.
Thank you very much. I understand you will need to leave. Are there any closing remarks? Because we're going to take our time later on. Would you like to add anything else, Madam Commissioner? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. It was great, an honor having you in this panel. Do you have, please.
Sometimes don't you think that population plays a significant role in the use of aggregate and in general the use of...
Mr. Kirchthreotis, could you please repeat the question so we can hear it?
The Commissioner, don't you think that the use of aggregates is also directly in relation with population, and then political decisions to join Europe and invite the increase of population, as we did in Cyprus? Surely the use of aggregates comes in a larger need, and also infrastructure, as we see, is we lack infrastructure. So yes, we do need to protect the per capita use, but we also need to accommodate this increase of population in cities and in general.
We talk about Cyprus. You are referring to Cyprus?
Yes, of course.
We talk about Cyprus. We are very well aware of that not the population, but the development of its own. If we talk about Cyprus, there are periods of our history where we needed more aggregates, okay? And this happened after the Turkish invasion, that we needed to develop in an area which was not so far developed before. And this is a critical situation where we should adapt with the aggregates primary production. But if we talk about today, it's the ratio of our building development that sets the targets and the needs of the aggregates, and also the bad developments we have in areas where we have erosion. And this also creates needs for aggregates. So we should be proactive and be sustainable with our development and development goals, and then check on the needs of primary aggregates. I don't know if I have answered your question.
You did, in a way, but Cyprus at mid-70s were counting nearly 700,000 people. Now, if we count the population living in Cyprus, we are over 3 million. And what we hear on the other side, that's still Cyprus, the population there is growing even in a greater rate than we do in the south. And the use of aggregates there is turning into a huge environmental aspect for our main...
And to clarify to our audiences, the population has increased not because of the locals, but because of the foreign investments that are happening in the island. So we attract a lot of foreigners moving to Cyprus for a safer environment, but also for business purposes.
And in the north, because of the massive settlement from Turkey.
Definitely, yes.
So this is why I referred before, maybe it was not so understandable, about the new European Bauhaus, which prioritized the reuse of our buildings. And it's not only a phenomenon in Cyprus, but especially in Cyprus, we do have this phenomenon of empty traditional buildings, or of empty buildings that were built maybe 20 years ago, and they are not renovated. They are empty, and they need to be inhabited before proceeding in building new. Secondly, in Cyprus, we do have all these methods, and it's not only in Cyprus. I know it happens in Luxembourg, in Malta, and in many other countries. We do build and sell homes which stay empty because it's an investment. And also they receive passports, citizenship, okay? I remember being in Malta some years ago, and we traveled through many regions where there were like ghost towns. And they are empty, they are not used. So the new European Bauhaus, which is a European initiative and is part of the European Green Deal, prioritizes the reuse of our existing building reserves.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us today. Of course. So, Dr. Mesimeris, we're coming back to you. Let's go back for a while to construction and demolition waste. What are the main challenges that your department faces in dealing with illegal dumping of construction and demolition waste? And what incentives are in place to increase the use of recycled aggregates?
Many thanks. Before going to the challenges, I want to send a clear message to everybody. Illegal dumping is a crime. So we have to transpose this message to everybody, because one action that we are planning is to better enforce the legislation. We have already had a number of meetings with the police, and we do have a campaign to address this crime. Okay, so it's one of our top priority, because without this, we cannot talk about any other incentives or, let's say, options. So regarding the challenges, of course, we do have the environmental challenges, the environmental impacts on the ground, on the atmosphere, on the biodiversity, etc., etc. Of course, we do have challenges regarding the social issues, the lowers of the property values, the other challenges regarding the unfair competition, because when we're talking about illegal dumping, it's obvious that somebody is having an advantage regarding the management or the appropriate management of this kind of waste. So, of course, we have to structure the appropriate plan to address the relevant challenges, and for this reason, my minister already announced a framework of actions in order to address all these issues regarding and related with the illegal dumping. One action is to clean up the already affected areas. We do have a campaign now that is running, and with the cooperation with the local authorities, we will try to clean up all the illegal dumping sites. Of course, we have to find all the appropriate elements, not to let's say, repeat the illegal dumping, and try to minimize all these activities, illegal activities. So we do not have incentives, we do have obligations. And of course, within the waste management strategy, we do have also some elements that will give different direction comparing to the illegal dumping. And I mean that we will give the appropriate waste pricing approach in order to be able for having the cheapest way the recycling, right? As already mentioned. So we will try to introduce the appropriate
apart from the obligation, the appropriate pricing on waste management and try to, let's say, redesign the whole approach for the management of construction and demolition waste. Of course, we do have obligation on the producers. Of course, we do have obligations under the polluter pays principle. The missing point, and this is what we are working on it, is to implement and enforce the relevant legal framework. And this is what we are trying to have as a priority regarding our activities as the Department of Environment.
Thank you. We look forward to this. But coming back to the best example of Europe, Mr. Vermont, how do you manage to control the illegal dumping of construction demolition waste in Belgium? Maybe we can get some tips from you and implement them to the local market.
Yes, sure. I'm glad to hear that my neighbor already filled in partially my answer, but yes, it's a crime. In Belgium, it's also a crime. And the chance to get caught in Belgium is very much higher than here, because here is much more open space. It's the first time that I'm in Cyprus, but it's a big difference. Belgium is heavily crowded. So if you get caught by someone who just passes there, or a camera in the neighborhood or from traffic traced you and you're being caught, you have to appear before court, you get sentenced, convicted, and it's on your criminal record with all the negative issues about that. A suggestion, also my intro on the first response was traceability. What we do, we have pre-demolition audits. When a building is being demolished or is being planned to being demolished, an external expert has to investigate the building that has to be demolished, and he makes difference between high risk and low risk materials in the building. So there's an external report in identifying those materials, and then you will have to do by selective demolition, the isolation and evacuation of all those materials. At the end of the demolition works, you have to give proof by attestation of the treatment centers to, for instance, one got the asbestos materials, high risk, other one got just stones for crushing, and you have to combine those attestations from the treatment facilities in order to get a demolition final report. That all has to do with some fiscal or tax advantages in order to also promote the people to do the exercise. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. We are a bit tight in time, so if we can make our rest of the answers a bit shorter, coming back to you, Mr. President. Mr. Laduros, considering the wider public perception that quarries are not environmentally friendly, have you succeeded in fostering this collaboration with the big international environmental NGOs, as we've seen in the presentation earlier?
Yes, indeed, for us it's a big challenge. The wrong perception of the community in general that we are not environmental friendly. So how else to solve this problem? Collaboration, transparency. So we started more than 10 years now, conducting these big NGOs. I will give you a few examples. For example, IUCN. Back in 2012, with IUCN, we signed a letter of intent, and now we are in the process of updating the letter of intent, and we are going to sign it in the near future. We are going to organize an event in Brussels in order to sign the updated one. Again, IUCN, we were invited at the IUCN World Congress back in September 2021. It is the largest World Congress, environmental congress taking place on this planet every 4 years. And we were invited there by WWF and by UNEP, the United Nations Environmental Program. And we were asked to deliver a presentation with the title Sun Scarcity and Infrastructure and Nature Coalition. And we went there, and it was like going to Dragon's Den. Why?
because these people, they want to make sure that we do our job responsibly and sustainably. And as I told them then, I'm repeating it now. Yes, we do. And after we finish our presentation, officials of these two big organizations, they got up after me, they took the stage, and they said very clearly, the European aggregates industry is not a threat for the environment, they said. On the contrary, it's part of the solution and a very good example to be followed worldwide. It's not us saying this. The respect is mutual on both sides. Another good example is in October 2021, under the auspices of the European Commission, DG Environment in Brussels, together with other two European associations, so Eurogypsum, the European Association for Gypsum, and Semperu, the European Association for Cement, together with BirdLife Europe, we signed the Species Protection Code of Conduct, which is a very, very good tool which describes how both can coexist, extractive industry and conservation of environment. And at my speech at that event, I said, for us, the European aggregates industry, this code of conduct is a code of honor. Because, okay, we provide humanity with an essential product, but we also care for those that have no voice to protest, flora and fauna. Another good example is when the nature restoration plan was in process, the nature restoration law was in process, together with BirdLife Europe, again with Eurogypsum and Semperu, we issued position papers together with BirdLife Europe, I repeat. We sent letters to the President of the Commission, to the Commissioner of Environment, asking them to be faster, not to postpone the processes, asking them to, because we wanted this nature restoration law. And very recently, last week, we had in our office in Brussels, it was last Wednesday, 25 of September. Every year we do this, late summer reception, and the subject covered at this late summer reception was nature restoration law. And there we had the director of DG Environment, director of biodiversity, keynote speeches. We had the director of IUCN Europe. We had a high official from BirdLife Europe. We have MEPs, and all these they gave keynote speeches. And we have also people from the industry, experts about biodiversity. And at my closing remarks, I said, if you were telling someone before 10, 15 years that the extractive industry, together with NGOs, together with the DG Environment, will sit in the same room promoting nature restoration law, they will tell you you are crazy. No way. But it happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Leading us then to the next question for Professor Zekonkova. Is it possible to create diverse habitats and promote biodiversity during coring, or is it necessary to wait until after it has ceased? And there's a second part to this question. Are there specific examples where rare habitats have been restored in the quarries, or endangered species have found a new home in mining sites?
Yes, I've already mentioned that species can colonize the extraction sites from the nearby habitats, so it's absolutely clear that these sites can serve as temporal or even permanent habitats for these organisms. And the active quarry can contribute to biodiversity conservation based on implementation of dynamic management already during the excavation process, and not as a part of restoration at the end once the site is, when the exploitation is finished. So it means just create a network of temporary habitats and manage dynamically through time and space them all around the quarry. So these activities are parallel in the active process of excavation to ensure keeping the permanent availability of these habitats, such as, let's say, fixed number of pools during the life of quarries. And we should also realize that these extraction sites can serve literally as stepping stones for species allowing them movement between the habitats through the landscape. And this is very important in fragmented or urbanized landscape. Just let me to give you an example. Just one example, and the netterjack toad is a rare and threatened frog, quite rare in many European countries. And it lives in carrots or shallow flooded sites. But such ephemeral biodiversity in and around the quarries is not possible to manage through legal conservation or preservation status of the site, but it's rather easily achieved by optimizing the groundworks in the quarries or the mines through the mining or quarrying activity. And this enables these species to survive and use these unique habitats, just temporal habitats. And nowadays, many of these amphibians are found in quarries. The highest population are just here. So this is just one example. And we've got also another great example, the St. Martins, rather cute or very cute birds related to swallows. And these birds have lost most of their habitats over the last years. They used to live in sandy walls along the rivers, but because of channelization of the rivers, they lost their native sites. Fortunately, these birds are very adaptive and they found new home. They moved to St. Faces in active quarries. It sounds like happy ending, but if these birds colonize, because they live in deep burrows in these faces, and if these birds colonize the quarries, all the work must be stopped from, let's say, March or April to June, because these birds are protected, of course. But there's a simple measure. Just before arriving these birds, it's just the particular phase is set aside, the different one than the previous years, and the rest are reprofiled to make them less attractive for these birds. And these simple steps just help to or enable coexistence of these rare birds with the active quarrying or mining activities. So that's a great example. And I would like also mention that some, which is not very often considered, that some specific bedrock like serpentine or gypsum or some metalliferous outcrops are very unique from the biological point of view and are quite attractive for some kind of biota. So if such bedrock is available once the mining is ceased and not covered by organic layer or depleted completely, here may constitute very unique plant communities and associated fauna, very often insect and this kind of organisms. So this is also important. And also, in some regions, some very common mineral resources like sand might be of great importance for nature conservation, because the landscape dramatically changed in some regions and we are losing the diverse mosaic of different habitats, including these open sandy areas. And these sandy grasslands are classified as a priority habitat in Habitat Directive. So if these sites are available during the process or even after the extraction process, the many rare species can find new habitats just here, new home. And the typical example can be wild bees and wasps. They are important pollinators and help us to maintain biodiversity and ecosystem healthy. And yeah, that's why some of the post-extraction sites are recently managed as nature reserves. And some of them are also included into the Natura 2000 sites. But these positive outcomes are not just depending on the specific site, environment, and time, but to a large extent also on supportive legislation. This is also an important point. And also on well-executed mining processes and well-designed restoration solution. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's funny that you mentioned about the endangered species and specifically birds, because we have a similar situation in Cyprus as well, towards the west Cyprus, southwest Cyprus, with endangered bats, if I remember correctly. And it is a fact that, as we previously mentioned in the panel discussion as well, that traveling long distances, like 60 kilometers or more, can generate significant carbon emission from vehicles used to carry aggregates, often exceeding the emissions produced during the actual extraction and processing of the aggregates at the quarry. Thus, it seems we have to deal with an even greater carbon footprint. And that brings me to a question to you, Dr. Mesimeris. How does the Environment Department plan to address the aggregate supply challenges in Paphos and Xylophagou quarry zones, given the depletion of deposits and expansion constraints? And also, what strategies are being considered to balance the local production with sustainability goals, particularly regarding the potential of CO2 emissions from transporting aggregates from other districts?
Yeah, it's true that we face supply challenges in Cyprus, and this is something that we're trying to find the appropriate approach. And for this, we were working with all stakeholders in an integrated way. Of course, we do have to consider the CO2 emissions, but also we have to consider all environmental parameters. And for this reason, we have a holistic approach and try to find, with all limitations that we have, the appropriate approach. It's not an easy task, but we have to do it because we do have, of course, the other limitations from the legal framework, the Nature Directive, the Habitat Directive and all this. So we will try to do our best, but of course at the same time we do have space for more recycling. We have very, very low rates on recycling materials, so we have to focus also our effort to try to find additional, let's say, elements to introduce more recycling regarding the aggregates.
Definitely, but as far as I can understand, in Paphos and Xylophagou there is a lack of quarries. They do not exist. So sometimes we can balance things out when it comes to the environment and use the option of the demolition waste when quarries are also available and the distances are quite long. I am not the person that can talk about this, of course, but I can understand the challenges. And I'm going to leave these comments later on to the professionals. But because we don't have enough time, I'm going to jump to our last question that has to do with the law enforcement. And I'm going to ask it to Mr. Ladouros. The nature restoration law was recently implemented across Europe. Do you see this as a threat or an opportunity for the European aggregates industry?
Yeah, indeed, the nature restoration law, better say European Union, by implementing this nature restoration law, has set very ambitious targets, I can say. Targets which are crucial for the sustainability of our environment and for the well-being of future generations. This is the target of this law. Our industry, in general, the extractive industry, but particularly aggregate sector, we play a very vital and very unique role in this mission, I can say.
Okay, our industry, it doesn't only provide this essential product which supports us, we all understand, the whole construction, the whole infrastructure around us, but our industry also possesses expertise and resources needed for an effective land restoration. So because of this, we believe that nature restoration law for us is a great opportunity. That's why together with BirdLife Europe, we issued position papers, we sent letters, we had our late summer reception last week. And it is an opportunity, why? Because this is what we are doing. Land restoration, nature restoration is already part of our business model. We know it. And because we know what we are doing, we want all the member states, the authorities, and here is the authority for Cyprus, when they are going to develop these nature restoration plans, to do it in collaboration with us. For two main reasons. Because we know how to do it, and secondly, let's preserve the potential resources for the future.
Definitely, collaboration always brings the best results in the market. Now, as we wrap up our discussion, I'd like to invite two of the panelists that I skipped their question, if they have any closing remarks. Please summarize your thoughts or share any final insights, if you may. It's up to you, Mr. Vermont and Professor.
I will be short. I see the future bright for recycled aggregates because there's political awareness. Otherwise, we weren't here today to do that. But we have to be realistic and pragmatic. Also, like Mr. Laturo said, we build more, so demand for aggregates is higher than that we demolish. And what is very important for me to conclude in the use of recycled aggregates is you have to define the quality of the aggregates independent of the origin, or it's primary or recycled, for the intended use. And then you'll see that recycling activity will appear and will technologically adapt to deliver the quality needed for the intended use. So you have to make the connection between quality of the aggregates and the intended use. So.
Thank you. Professor Zehonkova, could you please give us your closing remark, if you have any?
I would like to highlight the importance of nature restoration law, as been already said here. It offers opportunity to make the nature in making conservation processes more efficient in disturbed sites, so also in the quarries. We definitely need the clear guidelines how to do it with real clear recommendations for stakeholders where, what, and how to measure or to manage these sites and what to do exactly. And so let's do it. But first, we need really broad discussion and invited the representatives from different spheres, not just the academics, but also practitioners and policymakers, and of course, the representative of the business spheres.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those insightful closing remarks. Now I'd like to open the floor for a short Q&A session. If anyone from the audience has questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll call you to share your question. And please wait for the microphone so our live streaming will hear you. Any questions from the audiences? I think we pretty much covered everything. No questions. Maybe our panelists will, do you have any other closing remarks or any question to another fellow panelist?
Just to conclude, we do have the policy framework, we do have the legal framework, we do have the implementing means. So it's time to act. Everybody has a role, and we have to focus to do our best in order to find the appropriate way, how to handle aggregates, how to introduce new approaches in order to minimize environmental impacts and try to be on a sustainable way.
Thank you, Dr. Mesimeris. President always have a word to say.
No, I will just repeat a few things just to remind everybody, to emphasize, yes, that yes, we need both nature and aggregates. Otherwise, there wouldn't be life, there wouldn't be well-being. So we need both. We have to find ways to coexist. There are ways to coexist, and we have experts to show us how to do it. And we need the perception, to change the perception of the community. That's why on Aggregates Europe UPNG, in our budget, we have a very big number in our budget, and we call it investment in communication. We need to communicate more and more the essentiality of our industry, because as I said, if there were no aggregates, there would be literally nothing around us. That's it.
Well understood. We made that clear throughout the panel discussion, and of course, with all the knowledge that we have gained through this session, I'm sure we will all leave this room with a better insight and be a bit more aware. Thank you all for your... You have a question? Of course, let's just wait for the microphone.
Just not to forget the two areas in Cyprus that at the moment they are lacking aggregates. It's an essential matter that you have to address it urgently, and I believe that you have to address it in a way that they will feel that they will stay at those places and enforce all these environmental issues and not be again a license for 3 years and 5 years, so they feel that we cannot do something serious in this time. Thank you.
And we also have to act when there is a need, because after we...
The need is now.
Exactly. Be proactive. Exactly. Dr.
It's very important what Kostas just said, because now we have the problem in Paphos and Xylophagou. Actually, the deposits are running out. In Paphos, maybe we don't have 1 year more, 2 years maximum. In Xylophagou, the situation is much worse. And if we don't do something yesterday in order to expand these core zones, it means we are going to load our atmosphere with 1,000 tons of CO2 because we will need to transport aggregates from Limassol and Nicosia to these two districts. But then, very soon, we will face problems in Limassol and Nicosia.
Definitely.
Instead of saying that we have deposits for Limassol and Nicosia for the next, 25, 30 years, if we are going to supply Paphos and Famagusta, the free Famagusta district, from these two districts, then the 30 years will be much, much less. And we will face the same problem in the near future in the other districts as well.
Certainly. Well, it is clear that the aggregates industry plays a crucial role. Please, yes. All of a sudden, everyone feels more comfortable now. Your name?
Thank you. No, my question has to do with the last comment.
Yes.
Since we're talking about transportation and distances between the pores and the need, and Cyprus is pretty small state. So my question goes to our guests from abroad. I would like to ask whether there are any data regarding the average distance in Europe or in your countries, the Czech Republic and Belgium, regarding the quarries and the demanding sites. So what's the average, because we're talking about 40 kilometers and 50 kilometers.
I can answer this from Aggregates Europe UPNG. We have the data from all the European countries. So the maximum distance that aggregates are transported by trucks, because in Europe they have also the railways, they have rivers as well, but by trucks the maximum is 40, 50 kilometers, yeah.
Okay.
This is the maximum. Yes. As I said in my presentation, it's not sustainable to have quarries 100 kilometers from Paris, from Berlin, from Brussels, from Nicosia, yes. The same.
Thank you.
This is a very good point. We didn't mention it. Thank Kostas for bringing it up. We need to understand that aggregates, quarries will operate where nature has put the good quality rock. We cannot have quarries wherever we want. We need to have them where it's a good quality rock.
It's where the nature offers the quarries.
So,
it's not
and
something
wherever
that can
we
be
go,
created by a man.
Wherever we go to open a quarry is nature, it's environment.
Exactly.
Everywhere. So we need to find ways to coexist. And there are ways.
I think
we need to accept them.
I think everyone in this room should have another meeting later on in private and discuss the solutions and ideas that you might have. So just a closing remark is that the collaboration between industry, government, and academia is vital for addressing the challenges we face, as you have all understood and pointed out earlier. I want to extend my gratitude to our esteemed panelists for their expertise, and to the audience for your thoughtful questions and engagement, of course, towards the end. I hope you leave today with a bit deeper understanding on how we can all contribute to a more sustainable aggregates industry. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the Cyprus Forum 2024.
άμα είναι έτσι και δείχνει το άμε, σημαίνει ανοιχτό. Αν το πατήσετε μια φορά, γίνεται mute. Αν το ξαναπατήσετε, γίνεται unmute.
1, 2, 3.
Εκτός αυτά κάνετε mute και απλά πατάτε. Ναι, βγάλετε το ίδιο πράγμα. Ξέρεις παταρές του να στο φέρω πίσω.
Άρα τώρα...
τον online. Μόνο εδώ, όχι εκεί. Ας το κάνω.
Ήταν όψη εκείνων και την παρουσίασή του μπορεί να το προσπαθήσουμε να το δούμε. Ποια είναι η παρουσίαση?
Μα να κάτσω εκεί. Όχι καλό για να βλέπουμε. Αφού είναι να κάτσω στο βίντεο. Α, οκ.
Να μετακινήσω 2 καρέκλες. Ήθελα κάτι για να βάλω.
Ναι, πειράζει. Να κάνουμε τα
όχι, για εσάς δεν το λίγο άλλο.
Έχω να μία εγώ. Ο Σωτήρης είναι να κάτσει.
Έχουμε όλοι λίγο ένα. Ο Σωτήρης θα σου είναι.
Ναι.
Άστε εσείς να δώσω έναν Σωτήρη.
Ναι.
Εντάξει, μπορεί να τους δείχνω και αυτό. Μπορεί, δεν ξέρω. Γιατί θέλω να δώσω πίσω αυτή. Αυτό αγάπησω για να...
Moving to our next discussion, a panel on the Enterprise Europe Network. Moving to our next discussion, a panel on the Enterprise Europe Network. Must always keep moving. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Χαίρετε. Χριστό μου, μας ακούς?
Πολύ καλά.
Εξαιρετικά και εμείς.
Τέλεια.
Έτσι είναι μια καλή στιγμή να ξεκινήσουμε, θεωρώ. Ένα πολύ ενδιαφέρον πάνελ που αφορά τη δικτύωση, την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και φυσικά την επιχειρηματικότητα. Να πω ένα ευχαριστώ στο Enterprise Europe Network για την πρόσκληση να συντονίσω αυτό το πάνελ. Είμαι ο Σωτήρης Θεμιστοκλέους, Διευθυντής Στρατηγικής Ανάπτυξης στο Κέντρο Κοινωνικής Καινοτομίας Κύπρου. Και μαζί μου έχω την Στάλο Δημοσθένους, ανώτερη λειτουργό στο ΚΕΒΕ, στο Κυπριακό Επιμελητήριο Βιομηχάνων. Την Ελπίδα Αντιχρίστου, Διευθύντρια των Operation Strategy και Projects στο Ευρωπαϊκό Γραφείο Κύπρου. Το Μαρίνο τον Πορτοκαλίδη, επιστημονικό υπεύθυνο Α στο ΙΔΕΚ, στο Ίδρυμα Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας της Κύπρου. Και φυσικά το Χρήστο τον Σκούρα, Policy Officer στον DG Growth στην Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή, τον οποίο έχουμε μαζί μας διαδικτυακά. Πριν πάμε στη συζήτηση, νομίζω είναι μια καλή ευκαιρία να κάνουμε λίγο contextualize, αν μου επιτρέπετε ο όρος, τη συζήτηση μας σήμερα, με μια μικρή ιστορική αναδρομή. Η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, μέσα από τη δημιουργία της, επιθυμούσε να γίνει η soft power, ας το πούμε έτσι, στην παγκόσμια οικονομία, σε αντίθεση με άλλες υπερδυνάμεις που χρησιμοποιούσαν άλλα μέσα. Έτσι, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση το 2000 έθεσε ως στόχο να γίνει μια παγκόσμια δύναμη μέσα από την καινοτομία, την επιχειρηματικότητα και τον πολιτισμό τότε, αλλά ειδικότερα μέσα από την επιχειρηματικότητα και την καινοτομία. Και έτσι, μέσα από διάφορες διαδικασίες, το 2008 ξεκίνησε το πρόγραμμα Enterprise Europe Network, το οποίο αποτελεί βασικά one-stop shop σταθμούς, δηλαδή για άμεση και ολιστική εξυπηρέτηση επιχειρηματιών σε όλη την Ευρώπη. Είναι κέντρα διασύνδεσης της αγοράς σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο και σίγουρα μέσα από αυτά τα χρόνια, ήδη 16 χρόνια μετά, το Enterprise Europe Network αποτελεί ένα σημείο αναφοράς για τον επιχειρηματικό κόσμο της Ευρώπης, αλλά και τον παγκόσμιο επιχειρηματικό κόσμο που ψάχνει συνεργασίες με την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και τους διάφορους φορείς της αγοράς της. Το δίκτυο στην Κύπρο εκπροσωπείται από μια κοινοπραξία 4 οργανισμών, το Κυπριακό Εμπορικό Βιομηχανικό Επιμελητήριο, που είναι ο συντονιστής και έχει ως μέλη το Ίδρυμα Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας, το Ευρωπαϊκό Γραφείο Κύπρου και το Ενεργειακό Γραφείο Κύπρου. 4 οντότητες, οι οποίες έχει κάθε μία το δικό της ρόλο να παίξει στην αγορά. Είναι ενδιαφέρον να τις βλέπω και τις 4 μαζί, προερχόμενες από διαφορετικά πεδία εργασίας. Μπορούμε να καταλάβουμε γιατί αυτά τα χρόνια αυτή η συνεργασία, αυτή η συνέργεια αυτών των οργανισμών στην Κύπρο έχει φέρει μεγάλες επιτυχίες, έχει βοηθήσει αρκετές εταιρείες και οργανισμούς στην αγορά και είναι κάτι που θα ακούσουμε σε λίγο και από τους καλεσμένους μας. Θα ήθελα να ξεκινήσω με τον φίλο τον Χρήστο, που βρίσκεται μαζί μας από τις Βρυξέλλες, φαντάζομαι, Χρήστο. Και έτσι, απευθείας από τις Βρυξέλλες και την Ευρώπη, αν μπορείς να μας πεις λίγα λόγια για το ποια είναι η κύρια αποστολή του δικτύου, σαν ομπρέλα ευρωπαϊκή, και πώς λειτουργεί γενικότερα και φυσικά οι στόχοι μέσα από τους οποίους η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση θέλει να εξελίξει αυτό το δίκτυο και τις επιχειρήσεις της. Χριστό.
Νομίζω θα έχουμε μία μικρή διαφορά χρόνου, δεν ξέρω αν ακούγομαι καλά.
Εξαιρετικά, σ' ακούγομαι πολύ καλά.
Ωραία. Καταρχάς, θα ήθελα να σας ευχαριστήσω θερμά για την πρόσκληση να συμμετάσχω στο πάνελ. Είναι τιμή για μένα. Όπως αναφέρθηκε ήδη, πρόκειται για μία πολύ σημαντική και πάρα πολύ επιτυχημένη κοινοπραξία. Η σχέση μου με αυτήν είναι σταθερή και απρόσκοπτη και θα έλεγα με πολύ σημαντικά ωφέλη και για τις δύο πλευρές, γιατί και εμείς πάντα λαμβάνουμε πάρα πολύ σημαντικό feedback από την κοινοπραξία της Κύπρου. Θα έλεγα ότι θα προτιμούσα φυσικά να είμαι εκεί με φυσική παρουσία, αλλά δυστυχώς αυτό δεν κατέστη δυνατό. Ευελπιστώ σε επόμενη φορά. Αναμένω και επιθυμώ να συμβάλλω όσο μπορώ περισσότερο και αποτελεσματικότερα στις συζητήσεις. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστούμε, Χρήστο. Αν θέλει να μας πεις λίγα λόγια έτσι, για το δίκτυο γενικότερα και από τη δική σου προσωπική εμπειρία, πιο πολύ σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο θα έλεγα, για να μπορούμε μετά έτσι, να κάνουμε λίγο τη σύνδεση με το ρόλο της κυπριακής αντιπροσωπείας του Enterprise Europe Network.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Και πάλι να τσεκάρω ότι ακούγομαι καλά.
Μια χαρά, σ' ακούμε.
Ωραία. Λοιπόν, το Enterprise Europe Network, ως γνωστόν, αλλά και για να το αναφέρουμε και μια ακόμη φορά για τους υπόλοιπους παρεπισκομένους, έχει ως κύρια αποστολή να υποστηρίζει τις μικρές και μεσαίες επιχειρήσεις στην Ευρώπη, ουσιαστικά περισσότερο δίνοντας πρόσβαση σε πληροφορίες, αλλά και υπηρεσίες που ενισχύουν την ανάπτυξη και την καινοτομία και τη διεθνοποίηση. Συγκεκριμένα, εγώ θα ξεκινήσω λιγάκι με τη διεθνοποίηση, γιατί αποτελεί και για μένα μία από τις κύριες υπηρεσίες και καθήκοντα, ας πούμε, στην ομάδα του ΙΕΝ μέσα στην Επιτροπή. Ουσιαστικά πρόκειται για την υποστήριξη των μικρομεσαίων επιχειρήσεων, της εισόδου σε νέες αγορές. Αυτό μπορεί να σημαίνει πολλά πράγματα, δηλαδή μπορεί να περιλαμβάνει σημαντικές νομικές πληροφορίες, legal advice δηλαδή, market intelligence, πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Πολύ σημαντικά, επίσης, θεωρώ να αναφερθεί ότι έχει να κάνει και με τον τρόπο με τον οποίο συνεργαζόμαστε με χώρες που βρίσκονται σε τρίτες χώρες, οι οποίες θεωρούμε ότι είναι targets για εμάς ως Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή. Αλλά αυτό προκύπτει φυσικά και από το feedback το οποίο προσλαμβάνουμε από τις ίδιες τις κοινοπραξίες. Γι' αυτό, όπως είπα πριν, πρόκειται για μια πολύ οικογενειακή σχέση με το δίκτυο. Για μας, δηλαδή, κοινοπραξίες αποτελούν ένα διάβλο επικοινωνίας απευθείας με τις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις. Δηλαδή, εμείς εισπράττουμε απευθείας από on the ground, δηλαδή, ενημέρωση για το ποια προβλήματα αντιμετωπίζουν οι μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις, πού θέλουν να κατευθυνθούν, δηλαδή ποιες αγορές θέλουν να προσεγγίσουν, εμείς βλέπουμε με τη σειρά τη δική μας και το πολιτικό υπόβαθρο που υπάρχει, δηλαδή τι θεωρούμε ότι είναι σημαντικό, ποιες χώρες θέλουμε να προσεγγίσουμε. Προσπαθούμε όλα αυτά κάπως να τα συμβιβάσουμε. Πρόκειται για μια αρκετά περίπλοκη διαδικασία, όπως καταλαβαίνετε. Και από εκεί και πέρα να έχουμε την απαραίτητη, να προσπαθήσουμε τουλάχιστον, να προσφέρουμε την απαραίτητη πρόσβαση στις κοινοπραξίες και κατ' επέκταση στις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις. Πολύ σημαντικό κομμάτι σε όλο αυτό είναι φυσικά και η δικτύωση, έτσι. Γιατί, όπως γνωρίζουμε, η ισχύσεντη ενώση είναι πολύ σημαντικό μέσα από διάφορες εκδηλώσεις, δραστηριότητες, δικτύωσης. Για παράδειγμα, να αναφέρω κάτι το οποίο αποτελεί και την κορονίδα, ας πούμε, των δράσεων της GROW, που είναι το ετήσιο συνέδριο του ΙΕΝ, το οποίο πρόκειται να γίνει τον επόμενο μήνα στη Βουδαπέστη. Αλλά αυτό είναι απλά, όπως είπα, είναι η κορονίδα. Πέραν αυτών υπάρχουν, η κοινοπραξία το γνωρίζει ήδη, δεκάδες διαφορετικές συναντήσεις ομάδων εργασίας, σε επίπεδο sectoral, σε επίπεδο thematic, άλλες διμερείς συνεργασίες που έχουμε, διμερείς επικοινωνίες. Όλα αυτά αποτελούν πολύ σημαντικό μέρος της οικογένειας του ΙΕΝ, γιατί έτσι βρίσκουμε τρόπους και να διασυνδεθούμε, δίνουν και σε εμάς πάρα πολλές ιδέες, δεν το κρύβω, είναι, όπως είπα, είναι διμερείς. Όχι διμερείς, είναι λάθος η λέξη. Ο διάβλος αυτός επικοινωνίας έχει διμερώς ωφέλη και για τα μέλη του ΙΕΝ, αλλά και για μας. Και εμείς παίρνουμε πάρα πολύ σημαντικές ιδέες. Οι προσλαμβάνωσες είναι πολύ σημαντικές. Βρίσκουμε πιθανούς συνεργάτες με τη βοήθεια και τις ιδέες των μελών μας. Πολύ σημαντικό η ανάπτυξη νέων προϊόντων και διαδικασιών μέσω της πρόσβασης έρευνα και τεχνολογία. Πολύ σημαντικές οι συμβουλευτικές υπηρεσίες, δηλαδή μέσα από πολύ εξειδικευμένους συμβούλους που συμμετέχουν στο δίκτυο μπορούμε να παράσχουμε εξειδικευμένες συμβουλές στις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις. Όπως πάντα, όπως προανέφερα, είναι μια πολύπλοκη διαδικασία, την οποία έχουμε καταφέρει βέβαια να καταστήσουμε αρκετά, όχι εύκολη, αλλά θα έλεγα τουλάχιστον αποτελεσματική, γιατί εμείς ως Επιτροπή θέτουμε τις πολιτικές προτεραιότητες, όπως μας βέβαια μεταφέρονται από την ηγεσία της Επιτροπής. Όπως ξέρετε, και θα ήθελα να αναφερθώ σε αυτό, αλλά ίσως δεν είναι το κατάλληλο σημείο, έχουμε μια νέα Επιτροπή, νέους επιτρόπους, συγχαρητήρια και για την εκλογή επιτρόπου από την Κύπρο, παρεπιπτόντως. Έχουμε λοιπόν ένα νέο κολέγιο επιτρόπων, νέες προτεραιότητες, νέες πολιτικές οδηγίες. Αυτό φτάνει σε εμάς, στις γενικές διευθύνσεις, εν προκειμένου σε εμάς την GROW. Εμείς προσπαθούμε όλο αυτό να το μετατρέψουμε, να το μεταφράσουμε, αν θέλετε, σε οδηγίες προς το ΙΕΝ. Πράγματα δηλαδή τα οποία δεν είναι θεωρητικά και σε αυτό που λέμε το bubble των Βρυξελών, το οποίο ακούγεται έτσι κάπως πολύ μακρινό για τις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις. Προσπαθούμε όλο αυτό να το μετατρέψουμε σε πολύ πρακτικά πράγματα, τα οποία θα μεταφέρουμε μέσω των κοινοπραξιών μας στις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις. Όπως είπα, αυτό είναι αρκετά, ακούγεται πολύπλοκο, είναι, αλλά έχουμε καταφέρει να καταστήσουμε τη διαδικασία αρκετά αποτελεσματική. Ίσως σταματήσω λίγο εδώ.
Ναι, Χρήστο, ευχαριστούμε πολύ για το overview για το πώς λειτουργεί αυτή η διαδικασία στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και σίγουρα δεν αφορά μόνο το Enterprise Europe Network, αλλά σίγουρα αφορά όλα τα θέματα. Απλά μια τεχνική σημείωση, αν μπορείς να κλείσεις και να ξανανοίξεις την κάμερα σου, σε παρακαλώ. Και φεύγοντας από την Ευρώπη, Στάλο μου, και ερχόμενοι στην Κύπρο, γνωρίζοντας και την εμπειρία σου, τη δουλειά σου, τη γνώση σου και στο ΚΕΒΕ, αλλά και στο δίκτυο, νομίζω είναι σημαντικό για όλους μας, μέσα από τις δικές σου επαφές, μέσα από τη δική σου τριβή με τα μέλη του δικτύου, έτσι να μας αναφέρεις, αν είναι δυνατόν, ποιες προκλήσεις αντιμετωπίζουν οι μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις στην Κύπρο, τι τομείς θεωρείς ότι πρέπει να αναδειχθούν και να υποστηριχθούν από το δίκτυο και ίσως ποιες δράσεις έχετε κάνει μέχρι τώρα για να μας βοηθήσει και εμάς, σαν μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις, αλλά και την αγορά γενικότερα να εξελιχθεί.
Σωτήρη μου, σε ευχαριστώ. Οι προκλήσεις και τα προβλήματα που αντιμετωπίζουν οι μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις, δυστυχώς, είναι πάρα πολλά. Οι πλήστες επιχειρήσεις στην Κύπρο είναι μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις, εμπίπτουν σε αυτόν τον ορισμό. Το μεγαλύτερο πρόβλημα είναι η εξασφάλιση της χρηματοδότησης, λόγω του ότι δεν υπάρχουν ικανοποιητικές εγγύησεις από πλευράς των μικρομεσαίων επιχειρήσεων. Ένας είναι ο λόγος αυτός. Δεύτερος λόγος, τα επιτόκια είναι πάρα πολύ ψηλά, άρα καθιστούν δυσκολία στην εξασφάλιση δανειοδότησης, όσο επίσης και το κόστος των επενδύσεων είναι πάρα πολύ ψηλό και τούτον έχει και συστημικό, γιατί έχει αποτέλεσμα στο να κάνουν επενδύσεις, παράδειγμα, για πράσινες τεχνολογίες, για να μπορέσουν να τις βοηθήσει στην πράσινη μετάβαση τους. Επίσης, είναι περιορισμένες οι ιδιωτικές επενδύσεις, δηλαδή οι επιχειρηματικοί άγγελοι, τα venture capital, που θα έρθουν να επενδύσουν πάνω σε επιχειρήσεις που θέλουν να αναπτύξουν καινοτόμα προϊόντα και τεχνολογίες, με αποτέλεσμα αυτές οι επιχειρήσεις, σε σύγκριση με τις άλλες ευρωπαϊκές, να είναι λιγότερο ανταγωνιστικές. Δηλαδή, η θέση τους στην αγορά να είναι, το μερίδιο τους να είναι περιορισμένο. Είπαμε για το κόστος της πράσινης μετάβασης, που είναι αρκετά ψηλό, και οι στόχοι είναι και αρκετά ψηλοί. Η ψηφιακή ανάπτυξη από πλευράς ψηφιακών δεξιοτήτων του εργατικού δυναμικού των επιχειρήσεων, με αποτέλεσμα αυτόν να φαίνεται να μην υπάρχει αποτελεσματικότητα και μειωμένη παραγωγικότητα στις ίδιες τις εταιρείες, άρα εσωτερικά. Ένα σοβαρό πρόβλημα που αντιμετωπίζουν είναι το κανονιστικό πλαίσιο. Υπάρχουν περίπλοκες διαδικασίες και πολλές φορές η νομοθεσία αλλάζει. Επίσης, ένα πρόβλημα που παρουσιάζεται και φαντάζομαι και στις πλήστες ευρωπαϊκές χώρες, υπάρχουν καθυστερήσεις στην εναρμόνιση πολλών ευρωπαϊκών νομοθεσιών. Υπάρχουν οι διαδικασίες αδειοδότησης, πάλι είναι ένα πρόβλημα που αντιμετωπίζουν οι επιχειρήσεις, άρα υπάρχει καθυστέρηση στο να πάρουν εγκρίσεις για διάφορα έργα για να ξεκινήσουν την ανάπτυξη τους. Είναι το ενεργειακό κόστος, που τούτον βλέπουμε ότι επηρεάζει τα λειτουργικά τους κόστη, με αποτέλεσμα να υπάρχουν ανατιμήσεις στα προϊόντα τους, τα οποία να τους περιορίζει την πώληση τους, να μην τα καθιστά δηλαδή ανταγωνιστικά στην αγορά. Γι' αυτό και τούτον συνδέεται επίσης και με τις εξαγωγές. Βλέπουμε μείωση των εξαγωγών, διότι δεν μπορούν να συγκριθούν με τα άλλα προϊόντα τα εισαγόμενα, γι' αυτό υπάρχει και αύξηση στα εισαγόμενα προϊόντα. Επίσης, ένα άλλο πρόβλημα είναι οι εξωτερικές προκλήσεις, δηλαδή πέραν του COVID, της κρίσης της πανδημίας, έχουμε το μεταφορικό κόστος, λόγω του ότι η εισβολή της Ρωσίας στην Ουκρανία δημιούργησε διακοπή της ναυσιπλοείας στην Μαύρη Θάλασσα. Τώρα έχουμε το πρόβλημα των επιθέσεων των Χούθις στην Ερυθρά Θάλασσα. Άρα όλες αυτές οι αλλαγές στις γραμμές των εμπορευματοκιβωτίων και του υψηλού κόστους στα μεταφορικά δημιουργούν προβλήματα και επίσης να το πούμε στην ανθεκτικότητα των επιχειρήσεων, δηλαδή να αντέξουν στην πορεία του χρόνου. Τώρα, στην ερώτηση σου, οι επιχειρήσεις, σε ποιους τομείς βλέπουμε ότι υπάρχει περισσότερη ανάγκη, θα έλεγα είναι στο κανονιστικό πλαίσιο, στην ενημέρωση τους για τις νομοθεσίες της ενιαίας αγοράς, σίγουρα στην πρόσβασή τους στη χρηματοδότηση, όσον αφορά τη βιωσιμότητα τους, δηλαδή την αειφορία τους, και το άλλο είναι η αναζήτηση, η διεθνοποίηση συνεργατών στο εξωτερικό. Αυτά.
Εξαιρετικά. Υπάρχουν αρκετές προκλήσεις προφανώς. Σίγουρα όχι όλες για όλους, αλλά σίγουρα προκλήσεις οι οποίες θεωρώ ότι το ίδιο το δίκτυο και οι συνεργασίες που δημιουργά μπορούν να προσφέρουν αλληλοϊποστήριξη.
Μπράβο. Τούτον ήταν να πω ότι βασικά οι υπηρεσίες είναι σχεδιασμένες από την Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή για να μπορέσουν να εξυπηρετήσουν τις επιχειρήσεις και να αντεπεξέλθουν σε τούτα τα προβλήματα. Άρα, γι' αυτό και ακολούθως θα δούμε ποιες είναι τούτες οι υπηρεσίες που παρέχουμε για να βοηθήσουμε.
Τέλεια. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Ναι, να αφήσουμε οποιασδήποτε ήταν να πω ότι οι ερωτήσεις που κάνουμε έτσι, η συζήτηση που έχουμε μεταξύ μας σίγουρα μπορούν να απαντηθούν όλες από όλους. Να κάνουμε τη σειρά των ερωτήσεων και μπορεί να αφήσουμε στο τέλος, ανάλογα με τον χρόνο που θα υπάρξει, σίγουρα να υπάρχουν παρεμβάσεις που τα φιλοξενούμενους του πάνελ, αλλά φυσικά και από το κοινό για οποιοδήποτε θέλει να κάνει οποιαδήποτε παρέμβαση. Χρήστο μου, θα έχουμε τον λόγο ξανά σε λίγο μαζί. Θέλω να πω ότι τουλάχιστον τα πρώτα σημεία της παρέμβασης της Τάλος αφορούσαν το οικονομικό κομμάτι και τη χρηματοδότηση. Γι' αυτό είναι μια καλή πάσα να έρθουμε στην Ελπίδα από το Ευρωπαϊκό Γραφείο Κύπρου. Και αν μπορεί η Ελπίδα έτσι να μας αναλύσει μέσα από τη δική της εμπειρία και τα χρόνια ενασχόλησης της με τα ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα, πώς το δίκτυο μπορεί να υποστηρίξει μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις να έχουν πρόσβαση στη χρηματοδότηση, αξιοποίηση των ευκαιριών των ευρωπαϊκών ταμείων, των προγραμμάτων, αλλά ίσως και των συνεργειών που δημιουργούνται.
Χαίρετε και από μένα. Εντάξει, να αναφερθώ έτσι λίγο αρκετά πρακτικά στο πώς εξυπηρετούμε τις επιχειρήσεις. Έτσι, για να καταλάβει και ο κόσμος που μας ακούει τι ακριβώς κάνουμε. Αρχικά, εφόσον μια επιχείρηση αποταθεί σε εμάς ή έχουμε την ευκαιρία να συναντηθούμε και να μας αναπτύξει anyway τις ανάγκες της, προχωρούμε έτσι σε μια, να το πούμε, μικρή και όχι εις βάθος ανάλυση, είναι ένα needs ανάλυσης, να αναγνωρίσουμε ποιες είναι οι βασικές της ανάγκες, έτσι ώστε να μπορέσουμε με τη σειρά μας όλα τα μέλη του δικτύου να την υποστηρίξουμε. Ας σταθώ λίγο στη χρηματοδότηση. Θα σταθούμε λίγο στις ανάγκες που υπάρχουν για χρηματοδότηση, ποιες από αυτές θα μπορούσαν να χρηματοδοτηθούν μέσα από κάποιον πρόγραμμα και στη συνέχεια να δημιουργήσουμε το λεγόμενο action plan, στο οποίο η επιχείρηση με τη σειρά της να κάνει τα δικά της βήματα έτσι ώστε να προχωρήσει στην αίτηση της για χρηματοδότηση. Επίσης, δημιουργούμε το λεγόμενο funding roadmap, έτσι ώστε στις διάφορες επιλογές για χρηματοδότηση μέσα από τα προγράμματα, είτε αυτά είναι ανταγωνιστικά, είτε συγχρηματοδοτούμενα κλπ. Και σίγουρα ανταλλάσσουμε καλές πρακτικές. Αφού γίνει όλων αυτών, μπορούμε μέσα από συγκεκριμένα ερωτήματα που θα έχει επιχείρηση να τη βοηθήσουμε στη συγγραφή της πρότασης, να βρούμε εταίρους μέσα από το δίκτυο των συνεργατών που έχουμε, νομίζω ίσως την πιο μεγάλη πλατφόρμα συνεργατών που παρέχει το Enterprise Europe Network, και με τη σειρά μας να ακολουθούμε τη διαδικασία με την επιχείρηση έτσι ώστε να φτάσει στο αναμενόμενο αποτέλεσμα. Εδώ να σημειώσω ότι όπως η επιχείρηση θέλει να φτάσει στη χρηματοδότηση, έτσι και εμείς ως μέλη του δικτύου έχουμε τα δικά μας Key Performance Indicators που θέλουμε και εμείς η επιχείρηση να φτάσει στο αναμενόμενο αποτέλεσμα. Να σημειώσω ότι οι υπηρεσίες που παρέχουμε είναι δωρεάν. Δεν υπάρχει κάποιον κόστος για τις επιχειρήσεις. Το πρόγραμμα Enterprise Europe Network είναι σε χρηματοδοτούμενο από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση και από τους ίδιους τους οργανισμούς σε έναν ποσοστό 40%. Επίσης, έτσι λίγο για να καταλάβει και το κοινό περί τίνος πρόκειται για τα ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα, γιατί ίσως να υπάρχει έναν χάος περί των ευρωπαϊκών προγραμμάτων. Τα ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα δεν θα έρθουν να χρηματοδοτήσουν, ας το πούμε, τη ρευστότητα της επιχείρησης. Θα έρθουν να χρηματοδοτήσουν ανάγκες οι οποίες έχουν έναν όφελος σε ένα πιο ευρύ φάσμα. Είτε αυτό είναι κοινωνικό, είτε αυτό είναι ας πούμε, η ψηφιακή πράσινη μετάβαση κλπ. Όπως έχει πει και ο Χρήστος, υπάρχουν κάποιες προτεραιότητες που και εμείς ως δίκτυο να ακολουθούμε. Υπάρχουν προτεραιότητες που και τα προγράμματα, το κάθε ευρωπαϊκό πρόγραμμα να ακολουθεί και τα εθνικά προγράμματα ακολουθούν με τη σειρά τους. Αυτές έτσι λίγο περιληπτικά είναι η πράσινη ψηφιακή μετάβαση, η έρευνα, καινοτομία, η ανάπτυξη, εκπαίδευση και κατάρτιση του προσωπικού. Πάνω κάτω έτσι αυτά που όντως σε αυτούς τους τομείς υπάρχουν προγράμματα στα οποία οι επιχειρήσεις μπορούν να αποφεληθούν. Υπάρχουν και ανοιχτά προγράμματα αυτή τη στιγμή. Έτσι, εντάξει, επειδή έχουμε αρκετές ερωτήσεις για την κάλυψη αναγκών όπως ενοικίων, όπως πραγματικά κόστη που λειτουργικά κόστη, αυτά δεν μπορούν να καλυφθούν μέσα από ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα, ούτε ακόμα μέσα από εθνικά. Πρέπει να υπάρχει ένα πιο ευρύ όφελος, έτσι ώστε να υπάρξει και η χρηματοδότηση.
Τέλεια. Είναι σημαντικό που ξεκαθαρίζουν αυτά τα σημεία. Ελπίδα μου, σίγουρα μακάρι να υπήρχε η δυνατότητα να υποστηριχτούν οι επιχειρήσεις σε όλα τα στάδια ανάπτυξης τους. Αλλά αν γινόταν αυτό, θα ήταν μετά δημόσια υπηρεσία.
Υπάρχει πάντα και η προσφορά του τραπεζικού συστήματος.
Ακριβώς.
Που θα μπορούσαν...
Και άλλωστε, μια επιχείρηση πρέπει να καινοτομεί, πρέπει να διεθνοποιείται, πρέπει να βρίσκει συνέχεια καινούργιες αγορές, καινούργιους τρόπους συνεργασίας. Κάτι το οποίο ο φίλος ο Μαρίνος από το ΙΔΕΚ και μέσα από την ιδέα πολιτική του Ιδρύματος, τα προγράμματα του, τα trainings που προσφέρει, στηρίζει τη διεθνοποίηση των εταιρείων της Κύπρου, την πρόθεση της καινοτομίας. Θα ήθελαμε να τον ακούσουμε για το ποιο σημείο βρισκόμαστε τώρα και κάποιες άλλες πρωτοβουλίες ίσως που έρχονται ή κάνετε και βλέπετε ότι αξιοποιούνται σωστά.
Ευχαριστώ, Σωτήρη. Καταρχάς, να αναφέρω ότι το Ίδρυμα Έρευνας και Καινοτομίας είναι ο αρμόδιος χρηματοδοτικός οργανισμός της Κυπριακής Δημοκρατίας για θέματα έρευνας και καινοτομίας, εμπλοκή φορέων από την Κύπρο σε θέματα έρευνας και καινοτομίας. Ένας από τους στόχους μας είναι η εμπλοκή των κυπριακών επιχειρήσεων σε αυτές τις δραστηριότητες για να καταστούν πιο ανταγωνιστικές μέσα από την ανάπτυξη νέων προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών. Και στο πλαίσιο αυτό παρέχουμε μια πλειάδα χρηματοδοτικών προγραμμάτων. Είναι εθνικά προγράμματα, συγχρηματοδοτούμενα από τα ταμεία της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, για εμπλοκή των επιχειρήσεων σε αυτές τις δραστηριότητες, όπως ανέφερα, για την ανάπτυξη νέων προϊόντων και υπηρεσιών και για να καταστούν πιο ανταγωνιστικές. Έχοντας πει αυτά, θα ήθελα να αναφέρω ότι το Ίδρυμα αξιοποιεί το Enterprise Europe Network ως ένα στρατηγικό εργαλείο, πλήρως ασσωματωμένο στις δραστηριότητες του, για να προωθήσει τόσο τα προγράμματα τα οποία ανακοινώνει το ΕΔΕΚ και απευθύνονται στις κυπριακές επιχειρήσεις, αλλά και τα αντίστοιχα ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής που παρέχονται μέσα από το πρόγραμμα Οριζόντας Ευρώπη. Στο πλαίσιο αυτό, το Ίδρυμα αξιοποιεί τα κανάλια επικοινωνίας του δικτύου Enterprise Europe Network και τις συνεργασίες με τους υπόλοιπους φορείς, όπως είπα, για να προωθήσει αυτά τα προγράμματα, ούτως ώστε να προσελκύσουμε καινούργιες επιχειρήσεις. Παράλληλα, διοργανώνει εκδηλώσεις πληροφόρησης και υποστήριξης, όπου ενημερώνει τις κυπριακές επιχειρήσεις για τη δυνατότητα συμμετοχής σε αυτά τα προγράμματα. Παρέχουμε, όπως ανέφερε και η Ελπίδα, και κατηδίαν υποστήριξη στις επιχειρήσεις για να εντοπίσουν το κατάλληλο πρόγραμμα που αντιστοιχεί στις ανάγκες τους. Και πάμε ένα βήμα περαιτέρω στα προγράμματα της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής όσον αφορά την έρευνα και την καινοτομία στις επιχειρήσεις, όπου πλέον παρέχουμε και κάποιες κατηδίαν εξατομικευμένες υπηρεσίες για να υποστηρίξουμε τους φορείς στη συγγραφή των προτάσεων τους και μια υπηρεσία προεπισκόπησης, όπου ελέγχουμε τις προτάσεις πριν να αποβληθούν στα αντίστοιχα προγράμματα έρευνας και καινοτομίας της Επιτροπής και συγκεκριμένα στο πρόγραμμα EIC Accelerator. Όσον αφορά τώρα το θέμα της καινοτομίας και της διεθνοποίησης, πέραν από τα προγράμματα και τις υπηρεσίες πληροφόρησης και υποστήριξης για access to financing, εντοπίζουμε ότι οι επιχειρήσεις στερούνται κάποια skills, είτε soft skills, είτε κάποιες άλλες δεξιότητες σε θέματα sales, presentation, new product development, business planning κλπ. Οπότε παρέχουμε μια σειρά από σεμινάρια μέσα κάτω από την ομπρέλα του δικτύου σε θέματα ανάπτυξης νέων προϊόντων, pitching training, business modeling κλπ. Μια υπηρεσία που έχει κριθεί ως αρκετά επιτυχημένη ήταν και η διοργάνωση κάποιων επιχειρηματικών αποστολών στο εξωτερικό, όπου καταφέραμε να πάρουμε κάποιες επιχειρήσεις σε κάποιες διακεκριμένες εκδηλώσεις στο εξωτερικό, κυρίως για startups και καινοτόμες επιχειρήσεις, για να μπορέσουν να παρουσιάσουν τις ιδέες τους και τις καινοτομίες τους και να εντοπίσουν έτσι κάποιες πιθανές συνεργασίες, είτε πρόκειται για επενδυτές, είτε πρόκειται για πελάτες. Κλείνοντας, θα ήθελα να αναφέρω ότι και στο τοπικό επίπεδο διοργανώνουμε κάποιες εκδηλώσεις δικτύωσης για τους φορείς του τοπικού οικοσυστήματος, όπου οι επιχειρήσεις, κυρίως οι startups, έχουν την ευκαιρία να αλληλεπιδράσουν με άλλες επιχειρήσεις που είναι ενδεχομένως ένα βήμα παραπέρα και λίγο πιο εμπειρές, να ανταλλάξουν εμπειρίες και να αξιοποιήσουν την τεχνογνωσία αυτών των επιχειρήσεων. Εν ολίγης αυτά, οπότε όσον αφορά το ΕΔΕΚ, είμαστε πιο εστιασμένοι σε θέματα καινοτομίας και internationalization.
Εξαιρετικά. Ευχαριστούμε, Μαρίνο. Πραγματικά πολύ σημαντική δουλειά του ΕΔΕΚ και στον τομέα της χρηματοδότησης, αλλά και στις αποστολές στο εξωτερικό, φυσικά στη δικτύωση. Και επιστρέφω και μπορούμε να προχωρήσουμε στην επόμενη ερώτηση με το να συμπληρώσει και στο άλλο ακριβώς σε αυτό το σημείο.
Να το ξαναπάρω από την αρχή. Οκ. Που μείναμε, είχαμε πει ναι για τις προωθούμε πρωτοβουλίες της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής με αποστολές του Επιτρόπου Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής σε τρίτες χώρες για να συμπεριληφθούν μέσα στην αποστολή. Επίσης, διοργανώνονται και προωθούμε τα προφίλς των κυπριακών εταιριών σε συναδέρφους μας άλλους του δικτύου. Άρα, γι' αυτόν είπε και ο Χριστός στην αρχή, στη εισαγωγή του, γιατί ο κλειδί της δικτύωσης και της συνεργασίας των φορέων που αποτελούν το δίκτυο. Και τα pitching events που γίνονται στα πλαίσια κάποιων θεματικών ή τομεακών ομάδων στις οποίες συμμετέχουμε. Άρα δίνεται πάλι η ευκαιρία στις επιχειρήσεις να παρουσιάσουν τα προϊόντα, τις τεχνολογίες τους μέσα σε τούτες τις δράσεις.
Τέλεια. Πολλά σημαντικό. Στάλαμε το ότι δίνεται το βήμα στις ίδιες τις επιχειρήσεις να παρουσιάσουν τη δουλειά τους πρώτο. Και δεύτερον, η ενημέρωση, όπως την αντιλαμβάνομαι εγώ, είναι πιο διαδραστική και δεν έρχεται από πάνω προς τα κάτω, αλλά είναι και λίγο οριζόντια μεταξύ των επιχειρήσεων. Πριν πάμε στο φίλο τον Χρήστο, θα ήθελα να προσθέσει κάτι ελπίδα στο θέμα της ενημέρωσης. Τέλεια. Χριστό μου, επιστρέφουμε σε εσένα, στις Βρυξέλλες. Ποιες μέθοδους... ναι, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση... Όσοι δουλεύουμε στα ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα, είναι βασικός πυλώνας είναι η αξιολόγηση των προγραμμάτων, με μετρήσιμους δείχτες, αλλά και ποιοτική και ποσοτική αξιολόγηση. Ποιες μέθοδους χρησιμοποιείτε για να μετρήσετε την αποτελεσματικότητα του δικτύου και των υπηρεσιών του και ποια αποτελέσματα βλέπετε να έχουν αυτές οι αξιολογήσεις και αν αυτές οι αξιολογήσεις καθορίζουν και το μέλλον του ίδιου του δικτύου, αλλά και το μέλλον της αγοράς στην Ευρώπη και κατ' επέκταση σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο.
Ευχαριστώ για την ερώτηση. Θα ήθελα να πω καταρχάς ότι να ξεκινήσω από το γεγονός ότι εννοείται πως είναι πολύ δυναμική η διαδικασία στη συνεργασία αυτή που έχουμε με τις κοινοπραξίες και, όπως είπα, κατ' επέκταση με τις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις, διότι το δίκτυο δεν είναι κάτι το οποίο είναι σταθερό και αμετάκλητο και που να μην λαμβάνει υπόψη όλες τις διαδικασίες, τα πλαίσια, τα προβλήματα, τις προκλήσεις. Είναι λοιπόν ένα πολύ δυναμικό δίκτυο. Προφανώς, οτιδήποτε προσλαμβάνουμε ως feedback από τις κοινοπραξίες μας, κατευθείαν έχουμε εσωτερικές δικές μας διαδικασίες με άλλα units, με άλλες γενικές διευθύνσεις. Κατευθείαν θα προσπαθήσουμε να μεταφέρουμε αυτά που μας μεταφέρονται για να μπορέσουμε και εμείς με τη δική μας σειρά να αλληλεπιδράσουμε με τον τρόπο που πρέπει. Άρα, για μένα, πολύ βασικό για να ξεκινήσω και να απαντώ πια στην ερώτησή σου, η σημαντικότερη για μένα τουλάχιστον, αλλά όχι μόνο, θεωρώ και για άλλα μέλη της ομάδας μου, ας το πούμε μέτρηση της αξιολόγησης των υπηρεσιών του δικτύου, είναι τα ίδια τα μέλη. Δεν το συζητώ αυτό. Και τι σημαίνει αυτό? Μέσα από τις διάφορες από τη συμμετοχή σε διάφορες εκδηλώσεις που έχουμε, ομάδες εργασίας και όπως είπα και στην αρχή, διάφορες διμερείς επαφές και επικοινωνίες, το άμεσο feedback που λαμβάνουμε από τους συντονιστές των κοινοπραξιών και από άλλα μέλη των κοινοπραξιών είναι για μας πάρα πολύ πολύτιμα. Μπορεί σε κάποιο επίπεδο, ειδικά σε ό,τι αφορά τις προκλήσεις, να είναι λίγο, αυτό που λέμε, λίγο anecdotal η πληροφόρηση που παίρνουμε. Δηλαδή, δεν είναι πληροφόρηση την οποία θα λάβουμε σοβαρά εντός εισαγωγικών υπόψη στο βαθμό που θα προχωρήσουμε άμεσα σε κάποιο policy reform. Είναι όμως κάτι το οποίο σίγουρα κρατάμε στο μυαλό μας, το μεταφέρουμε στις αρμόδιες γενικές διευθύνσεις και άλλα units και κατευθείαν προσπαθούμε να δούμε αν κάτι το οποίο έχει αποφασιστεί σε ευρωπαϊκό επίπεδο δεν λειτουργεί καλά. Για να μην αναφερθώ βέβαια σε πιο επίσημες διαδικασίες αξιολόγησης, όπως είναι η συλλογή δεδομένων από τις επιχειρήσεις τις ίδιες που έχουν χρησιμοποιήσει τις υπηρεσίες του EEN και οι οποίες μπορούν μέσα από διάφορες δημοσκοπήσεις και ερωτηματολόγια να εκφράσουν, αν θέλετε, την ικανοποίησή τους, την ποιότητα των υπηρεσιών, το τι επίδραση μπορεί να έχουν στις επιχειρηματικές τους δραστηριότητες, το αν υπάρχει κάποιο πρόβλημα το οποίο εμάς προσωπικά στις Βρυξέλλες μας διαφεύγει. Όλα αυτά είναι μέρος αυτής της διαδικασίας. Είναι επίσης για μένα, όπως είπα όμως, εξαιρετικά σημαντικό στις διάφορες διαδικασίες και προσωπικές επαφές που έχουμε με τα μέλη του EEN, η συλλογή ποιοτικών στοιχείων περισσότερο, ωστόσο όχι ποσοτικών, ποιοτικών στοιχείων, τα οποία σίγουρα μας βοηθούν πάρα πολύ στο να κατευθύνουμε τις στρατηγικές μας και τις υπηρεσίες μας με τον τρόπο τον οποίο βλέπουμε ότι πράγματι κάπου μπορεί να οδηγήσει και να έχει θετικότερο αντίκτυπο. Θα έλεγα ότι μέχρι τώρα, μέχρι στιγμής, ως προς τα αποτελέσματα των αξιολογήσεων που έχουμε, οι περισσότερες επιχειρήσεις αναφέρουν υψηλά επίπεδα ικανοποίησης από τις υπηρεσίες του EEN. Δεν θα έλεγα τέλεια, δεν θέλω να ευλογήσουμε που λέμε τα γένια μας. Υπάρχουν πάντα προβλήματα τα οποία πρέπει και προκλήσεις που πρέπει με κάποιο τρόπο να διευθετήσουμε. Σε γενικό όμως βαθμό εκφράζουν υψηλό βαθμό, υψηλά επίπεδα ικανοποίησης από τις παρεχόμενες υπηρεσίες. Αναφέρουν δηλαδή συνήθως ένα ποσοστό ικανοποίησης άνω του 80%. Και πολύ βασικό, δείχνουν ότι θα αποτελέσουν εν προκειμένου στο μέλλον πρεσβευτές για άλλες επιχειρήσεις. Δηλαδή, θα προτείνουν τις υπηρεσίες του EEN και σε άλλες μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις. Για μας αυτό είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό. Δηλαδή, είναι αυτό το effect που θέλουμε, το multiplier effect που θέλουμε και το οποίο είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Επίσης, θα ήθελα να αναφερθώ και το ανέφερε νομίζω και η Στάλη νωρίτερα και οι υπόλοιποι συνάδελφοι, σε ό,τι αφορά τη διεθνοποίηση, ότι πολλές επιχειρήσεις μικρομεσαίες συμμετέχουν σε προγράμματα που έχουν να κάνουν κατ' επέκταση με διεθνείς αγορές, άρα σε trade fairs κτλ. Και από εκεί είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό για μας, πάρα πολύ σημαντική πηγή άδειλης πληροφοριών για το αν η συγκεκριμένη αγορά τους τις ενδιαφέρει, εάν μπορούν να έχουν στο μέλλον περισσότερο αντίκτυπο, σημαντικό, η δικτύωση που μπορούν να αποκτήσουν. Είναι όλα αυτά πάρα πολύ σημαντικές πηγές άδειλης πληροφόρησης για μας σε σχέση με την αξιολόγηση των υπηρεσιών μας.
Τέλεια. Χρήστο, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Είναι πολύ σημαντικά στοιχεία για εμάς, βασικά και από τις δύο πλευρές, και για εσάς σαν αξιολογητές εισαγωγικά, αλλά και για εμάς σαν end users. Ξέρω, θέλα
να διακόψω για ένα δευτερόλεπτο και να ρωτήσω αν αυτή τη φορά με βλέπατε.
Ναι, σε βλέπαμε και βλέπαμε και τις εκφράσεις σου. Δεν καταλαβαίναμε τι θέλεις να πεις. Να έρθουμε σε ένα δευτερόλεπτο να πω ότι να συμπληρώσει η Στάλο, αλλά θέλω να μείνω στο τελευταίο σημείο του Χρήστου για το multiplier effect ή τον domino effect που μπορεί να έχει η παροχή υπηρεσιών σε μια επιχείρηση, ικανοποιείται, τι λέει παρακάτω και προχωρούμε. Αν έχει κάποιο στο audience μετά από την παρέμβαση της Στάλος να σκεφτεί, να μας πει κάποιες περιπτώσεις επιχειρήσεων που συνεργαστήκαν και έχουν πετύχει σε διεθνές επίπεδο. Στάλο μου.
Εγώ που θέλω να επιβεβαιώσω είναι το που είπε ο Χρήστος. Πράγματι, σε τοπικό επίπεδο εδώ στην Κύπρο, τα αποτελέσματα της τελευταίας έρευνας ικανοποίησης μεταξύ των πελατών που έχουν εξυπηρετηθεί φαίνεται ότι το 96% περιγράφουν τις υπηρεσίες ως υψηλής ποιότητας και εξατομικευμένες. Επίσης, το 78% περίπου είναι ευχαριστημένοι από τον χρόνο ανταπόκρισης και εξυπηρέτησης από εμάς, τους EN Advisors, και την ικανότητά μας να ανταποκριθούμε στα ερωτήματά τους. Οι υπηρεσίες που έλαβαν έχουν καλύψει τις ανάγκες τους και τούτον είναι πολύ θετικό. Και ακόμα κάτι θετικό είναι ότι σχεδόν πέραν του 50%, γύρω στο 60%, τους έχουμε βοηθήσει να βελτιώσουν την ανταγωνιστική τους θέση, να έχουν θετικά οικονομικά αποτελέσματα και να εξοικονομήσουν κόστος. Άρα, εκείνα τα προβλήματα που είχαμε επισημάνει στην αρχή, στην εισαγωγή μας, βλέπουμε ότι ναι, συμβάλλουμε στο να μειωθούν τούτα τα προβλήματα που αντιμετωπίζουν. Επίσης, να προσθέσω στην συνέργεια και στην ανατροφοδότηση που παίρνει η Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή από τα μέλη του δικτύου. Είναι και μια εισήγηση που είχαμε κάνει. Δίνω και πάσα για το επόμενο μας θέμα, όσον αφορά το σχέδιο της μείωσης της ενεργειακής απόδοσης των μικρομεσαίων επιχειρήσεων. Είχαμε προτείνει στην Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή να βγει ένα σχέδιο για χρηματοδότηση των επιχειρήσεων, για να μειώσουν κατά 5% την ενεργειακή τους απόδοση. Πράγμα το οποίο πέρσι, θυμάσαι Χρήστο, στη Annual Conference, προτάθηκε και υιοθετήθηκε από την Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή και αν θέλει, έχω κάποια στοιχεία, θα τα έλεγε η Χριστίνα, που δυστυχώς δεν είναι μαζί μας, η συνάδελφος μας από το Ενεργειακό Γραφείο Κύπρου, που μπορώ να σας τα αναφέρω γιατί είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικά και θα ήθελα να τα ακούσει ο κόσμος. Αν έχουμε τον χρόνο, Σωτήρη μου, να τα πω έτσι γρήγορα.
Ναι, να πει μαζί φυσικά και με το πλαίσιο των συνεργασιών.
Το λοιπόν. Τούτον επρόκειτο για ένα συνολικό διαθέσιμο κονδύλι 9 εκατομμύρια ευρώ για όλες τις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις της Ευρώπης. Αυτό το σχέδιο στόχευε στο να εφαρμόσουν δράσεις που θα μειώσουν την κατανάλωση ενέργειας στους οργανισμούς τους κατά 5% σε σύγκριση με τα προηγούμενα χρόνια. Ο στόχος ήταν να δοθεί χρηματοδότηση τουλάχιστον σε 18 μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις σε κάθε συμμετέχουσα χώρα και να μην υπερβαίνει τα 10.000 ευρώ. Στην Κύπρο, όταν προωθήσαμε αυτό το σχέδιο, έδειξαν ενδιαφέρον 39 κυπριακές επιχειρήσεις, εκ των οποίων μόνο μία δεν επληρούσε τα κριτήρια για να αιτηθεί. Το Ενεργειακό Γραφείο Κύπρου, που είναι ο Sustainability Advisor μας, βοήθησε τις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις να τους ετοιμάσει ένα σχέδιο δράσεων που θα βοηθήσουν στη μείωση του 5% και να κάνουν την αίτησή τους στο συγκεκριμένο σύστημα. Η διαδικασία επιλογής των επιχειρήσεων ήταν τυχαία, ήταν με κλήρωση. 19 επιλέχθηκαν για να έχουν πρόσβαση βασικά σε κάποιες συγκριτικές εκθέσεις και να δουν πού στέκουν έναντι των άλλων ευρωπαϊκών επιχειρήσεων, δηλαδή μια κυπριακή επιχείρηση να ξέρει πού στέκεται στο δικό της τον τομέα σε σύγκριση με άλλες ευρωπαϊκές, και άλλες 19, εκτός που την πρόσβαση σε αυτές τις εκθέσεις, θα λάβουν και οικονομική ενίσχυση. Άρα, να πούμε ότι βοηθήσαμε 19 κυπριακές επιχειρήσεις να λάβουν 188.500 ευρώ για να κάνουν δράσεις εξοικονόμησης ενέργειας και είμαστε πάρα πολύ περήφανοι που έχουμε βοηθήσει σε αυτό το θέμα.
Συγχαρητήρια, Στάλο μου. Κάτι πολύ σημαντικό, ειδικότερα σε μια εποχή όπου η ενεργειακή απόδοση καθορίζει πολλές φορές και το στάτους μιας εταιρείας σε πολλά επίπεδα, και στο οικονομικό, αλλά και το κοινωνικό της και περιβαλλοντικό της αποτύπωμα. Πριν να πάω στο Χρήστο ξανά για να μας πει έτσι λίγο τα μελλοντικά σχέδια της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, θα ήθελα ένα λόγο από τον καθέναν από εσάς για τις κύριες προκλήσεις που αντιμετωπίζει το Enterprise Europe Network στην Κύπρο και ποιες είναι οι προσπάθειες που κάνετε για να τις αντιμετωπίσετε και πώς συνεργάζεστε με άλλους φορείς όπως το ΙΔΕΚ. Μπορώ να ξεκινήσω από την Ελπίδα.
Εντάξει, ένα από τα κύρια προβλήματα που αντιμετωπίζουμε εμείς ως Ευρωπαϊκό Γραφείο Κύπρου στο δίκτυο, και φαντάζομαι και με το interaction που έχουμε με τους υπόλοιπους οργανισμούς, είναι σίγουρα η χρηματοδότηση που καλούμαστε να βάλουμε στο δίκτυο, γιατί όντως ο χρόνος υποστήριξης μιας επιχείρησης είναι αρκετά απαιτητικός. Οι επιχειρήσεις θέλουν πλέον ποιοτική υποστήριξη, απαιτεί μια προεργασία, να συνεννοηθούμε με άλλους εταίρους κλπ. Άλλον πρόβλημα θεωρώ ότι είναι επίσης το γεγονός ότι όντως οι μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις ίσως να μην γνωρίζουν ακριβώς πώς λειτουργεί η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, πώς λειτουργούν τα ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα, έχουν απαιτήσεις από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, οι οποίες κάποτε είναι σε πιο εθνικών επίπεδων. Εκεί σε κάποιους είναι δύσκολο να εξηγήσεις ότι ξέρεις δεν υπάρχουν ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα για όλους, δεν υπάρχει υποστήριξη από την Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση για το ενοικιό σου. Εκεί ίσως να δημιουργείται και μια κακή εικόνα, ας το πούμε, χωρίς ανάλογα με τα expectations που έχει κάποιος. Έτσι ενολίγεις αυτά για να δώσω και το χρόνο στους υπόλοιπους συνεργάτες.
Σημαντικό το που λέεις, νομίζω πιο πολλοί από εμάς έχουν εμπλοκή στα ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα και πιο πολλοί από εμάς πιάνουν τους τηλέφωνο κάθε μέρα ζητώντας ο καθένας και περιμένοντας τις προσδοκίες που έχουν ότι για οτιδήποτε κάνει μια εταιρεία υπάρχει funding. Στο big picture μπορεί να υπάρχει, αλλά όταν πάει down to earth, σίγουρα εντός μου έτσι στην αρχή είναι ότι το funding υπάρχει για τομείς στους οποίους να υπάρξει και ένας κοινωνικός αντίκτυπος και ένας αντίκτυπος στην αγορά, που έχει να κάνει με το περιβάλλον, με την εξέλιξη της εταιρείας, το capacity building, που είναι σημαντικό. Είναι σημαντικό να το μεταφέρουμε το μήνυμα και ποιες είναι οι ευκαιρίες που υπάρχουν από τα ευρωπαϊκά προγράμματα. Μαρίνο.
Εγώ θα πρόσθετα ότι το θέμα του awareness raising, δηλαδή παρά τις προσπάθειες που κάνουμε για να ενημερώσουμε τον κόσμο για το ποιοι είμαστε, τι μπορούμε να προσφέρουμε, εν τούτης είναι μια πρόκληση να προσελκύσουμε νέες επιχειρήσεις. Δηλαδή, ενώ παρέχουμε δωρεάν υπηρεσίες, εν τούτης αποτελεί μεγάλη πρόκληση να τους προσελκύσουμε να έρθουν και να αποφεληθούν από αυτές τις υπηρεσίες. Οπότε, μαζί με τους συνεργάτες στο δίκτυο, προσπαθούμε, κάνουμε το μέγιστο δυνατό που μπορούμε σε θέματα επικοινωνίας για να προωθήσουμε περαιτέρω τις δραστηριότητες του δικτύου και να μπορέσουμε να προσελκύσουμε περισσότερες επιχειρήσεις.
Όπως θα λένε ο διευθυντής του ΙΣΑΙ, ο Δημήτρης, ίσως να συγχρονεύετε τις υπηρεσίες για να γίνουν πιο ελκυστικές. Στάλο μου.
Εγώ θα κλείσω με προκλήσεις, αφού είναι το καταληκτικό μας. Να κλείσω με ένα αισιόδοξο μήνυμα. Νομίζω πρέπει να εντατικοποιηθούν περισσότερο και να ενδυναμώσουμε τις συνέργειες με άλλους παίχτες του οικοσυστήματος. Ήδη έκαναμε ένα mapping, γνωρίζουμε ποιοι είναι. Θα προσπαθήσουμε να αναπτύξουμε και να ενδυναμώσουμε τις σχέσεις μαζί τους. Πρέπει οι επιχειρήσεις, προτού κάνουν οτιδήποτε, είναι σημαντική η προετοιμασία. Εμείς είμαστε εδώ για να τους βοηθήσουμε σε την προετοιμασία, γιατί το Α και το Ω, επειδή είναι η συμμόρφωση με την νομοθεσία, με τους κανονισμούς της ενιαίας αγοράς και ακολούθως θα έρθουν τα υπόλοιπα, δηλαδή η χρηματοδότηση, η επέκταση στο εξωτερικό. Άρα το Α και το Ω είναι η συμμόρφωση με την νομοθεσία για να είσαι και ανθεκτική σαν επιχείρηση και βιώσιμη. Θέλω να περάσω το μήνυμα στις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις, προτού κάνουν οτιδήποτε, είτε να εισάξουν ένα προϊόν, είτε να κάνουν μια επόμενη κίνηση, ας πάρουν τηλέφωνο να αποταθούν στο Enterprise Europe Network, να πάρουν μια συμβουλή από εμάς για να τους καθοδηγήσουμε. Ευχαριστούμε.
Αν μπορώ να προσθέσω, Σωτήρη, ένα άλλο ζήτημα που εφάνηκε, δεν ξέρω αν ο Χρήστος ήταν στο πλάνο να το αναφέρει, είναι μέσα από το reports που έβγαλε πρόσφατα για το single market, το LETA report και το report του Μάριο Τράγκη για την ανταγωνιστικότητα της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Φαίνεται ότι υπάρχει μια ανάγκη κιόλας συνεργασίας με τις ερευνητικούς φορείς. Δηλαδή, να αξιοποιούνται σωστά τα αποτελέσματα που βγαίνουν από την έρευνα, έτσι ώστε να υποφελούνται επιχειρήσεις και έτσι ώστε να γίνει η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση πιο ανταγωνιστική στις αγορές της διεθνείς. Τούτον βλέπουμε ότι προσπαθεί, αν δεν κάνω λάθος, Χρήστο, να μας διορθώσεις, η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση με διάφορα κίνητρα που αναμένεται, φαντάζομαι, να δώσει. Νομίζω ότι, ξέρω, θέλει ο Χρήστος να προσθέσει κάτι εδώ.
Θα έρθω στο Χριστό με κάτι πολλά συγκεκριμένο, actually, και συνδυάζοντας αυτά που είπετε για το κανονιστικό πλαίσιο, την νομοθεσία, τον Τράγκη. Ένα από τα πιο σημαντικά σημεία του Τράγκη ήταν η γραφειοκρατία. Και το πόσο συντηρητική είναι η Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση στην απελευθέρωση της συνεργασίας του δημόσιου τομέα με τον ιδιωτικό τομέα. Είναι κάτι το οποίο ίσως το Enterprise Europe Network να κάνει κάποιο λόμπι, κάποιες συζητήσεις μέσα από όλα που λέμε τώρα.
Έχουμε πάρα πολύ στενές επαφές με όλα τα κυβερνητικά τμήματα και εδώ θα ήθελα να τους ευχαριστήσω, διότι ανταποκρίνονται και να μας δώσουν την έγκυρη και τη σωστή πληροφόρηση για να την μεταφέρουμε στις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις και να συμβάλλουμε στην συμμόρφωση τους. Άρα εδώ, ναι, πράγματι γίνεται τούτο. Απλά
σημαντικό.
Σίγουρα η γραφειοκρατία δεν μπορεί να...
Αντιλαμβάνομαι ότι υπάρχει έναν mistrust μεταξύ δημόσιου και ιδιωτικού τομέα, ανέκαθεν, αλλά το νομίζω χτίστηκε, να μου επιτρέπετε, και μέσα από τη βαριά νομοθεσία και το βαρύ έλεγχο του κράτους πάνω στην ιδιωτική πρωτοβουλία. Κλείω το δαμέ για να πω στο Χρήστο. Μέσα που τούτα που είπαμε, Χρήστο μου, ποια είναι τα μελλοντικά σχέδια της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης για να στηρίξει τις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις και σίγουρα σε συνδυασμό μαζί με την εξαιρετική δουλειά που κάνει το Enterprise Europe Network και στην Κύπρο προφανώς, αλλά και σε όλη την Ευρώπη.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Είναι πολλά τα σημεία που έχω σημειώσει τώρα από τους υπόλοιπους συνομιλητές του πάνελ που θα ήθελα κάπως να σχολιάσω, αλλά
5 λεπτά έχουμε.
Πολύ γρήγορα να πω ότι, όπως είπα και στην αρχή, είμαστε σε μία, ας το πούμε, λίγο συναρπαστική περίοδο στην Επιτροπή, γιατί έχουμε το νέο Κολέγιο Επιτρόπων. Βέβαια, βρισκόμαστε σε ένα πολύ πρώιμο στάδιο της διαδικασίας και άρα υπάρχουν ακόμα, όχι καν αρκετές, πολλές λεπτομέρειες που πρέπει να καθοριστούν. Δηλαδή, θεωρώ ότι θα είμαστε σε καλύτερη θέση και μοίρα να απαντήσουμε με πιο συγκεκριμένο τρόπο, ίσως μετά το ετήσιο συνέδριο του EEN, που είναι στις αρχές Νοεμβρίου. Θεωρώ, λοιπόν, πως εκεί, τέλη Νοεμβρίου με αρχές Δεκεμβρίου, θα έχουμε πολύ πιο απτές διαδικασίες και πιο πρακτικά πράγματα να πούμε. Όμως, πολύ γρήγορα να πω και να αντιδράσω σε αυτά που ακούστηκαν, ότι σίγουρα μια μικρομεσαία επιχείρηση η οποία αποφασίζει, για παράδειγμα, να διεθνοποιηθεί και ξαφνικά βρίσκεται μπροστά σε ένα πραγματικά δεδαλώδες σύστημα. Αναφέρθηκε νωρίτερα, νομίζω, από τη Στάλο, το κανονιστικό πλαίσιο είναι πολύ βασικό. Υπάρχει πολύ μεγάλη σημασία που δίνεται στο compliance, στη συμμόρφωση, αλλά ταυτόχρονα το κανονιστικό αυτό πλαίσιο είναι τόσο δεδαλώδες, ακούγεται τόσο περίπλοκο για τη μικρομεσαία επιχείρηση, πολύ συχνά απογοητεύεται, δεν μπαίνει καν στη διαδικασία να διερευνήσει τι δυνατότητες χρηματοδότησης υπάρχουν για να μπορέσει να συνεχίσει και να ορθοποδήσει. Θεωρώ ότι εκεί έγκυται και η πολύ μεγάλη προστιθέμενη αξία που έχει το δίκτυο, διότι ακριβώς αυτό που είπα και στην αρχή, εμείς ερχόμαστε με την νομοθεσία, προσπαθούμε να την μεταφράσουμε σε πιο απτές διαδικασίες και δράσεις στο EN, στο δίκτυο, και από εκεί και μετά έρχονται τα μέλη του δικτύου που προσπαθούν όλες αυτές τις τρομερά περίπλοκες διαδικασίες και που οφείλω να ομολογήσω εδώ ότι η νέα Επιτροπή έχει αποφασίσει να ομαλοποιήσει, Εξού και έχουμε επίτροπο με αυτό το καθήκον στο νέο κολέγιο. Έρχονται λοιπόν τα μέλη του EEN να προσπαθήσουν αυτές τις περίπλοκες διαδικασίες να τις ερμηνεύσουν με τρόπο απλούστερο στις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις. Πολύ μεγάλο έργο, πολύ δύσκολο. Σημαίνει ότι τα μέλη του EEN γνωρίζουν πάρα πολύ καλά τις πολιτικές κατευθυντήριες γραμμές της Επιτροπής και ταυτόχρονα είναι και σε θέση να τις απλουστεύσουν για τις μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις. Είναι λοιπόν τεράστια η συνεισφορά τους και οφείλω και εγώ από την πλευρά μου και νομίζω χωρίς δεύτερη σκέψη εκπροσωπώ σε αυτό όλη μου την ομάδα στις Βρυξέλλες να ευχαριστήσουμε τα μέλη του EN για αυτήν την τεράστια προσπάθεια και το πολύ μεγάλο έργο που πραγματικά είναι άξιο επιβράβευσης. Θα έλεγα πολύ γρήγορα, χωρίς όμως πολλές λεπτομέρειες, δίνουμε πολύ μεγάλη βάση, πάλι αναφέρθηκε νωρίτερα από τους συνομιλητές, στην δικτύωση με άλλους οργανισμούς και τις συνέργειες. Έχουμε δημιουργήσει λοιπόν μία ομάδα, πέραν των πολύ κλασικών συνεργειών, έτσι όπως είναι ο Παγκόσμιος Οργανισμός Εμπορίου κτλ. Διάφορα άλλα πράγματα που έχουμε και διάφορες γενικές διευθύνσεις, η Trade, η INTPA κτλ. Έχουμε δημιουργήσει λοιπόν πέρυσι, εδώ και ένα χρόνο δηλαδή περίπου, μία ομάδα που λέγεται Friends of the EN. Είναι ανεπίσημη, που σημαίνει δεν έχουμε πολύ αυστηρά deliverables. Παρόλα αυτά, παράγει πολύ σημαντικό έργο. Δυστυχώς, από δικό μου λάθος, είχα την εντύπωση ότι με τη συγκεκριμένη ομάδα που έχουμε συνάντηση προηγείται του φόρουμ, τελικά έπεται του φόρουμ, είναι την επόμενη εβδομάδα. Θα είχα να σας δώσω πολύ απτά παραδείγματα συνεργειών με τους οργανισμούς. Τα μέλη που συμμετέχουν σε αυτούς τους οργανισμούς, που είναι λίγο πιο εξωτερικοί stakeholders για μας στην Grow, είναι για παράδειγμα το Eurosambre, είναι το Trade Promotion Europe, είναι η ΣΥΝΕΑ. Να αναφέρω δηλαδή απλά έτσι δειγματοληπτικά. Είναι το European Exhibition Industry Alliance, είναι το European Clusters Collaboration Platform, το λεγόμενο ECCP. Είναι δηλαδή πρωτοβουλίες, projects της Επιτροπής. Εξωτερικοί διάφοροι οργανισμοί και ενώσεις, όπως είναι το Trade Promotion Europe, που εκπροσωπεί τα Trade Promotion Organizations των κρατών μελών. Εξ όσων γνωρίζω, η Κύπρος συμμετέχει σε αυτό, για παράδειγμα. Τέτοιοι οργανισμοί, ενώσεις, projects, initiatives, όπως θέλετε τα λέμε, συμμετέχουν σε αυτή την ομάδα και εκεί προσπαθούμε να κάνουμε identify των πιθανών συνεργειών που θα βοηθήσουν και θα βελτιώσουν και τις εργασίες του δικτύου μας, αλλά και που εμείς θα μεταφέρουμε ως τεχνογνωσία και best practices στους οργανισμούς αυτούς. Είναι μια πολύ σημαντική ομάδα, έχει απτά αποτελέσματα. Θα είχα περισσότερο, όπως σας είπα, την επόμενη εβδομάδα, αλλά δυστυχώς οι ημερομηνίες δεν ευόδωσαν.
Να τα ξαναπούμε την επόμενη εβδομάδα, Χρήστο.
Συγγνώμη?
Να τα ξαναπούμε την επόμενη εβδομάδα, λέω.
Θα τα ξαναπούμε, ναι, σίγουρα. Δεν ξέρω με το χρόνο μας εδώ.
Ναι, νομίζω είμαστε οριακά. Άρα, ναι, ίσως να τα ξαναπούμε την επόμενη εβδομάδα. Αλλά είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Δύο πράγματα που κρατώ είναι το ότι δημιουργάται μια περιφερειακή, ας το πούμε, υποστήριξη στο EN με τους φίλους του EN, που είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Και το δεύτερο είναι οι συνέργειες με οργανισμούς κλειδιά, μεταξύ αυτών, αν μου επιτρέπεις, θέλω να πω, είναι και το ΕΣΥ, το Δίκτυο Ευρωπαίων Επιχειρηματιών και Καινοτόμων Εταιριών, το οποίο συντονίζει το CSI. Ευχαριστούμε το EN για την συνεργασία, την υποστήριξη και όλες τις συνεργίες που έχουμε κάνει μέχρι τώρα. Περιμένουμε να υπογράψουμε το MOU σύντομα.
Σίγουρα σε
για το EN και τον ΕΣΥ. Κλείνοντας όμως, να δώσω στον κάθε ομιλητή έτσι 30 δευτερόλεπτα για ένα καταληκτικό σχόλιο. Εκτός αν έχουμε κάποια ερώτηση από το ακροατήριο, κάποιο σχόλιο, κάποια παρέμβαση. Έχουμε παρέμβαση του λεπτού. Αν παραπάνω. Αλλά Δημήτρη, θέλει να ρωτήσεις κάτι. Μπορεί να ρωτήσεις κάτι και να απαντήσει ο καθένας στο καταληκτικό του σχόλιο.
Δύο πράγματα που δεν τα άκουσα. Ολοκληρώνουμε είμαστε
ακούοντας κάποια από τα θέματα που υπάρχουν και ξέροντας, νομίζω υπάρχουν δύο εύκολα adjustments. Anyway. Δύο εύκολα adjustments. Το ένα είναι ότι εάν συγκρίνουμε με χώρες οι οποίες είναι πιο ανταγωνιστικές, παραδείγματος χάρη όπως η Αμερική, ή θα βάλω και την Κίνα μέσα, που είναι ανταγωνιστική για διαφορετικούς λόγους. Νομίζω η Ευρώπη είναι πιο κοντά στην Αμερική. Στην Αμερική αφήνουν τα businesses να κάνουν και μετά they legislate. Στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, we legislate to death και ύστερα θέλουν τις εταιρείες να κάνουν. Όταν μιλούμε ότι ένα τεράστιο ποσοστό των εταιρεών στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση είναι μικρομεσαίες επιχειρήσεις της τάξης των 10 ατόμων, δεν έχουν τα οικονομικά resources ή άλλα resources για να κάνουν οτιδήποτε. Άρα πρέπει οπωσδήποτε να το κάνουμε πιο εύκολο να μπορεί κάποιος να δοκιμάσει πράγματα. Αν για να δοκιμάσω πρέπει να φάω όλο το budget που έχω, θα το δοκιμάσω. Διότι δεν είμαστε ούτε risk averse στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση. Το δεύτερο σημείο είναι για το εκπαιδευτικό σύστημα. Tertiary education, πανεπιστήμια. Ξανά πάω στην Αμερική. Στην Αμερική είναι υποχρεωμένοι οι καθηγητές των πανεπιστημίων, αν θέλουν να έχουν καλά evaluations, να κάνουν τρία πράγματα. Να είναι καλοί δάσκαλοι, καλοί καθηγητές, να κάνουν καλή έρευνα και να έχουν connection με το business community, να κάνουν consulting. Εντάξει. Εμείς απαγορεύουμε το consulting. Πώς θα κάνω connection με το ακαδημαϊκό ίδρυμα όταν του απαγορεύει του καθηγητή ή βάζει του τόσα limitations να μπορέσει να δουλέψει μαζί μου για να κάνω εκείνο που θέλω ή εκείνο που I envision to do. Μόνο τα δύο πράγματα, υπάρχουν πολλά.
Ευχαριστούμε, Δημήτρη. Πολλά σημαντικά σημεία. Πάλι σημεία τα οποία βγαίνουν μέσα από τις εμπειρίες και του Δημήτρη φυσικά, αλλά και των επιχειρήσεων που δουλεύουν στην πραγματική αγορά. Πολύ, πολύ γρήγορα, γιατί πιάνω διάφορα σήματα. 10 δευτερόλεπτα ο καθένας. Ένα γεια, ευχαριστούμε, ήταν τέλεια και προχωρούμε.
Πράγματι, ευχαριστούμε που μας δόθηκε ευκαιρία να σας συγχαρούμε και το Cyprus Forum, τους διοργανωτές. Εγώ θα πω ότι όσοι ενδιαφέρεστε, χρειάζεστε στήριξη, βοήθεια, να επισκεφτείτε στο σελίδα του Enterprise Group Network Κύπρου. Από εκεί υπάρχει φόρμα που μπορείτε να αιτηθείτε και κάποιος σύμβουλος του Enterprise Europe Network θα αποταθεί κοντά σας και θα ακολουθήσει τη διαδικασία που είχε αναφέρει η Ελπίδα, να γίνει η αξιολόγηση των αναγκών σας για να μπορέσουμε να σας ετοιμάσουμε το σχέδιο δράσης σας για να εξυπηρετηθείτε. Δημήτρη, ναι, να προσθέσω μια πρωτοβουλία του Enterprise Europe Network με το Πανεπιστήμιο Κύπρου. Τον άλλο μήνα θα ξεκινήσουμε να κάνουμε ένα workshop προς φοιτητές του Πανεπιστημίου Κύπρου που θα αιτηθούν στο διαγωνισμό επιχειρηματικότητας για να τους ενημερώσουμε για τις υπηρεσίες του Enterprise Europe Network και μέσα από αυτές να τους βοηθήσουμε στο πώς πρέπει να αναπτύξουν σωστά μια επιχείρηση για να είναι βιώσιμη και ανθεκτική και ανταγωνιστική. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Ευχαριστώ, Εστάλο μου, Μαρίνο.
Εγώ θα καταλήξω στο να τονίσω την προστιθέμενη αξία του δικτύου, που είναι η συνεργασία μεταξύ των εταίρων. Ο κάθε ένας εξειδικεύεται σε ένα διαφορετικό πεδίο, παρέχει τις δικές του υπηρεσίες, αλλά παραπέμπουμε τους πελάτες μας και στους υπόλοιπους φορείς του δικτύου για να μπορέσουν να λάβουν μια ολοκληρωμένη γκάμα υπηρεσιών.
Ευχαριστώ και εγώ με τη σειρά μου. Να προσθέσω και εγώ σε αυτό που αναφέρει ο Δημήτρης, ότι και εμείς έχουμε αναγνωρίσει το πρόβλημα της επένδυσης των μικρομεσαίων επιχειρήσεων και είναι κάτι που και εμείς το μεταφέρουμε παρακάτω. Όπως είπαν και οι συνάδελφοι, αναμένουμε τις επιχειρήσεις να επικοινωνήσουν μαζί μας. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
Thank you. Χρήστο μου, πολύ πολύ γρήγορα.
Πολύ γρήγορα λοιπόν από μένα. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την πρόσκληση, για το φόρουμ. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ το πάνελ και το συντονιστή μας. Πολύ γρήγορα να αναφερθώ, πάρα πολύ γρήγορα. Ίσα-ίσα να πω 2-3 πράγματα. Με βάση τις νέες πολιτικές κατευθυντήριες γραμμές της Επιτροπής, αναμένουμε και ελπίζω ότι έτσι θα γίνει διευκόλυνση των επιχειρήσεων και στην διαδικασία εμβάθυνσης της ενιαίας αγοράς. Πολύ σημαντικό. Τοποθέτηση της έρευνας και της καινοτομίας στο επίκεντρο της οικονομίας, για το σχόλιο που αναφέρθηκε νωρίτερα σε σχέση με τα πανεπιστήμια. Και επίσης, επίτευξη μεγαλύτερης ανταγωνιστικότητας. Draghi και Letta Reports αναφέρθηκαν νωρίτερα από τους συνομιλητές μου στο πάνελ. Σκοπεύουμε όσο μπορούμε αυτά να τα χρησιμοποιήσουμε, τις συστάσεις δηλαδή που προέκυψαν, όσο μπορούμε περισσότερο να τις εναρμονίσουμε με τις πολιτικές κατευθυντήριες γραμμές που έχουμε από την Επιτροπή. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Ευχαριστώ όλους που μας παρακολούθησαν, το πάνελ, παιδιά. Εξαιρετικά. Καλή συνέχεια σε όλους στα επόμενα εργασίες του Cyprus Forum φυσικά και στις δικές σας.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Moving to our next discussion, a panel on migration. Moving to our next discussion, a panel on migration. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated to meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change.
Το επόμενο αρχεύει 4:30, είναι στο έχουμε μια ώρα.
Έχει λίγο delay, εγώ να λέει, να μην το δει.
From a research point of view.
Let me show you how the mic works. So now the mic is closed. So if you hold it continuously.
Hold it, hold it.
No, it's open. So if you hold it continuously, it opens. Okay. Let me show you. Okay. So now it's closed.
Closed, yeah.
If you hold it.
Now it's open.
And yeah. And then open. And then you don't need to hold it. If you want to mute it, just press the button. Press it again. Okay.
Does this work? This works, okay. works. Thank you very much, everyone, to our session today. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Today we're going to be talking about ensuring safety and dignity in migration, a human rights approach. We have the honor of having a wonderful panel of international female leaders in the area of human rights. And what we're seeing globally at the moment is a crisis. At the moment, we have over 120 million people being forcibly displaced because of war, conflict, persecution, human rights violations, and climate change or related disasters. This is the highest number ever on record that we've had of people being displaced. Today, we will explore current collaborative solutions and recommendations for innovative courses of actions through a human rights and survivor-centered perspective with the aim of reducing vulnerability and exploitation of migrant populations, especially women and children, and fostering the safe integration of migrants in society. We're beginning this session with a speech by Siobhan Mullally. Professor Siobhan is the UN Special Rapporteur on Trafficking in Human Beings, especially women and children, reporting both to the UN Human Rights Council and the UN General Assembly. Siobhan is the established professor of human rights law and director of the Irish Centre for Human Rights at the School of Law, University of Galway. From 2012 until 2018, she was a member of the Council of Europe of Experts on Trafficking Against Human Beings, GRETA, elected as president of GRETA from 2016 to 2018, and the first vice president from 2014 to 2018. We have Professor Mullally with us online. Can we connect her, please? Yes, thank you. Just give us a moment, please. Yep.
Hello, good afternoon. Can I just confirm you can hear me okay?
We can hear you. Thank you so much for being, we can see you too. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Good afternoon, good morning. I'm joining you from the UN, where I'm just presenting at the moment. So I'm very happy to be able to join virtually. Excellencies, distinguished guests and panelists, thank you for this opportunity to speak at the Cyprus Forum and specifically to address the issue of migration and trafficking in persons in the context of migration, which is one of the priority areas of work of my UN mandate as Special Rapporteur. As UN Special Rapporteur, I serve in an independent capacity. I report to the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva and to the United Nations in New York, to the General Assembly. One of the priority areas of work has been to address the risk of trafficking in persons for all purposes of exploitation in the context of migration and mixed movements. This has been an area of work since I was appointed in 2020. And in that context, I have engaged with the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration and the Global Compact on Refugees and the review processes in relation to the Global Compact on Migration and the Global Refugee Forum, the second of which was held in December in Geneva. And at the Global Refugee Forum, I launched the first ever pledge linking trafficking in persons to refugee movements and issues of refugee protection. And this was quite significant in that the pledge called on all states to strengthen their actions, first and foremost, to prevent trafficking in the context of refugee movements and to ensure effective access to asylum and other forms of international protection for refugees who were victims of trafficking. I should also note that I was recently elected as chair of the first ever platform established within the UN context on the rights of refugees. And that brings together international and regional mechanisms to focus specifically on the rights of refugees. As the chair said in her opening comments, we are in a context of record numbers globally, forcibly displaced, and increasing migration and movements in the context of climate change, conflict, and serious violations of human rights. So the platform of independent experts on refugee rights is attempting to address what we see as a concern in terms of a rollback around protection of the right to seek and enjoy asylum from persecution, to protect against refoulement, which is forced returns to a situation where there is a serious risk of persecution or other serious human rights violations, and to ensure access to sustainable livelihoods for refugees with a priority focus on issues of gender and rights of the child. As I know, the Cyprus Forum is closely linked with the discussions around the Sustainable Development Goals. I should note also that we've issued statements and engaged very directly with the recently adopted Pact for the Future, highlighting the linkages between migration, forced displacement, ending trafficking in persons and ensuring protection of the rights of refugees, and realising the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly around just and fair conditions of work, gender equality, rights of the child, ensuring safe migration, combating the negative impacts of climate change, and ensuring peace and justice institutions that meet the requirements of human rights and rule of law. And just yesterday, I was launching a new study with the Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Children and Armed Conflict, which looks at the links between trafficking in persons and grave violations against children in armed conflict situations. And we know that those contexts give rise to increased forced migration, particularly of children and young people. On the topic of migration, as UN Special Rapporteur, I've presented a number of reports to the UN Human Rights Council with recommendations to states for action, particularly with regard to migration. On climate change and displacement, I focused on the gendered impacts, particularly for women with less control over natural resources and decision-making, and highlighted the importance of planned measures to ensure safe relocation, including, where required, migration opportunities. In 2023, I presented to the Human Rights Council on the intersections between trafficking in persons and refugee protection. And here this highlighted that asylum seekers and refugees may also be victims of trafficking and have a right to seek asylum, but also as refugees and asylum seekers, they may become at risk of trafficking in the countries of destination and transit because of family separation, breakdown of community supports, lack of access to work or to regular work, as well as vulnerability arising from their migration situation and the context within host communities. I also pointed out that there is a right to seek asylum and to recognise the connections between trafficking in persons as a form of persecution and the right to enjoy and seek asylum. I also, in 2024, presented a report to the Human Rights Council on interception at sea and the obligations that arise on all maritime actors, including states, to ensure protection of those at risk, and in particular with regard to victims of trafficking, to identify those who may be victims of trafficking and ensure assistance and protection and referral pathways. That means disembarkation to a place of safety, which must be able to ensure protection against forced returns and assistance to those who are victims of trafficking. In the context of migration, we know that people may become vulnerable to exploitation in the workplace, sexual exploitation, including in hospitality, in other industries and sectors. in domestic work, and there is a gender dimension to that. And it is critically important that states ensure that labour inspectorates are properly resourced to check places of work, including agricultural settings, including domestic work, including in the hospitality sector, all areas where there may be a heavy dependency on migrant workers who may be in a vulnerable situation and at risk of exploitation. We also need to recognise the intersections of gender, race and ethnicity, knowing that that may increase vulnerability. And I want to highlight that it is a positive obligation on states to identify those who are at risk of exploitation and to ensure access to protection. Globally, we know that victims of trafficking are often not identified or have to self-identify and may not be believed. But it is, in fact, a positive obligation on the state, an obligation recognised under European human rights law, the Council of Europe Anti-Trafficking Convention, as well as the European Convention on Human Rights. To conclude, I just want to note that in particular, children, unaccompanied and asylum-seeking children may be particularly at risk. Migrant children who are unaccompanied or separated from their families, or even where with their families, may be at serious risk of exploitation. And here we need to ensure that the focus is on child protection, child rights, and that the core principles of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which of course Cyprus has ratified, are recognised: non-discrimination and best interests of the child. So rather than focusing on the migration status of the child, we need to ensure that the child, all children, are protected regardless of race or ethnicity or migration status or gender. And that is critical to ensuring protection against trafficking in persons. When children age out into adulthood, as young adults, they may also be particularly vulnerable. And during that period, they may be at heightened risk, again, of exploitation. And that's where we need to ensure that host communities and states accept a shared responsibility, one that is shared globally, to receive those who are seeking asylum, to ensure pathways to regular, safe migration, which is the best way to avoid pushing people into dangerous journeys and becoming at risk of exploitation. So those are my opening comments. Thank you for this opportunity to address the Cyprus Forum and to participate in this panel. Over to you. Thank you.
Professor Milari, thank you very much for being with us today. We very much appreciate it. Thank you. I'd now like to come to our panel here, and I'll start by introducing the panelists, and then the format for today. We're going to have 2 rounds of questions, and then an opportunity to engage and have an interactive conversation with you in the audience. So our first panelist is Ambassador Anke Schlimm. Ambassador Schlimm has been serving as ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to Cyprus since August 2021. Previously, she was head of the Department for Domestic Public Diplomacy and International Criminal Law at the Federal Foreign Office. She has also held posts at the German embassies in Beijing, Tel Aviv, and Pretoria. Ambassador Schlimm has a legal background, having studied law at the universities of Bonn, Geneva, and Freiburg. Thank you for being with us. Then we have Dr. Nasia Hadjiorgiou, who's the Deputy Head of School of Law, Assistant Professor in Transitional Justice and Human Rights. We went through the title and I got a word wrong, so it's a private joke. Dr. Hadjiorgiou has an LLB with distinction from University College and has an LLM from University of Cambridge and her PhD from King's College London. And her research focuses on the protection of human rights in ethnically divided societies. And she's the author of the monograph, Protecting Human Rights and Building Peace in Post-Violent Societies. Our next speaker is Mine Yücel, who is the director of Prologue Consulting. Mine has a double major in mathematics and economics from the States, and then has a master's degree in international relations. She has worked as a lecturer in Girne American University before she founded Prolog Consulting, which is a consulting and research company. She has also founded the Center for Migration, Identity and Rights Studies, which is a think tank. Under the umbrella of her consulting company, she carries out research on many topics such as the Cyprus problem, human trafficking, human rights, democracy, transparency, and corruption. In 2007, she was chosen to be one of the 100 courageous women worldwide by the US State Department, and in 2019 was awarded the Point of Light Award by the UK. It's an honor to have you with us. And last but not least, I have the honor and pleasure of introducing you to Irene Che. Irene Che is the chair of the newly established Cyprus Survivors of Trafficking Advisory Council. We are very proud that we are the first country in the EU to establish a council with the very dedicated support of OSCE, ODIHR, and the International Survivors of Trafficking Advisory Council. Irene has been in Cyprus since 2018. She's from Cameroon. She studied social management science, and her academic background, as well as her experience as a refugee from Cameroon, fuels her passion for empowering migrant women, vulnerable groups, survivors of trafficking, who she offers leadership training and workshops to. She is also EU project officer and cultural mediator at Synthesis Center for Research and Education. So I have spoken a lot. Now it's going to be over to you. I would like to pose my first question to Ambassador Schlim. Could you tell us a little bit about the situation in Germany and migration? What is the situation? Is Germany facing a migration crisis? And in regard to Cyprus, how do you assess the situation of irregular migration in Cyprus? Have there been any improvements in handling the situation? And what, in your opinion, are the main challenges? Thank you. Do you want this one?
Thank you very much for having me. I think this is the first time ever here in Cyprus that I'm sitting on a panel with only women, which is which is really new, because you might know that we have a feminist foreign minister who always calls our attention to the composition of panels, and we are asked to make sure that there is enough women. So I can report today there are enough. I'm happy to be here. It's my second time at the Cyprus Forum, and thank you for the questions. I would indeed like to start to give you an idea of where Germany is standing when it comes to migration policy, and maybe against the background that here in Cyprus I hear from a lot of asylum seekers that they don't want to come to Cyprus, but in fact they would like to come to Germany. You hear that a lot, that they get stuck here in Cyprus, and for different reasons their final destination would be Germany. So why is that? Possibly it goes back to 2015, when our then Chancellor Angela Merkel proposed a policy whereby she said, wir schaffen das. Wir schaffen das, meaning we will manage to welcome refugees and asylum seekers. That was the political message that she sent. And since then, we have seen since 2015 a huge influx of migrants to Germany. I have the figure to give you an idea. Today, we have a population of about 82, 83 million, and of those, there is 3.17 million people looking for protection in Germany. Of those, the biggest group is Syrians, 712,000. Then, of course, people from Afghanistan, 323,000, Iraq, 200,000, and I will not touch on that, almost 1 million people from Ukraine, which is a separate and different topic. So those are the main groups in Germany, and you can imagine that our country has tried to offer integration. Integration is something that is important in our migration policy. Once those that have come to Germany and are accepted as asylum seekers, we try to offer language courses, we try to offer opportunities in the job market, but you can also imagine that this is not easy when the structure in the communities changes, the composition of school classes changes. We face basically the main challenges, like here also in Cyprus. Now, I really do it very roughly to give you an idea where we are in Germany, and I would come then to Cyprus. I think what we have witnessed recently is what I would call a turning point possibly in our migration policy. It was in the international news that there was an attack by a Syrian national who looked for protection in Germany. He killed 3 people during a town festivity in Solingen. And this was a Syrian who had supposedly, he was supposed to have been returned. He was on a status whereby he would have needed to be returned, and the authorities in Germany, for whatever reason, he had still been staying in Germany and committed that crime. Now, this incident happened against the background of upcoming elections in 3 of the Eastern German states. And just as here in Cyprus, the right-wing parties, Elam, is on the rise, in Germany we have the Alternative für Deutschland, the right-wing party, and they also against this background, they are gearing up support, and they did very well in these state elections in East Germany. And since then, the government is faced and asked to implement or propose a more restrictive policy. So almost and this policy changed is of course also been taken up by the opposition party. We have elections next year, so migration is a hot political question, and the leader of the opposition came up with very concrete proposals, some of them possibly not implementable, like for example returns to Afghanistan. We don't work together with the Taliban in Afghanistan, so how can you possibly agree on returns? Nevertheless, by this incident, by the political debate, the coalition proposed a pact for security. Is that right? Security? Yeah, pact for security. I look at my law intern at the at the embassy, who helped me in the research. A pact for security, and And the government came up with concrete actions, meaning that convicted criminals, Afghans, were returned to Afghanistan, not directly, but via third mediators. But what counted and what was important was that the question of returns, and especially returns of convicted criminals, was implemented, and that was a very forceful sign. The other measure, main measure that was proposed, you might have heard about it, Germany introduced border controls again within the EU. Border controls, we had done so already in preparation for UEFA, for the Football World Championship, and these border controls were prolonged, not Luxembourg, Poland, France, Austria, they were not happy about these controls. And I would like to stress that these border controls that target especially trafficking and groups that are smuggling migrants to Germany are measures that are temporary, but it shows that Germany is there to change, under enormous pressure to change its welcoming policy towards more restrained policy. And again, maybe I cite one quote by our Minister of the Interior, and she said, "We will have to manage and organize migration much more effectively than we have done in the past." Managing more effectively means more returns, more deterrence, possibly less social integration policy. Cyprus, I've been here for 3 years and watching and following the migration situation here in Cyprus closely. In the first years, 21 and 22, I think the situation was marked by those migrants that they call the fake students, coming through Istanbul, Ercan, to the to the Turkish Cypriot side of the island. I have numbers of 23,000 applicants per year, and then of course once they are in the north, they go through the Green Line, they come to the Republic, they end up in Cornaro. Cornaro 22 was full. I think Cornaro has a capacity of about 1,500. At the moment, it's pretty, you will talk more about that. At one point, there were over 2,000 migrants in Cornaro, as far as I understand it. And since then, we witnessed Nicosia, the former interior minister, with a very harsh rhetoric and approach, proposing of building a fence on the Green Line, proposing more returns, also proposing more deterrence, and in one aspect possibly, if you can call it successful in that context, he managed to really, the government, the Cyprus government managed to reduce the applications of those fake students, mostly from African countries, including your country, home country, Cameroon, Nigeria, Democratic Republic of Congo. I see that the numbers have gone down dramatically. And to the credit of the then Minister of Interior, I see that a lot was done in speeding up asylum procedures. This is on the plus side. A lot was done on returns, sometimes called voluntary. We can discuss on that. But what we witness, what we see is a is a clear reduction. And I come to the end. I see my time is coming. What we face now, and that will be a big challenge, is a new challenge of migrations, especially from Lebanon, Syrians there. And there, again, a lot of proposals by the Cyprus government when it comes to safe zones in Syria, or how to manage those irregular flows. I leave it with a hi. Good to see. I leave it at that. No, I have to have one last sentence. What we shouldn't forget in the whole discussion, and my government puts an emphasis on that, that we have to distinguish between irregular migration and legal migration. Germany is in need of skilled workforce, so we have put on programs to attract more skilled people. We are putting a lot of emphasis on that, and the distinction between legal migration, skilled workforce, and irregular migration becomes more and more important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now moving on to Dr. Hadjiorgiou, who's going to be speaking more about what we're seeing happening in Cyprus. Can you tell us more about the legal status of the buffer zone, and in particular who has responsibility for the area? And on the basis of your experience in EU and international law, what are the legal rights of asylum seekers? And in particular, what difficulties are we seeing in terms of enforcing these rights in practice in the buffer zone at the moment? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Is it working? Yeah? Okay. So just to add a couple of points to what the ambassador was saying, at some point, Cornaro was at 300% capacity. So there were 3 times more asylum seekers in Cornaro than what the camp could hold. To go to Katerina's questions, essentially there are 3 questions here. Let's start with the first one. What is the legal basis of the buffer zone? What is happening there and who has responsibility? Under international and EU law, if you exclude the sovereign base areas, Cyprus is divided into 2, the areas that are under the effective control of the Republic of Cyprus and the areas that are not under the effective control of the Republic of Cyprus. So the south and the north. Most people think that the buffer zone is this no man's land in between. That is technically incorrect. The buffer zone is part of the area that is under the effective control of the Republic. So technically speaking, and I appreciate that this is politically controversial, but I'm talking as a lawyer, legally speaking, the buffer zone is not different to downtown Limassol, right? It's the same thing. There's one exception, the fact that neither Greek Cypriots nor Turkish Cypriots are allowed to bring military in the buffer zone. Also, the police is operating in the buffer zone, but without uniforms. So to go to the question of what legal responsibilities does the Republic of Cyprus have in the buffer zone, the answer is it has exactly the same legal responsibilities that it would have anywhere else in the Republic. In the same way it has to protect human rights here, it has to protect human rights there. The second question that I was asked was, what are the rights of asylum seekers? Just to explain from the outset, asylum seekers are people who are at risk of being killed or facing human rights violations in their own countries. So the main right that an asylum seeker has is if they find themselves in a country other than their own, they can apply for asylum, meaning that they cannot be returned back to their country until their application is processed. Crucially, this right to remain in the country that is not their own until their application is processed exists whether they entered the country regularly or irregularly, whether they have a visa or not. And in the case of Cyprus, whether they entered through Larnaca International Airport or whether they entered by small boat or whether they crossed the buffer zone. It doesn't make a difference. To go to the last question that I was asked, what are the practical difficulties that asylum seekers are facing in the buffer zone? The answer is that they are physically stopped from crossing the buffer zone and into the areas that are under the effective control of the Republic proper. So in other words, crossing the checkpoint that is closer to the south, which is where they need to actually go in order to submit their asylum applications. So they are physically stopped from submitting asylum applications, which is a problem because whether they are here or whether they're in the buffer zone, since the buffer zone is part of the Republic of Cyprus, they are already entitled to asylum in the Republic of Cyprus. So we have what the UN has called pushbacks on land. Rather, right, we are keeping the asylum seekers away from the place where they can apply for asylum physically, which denies them basically all the rights that emanate from that.
Thank you very much, Nasia. I'm going to, because we're a bit pressed for time, I'm going to proceed to the next question for you, which is, have we seen cases in the past in which asylum seekers have been stranded in the buffer zone? And if so, what lessons can we glean? What recommendations would you advise moving forward in relation to these particular asylum seekers? Thank you.
Yes, there are a few examples of people who were stranded in the buffer zone. I think the most profile one, or at least the one that first comes to my mind, was this case of 4 asylum seekers a few years back who had been stranded in the buffer zone for months. Just to give you some background information, the reason they are stranded in the buffer zone is because they have left the north and they're not allowed to go back, but they have not yet entered the south. So they're stuck in this in-between place. So these 4 asylum seekers were stuck in the north for months. The Pope came to Cyprus for a state visit. He found out what was happening to them, and he rescued them by taking them with him to the Vatican. That was not the last time we had asylum seekers. Currently, there are about 50 asylum seekers stuck in the buffer zone. And there are negotiations with the Republic of Cyprus as to when to allow them to cross, and if they allow them to cross. So would you like me to draw some lessons from that now?
If you can quickly, yes, please.
Yes. So ultimately, there are 3 lessons to be drawn. The first one is that the international obligations of the Republic of Cyprus are clear and they are straightforward. The second one is that the Republic of Cyprus insists that international law is respected on the island, and it insists doubly that international law is protected in the buffer zone because it has demands that Turkey complies with international law in the buffer zone as well. It is at the very least hypocritical to demand that others comply with international law, especially in the buffer zone, when it is ignoring its own obligations. We know that the Republic of Cyprus will comply with international law, not least because there's nothing else it can do. It cannot leave the asylum seekers there forever. So at some point, it will allow the asylum seekers to cross. We know that because in July, the Republic of Cyprus told these people, you're never crossing. And today, in October, we are very close to an agreement as to when they can cross. So international law will be respected. The Republic of Cyprus might as well do it gracefully rather than kicking and screaming. Okay?
Thank you very much for that powerful message, Nasia. Now, moving on to Mine. We know that migrant groups are very susceptible to being exploited and being trafficked. In your experience, can you tell us how extensive the problem of human trafficking is in the north today? What types of trafficking are you witnessing in the north? Thank you.
Sure, thanks. Thank you very much, and apologies to those who are going to hear this for the 18th year from me about trafficking in the north. Even my parents don't listen to me anymore when I talk about trafficking. I started doing research on trafficking in the Turkish Cypriot community since 2006. And the first study I did was basically in sex trafficking in the nightclubs. For those who don't know, there's a legislation on nightclubs and such entertainment places that basically determines the regime on nightclubs. And through that legislation, it basically turns into trafficking. So it's trafficking by the state, basically. The women who come here on a 6-month visa, they're taken directly to the hospital for checks on sexually transmitted diseases. And for those who don't know, prostitution is illegal in the north. So they're taken into the nightclubs, getting checked for STDs, and getting locked up in the nightclubs. And they get regular health checks every week. But there's no prostitution, but somehow there are sexual services involved in the nightclubs. Nightclubs are places with high walls around them, with guards and iron bars on the windows. And these women, they basically travel to the hospital for regular health checks or sometimes to go shopping in buses with a cell phone number on the bus, so you can actually order the woman when they're traveling in the bus, right? Before our research, there was only one report in the Turkish Cypriot community that said these women are there on their own will, and there's no trafficking. It's an industry, and they're sex workers, basically. So through interviews in the nightclubs, we established that these women, although there might be consent when they come and they know what they're doing, some don't. Some are taken here as dancers, as restaurant workers, whatever, and they realize what they're going to be doing, or they come here willingly that they're going to be performing sexual services, but the conditions that they're in the nightclubs and this regime that the state creates actually turns it into trafficking. So after the first report, we went on to look at labor trafficking. We interviewed people from the construction sector, the cleaning sector, etc. And again, through legislation, the employment legislation basically says that no one can act as agents for finding jobs for people except for the state. But we have consulting companies, just like mine, that actually bring in foreign workers into the country. They have catalogs that you can choose from. I like his face, I like her face, I like her figures, whatever. And I ordered 3 from this and 4 from this to my sector of employment. I get the, what we call slaves. I pick their passports away from them. And by the way, in the nightclubs, the police takes the passports away from the women who work in nightclubs. In other sectors, the boss takes the passports away from them. There's forced labor, there's debt bondage, there's payment at the end of your contract period so that you cannot run away, basically. They are basically kept in horrible living conditions, sometimes locked up. They can't talk to anyone, basically, or they don't even know the language. And if they go to the police, they're taken back to the boss. Then we went on to the agriculture sector. We interviewed seasonal workers in the agricultural sector. Now it's a huge problem because one journalist realized after 7 years that we produced this report that there's indeed a problem in the seasonal workers as well. Agricultural workers, they're brought in here. Usually it used to be Turkish agricultural workers, mostly Kurdish actually. So they could be exploited further if they're Kurdish. But now it's people from Bangladesh, Pakistan, other countries. They're living in horrible conditions. They're not getting paid. It's awful. That was year 2017. And in year 2018, basically, I started looking into the university sector and what goes on there, whether there's trafficking there. And basically, you can see, first of all, agents are a huge problem. They lie to prospective students to bring them here. They say, you're going to an EU country. Of course, they come to the north, and they're like, where's the EU? They tell them, you're going to be getting paid euros. There are so many jobs. You know, you can work and study, no problem. You're going to be getting scholarships. They come here, and they realize, no. I'm not getting a scholarship. I need to pay for my dorm, which they never told me. So they have to work. So they're very easily exploited. That's the better picture. The worst picture is there are actually agents who act, who are actually a lot of them are from Africa, sad to say, and they are the traffickers. So they bring the students to a university, or now we have schools, we have 30-some universities, I don't know the number. Some of them are just like one apartment room, not even a building. They bring in students, but we have, I think, hundreds of other training schools, like training for beauty, whatever they call them. So you bring in these students, but these African traffickers, they traffic the students directly into an apartment where they force them into sexual services, basically. And there's a lot of, like, through Nigerian traffickers, there's a lot of black magic used to keep them by force. So, like, they do black magic to make them stay and not run away, that kind of stuff, which is, you know, beyond imagination. So, yes, there's that as well. I know I'm running out of time, so I'll wait for the rest.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Irene, in your experience, you've been in Cyprus since 2018. What are the drivers, the main drivers behind migration? And what factors contribute to rendering migrant populations, especially women, particularly vulnerable to exploitation and trafficking?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. So yes, I think so. So for me, I think that some of the main reasons why people tend to migrate, especially for those in my country, is the current crisis going on. I'm from Cameroon, by the way. So we have been having a crisis for the past 6 to 7 years, and that has caused a lot of people to migrate out of the country due to the violence going on, the fear and persecution that comes from the government, especially for those who are protesting against the government. So with the whole crisis happening for these past years, it has caused a lot of people looking for every means and every opportunity to leave the country just because they want to survive. Just imagine a situation where you sleep at night and you keep hearing gunshots coming out from all over the place. So everyone wants to be able to be in an environment where they feel safe. So right now, it's the right time for them to, whatever thing that is being said by anyone of a traveling line, they embrace it because it's the best way for them to leave the violence happening. And secondly, there is this false hope that comes from travel agents, like you mentioned. A lot of them have come up with the whole idea of there are a lot of opportunities out there. And if you can travel using this line, going through this school, it has encouraged a lot of people to embark on the whole migration journey, which some of these stories are not real because we come with the whole notion of we are coming to study, but at the end of the day, it's not what we have been promised. So because of the false hope that is being given by this agent, by these traffickers, by friends as well, because sometimes we have friends who are out here and they're like, come to Cyprus, come here, it's better here than being back home. So there is this false hope that is being given onto us, and we are being forced with this whole idea of it's better to be here than being back home. And that pushes us to migrate out of our countries. Then economic factors as well. Poverty, there's a lot of hunger happening in most countries right now, especially in my country. A lot of businesses have been destroyed, so people find it so difficult to survive. So everyone is trying to look for where they can have a greener pasture, a better means of survival. And the next factor that I'm going to list out is job opportunities. We have a lot of skilled doctors, nurses, teachers, and due to the crisis, a lot of schools have been burned down, a lot of hospitals have been burned down, businesses destroyed. Now it has rendered those people unemployed. So they want to be able to find themselves in areas where they can get jobs. If, for example, you are a nurse and the school that you are working, the hospital where you teach, where you help people is being destroyed, how do you survive? Even if you want to look for a different place to go to, it's almost like the same thing in most areas, especially in the English part of my country. So it has rendered a lot of people like at the point where they want to migrate to go to better countries to look for better opportunities where they can exercise whatever they have learned in school. So like for those in Cyprus, we have a lot of highly skilled doctors, nurses, who I think if they are at a position where they can equally really impact the Cyprus society. Now, to the question that leads about what makes migrants to be very, very vulnerable. Majority of us leave our countries with loans. So there is this economic pressure that is on us. We have families that depend on us to be able to survive. We have friends, we have other things. So when we are in a country where our rights are not rightly practiced, we tend to work for very low paid jobs. We tend to work under very harsh hours. Why? Because we have this pressure that is coming from home. We have this need to want to send money back home to either pay the debts that we took, to either help those who are back home who are still struggling. So this pressure allows exploiters to exploit us the more. It allows different companies to exploit us because why? They are aware that we are desperate, we don't have a choice. And now we are forced to accept this working condition with these low salaries. So due to the economic pressure, we easily get exploited. And the next point I'm going to mention is the fact that the undocumented status, this is something that is very, very common, especially here in Cyprus. Lawyers are taking a lot of advantage of asylum seekers, especially those who have the rejection case. They exploit them by asking them for a very high fee. And it's because they understand that we need these things in order to be in the system. So they look for every means to extort money from us. And because we are scared of the police, or we are scared of what asylum service is going to do to us, we tend to pay these people. And at the end of the day, there is nothing being done about the case. The same thing applies to lawyers telling asylum seekers, I'm going to help you to maybe get married to somebody or do this and that. At the end, all of those things are fake. They are false because it's never going to happen. It's not real. So lawyers are exploiting a lot of asylum seekers when it comes to those who are not having a legal status. The same thing applies to business sectors. Manufacturing companies, they are the ones who are in charge of employing asylum seekers. And because they are aware that you are not having a legal status in Cyprus, they tend to give you any kind of salary because they know that you're going to accept it. And which I think is very bad because you're making us feel less. We have skills. We have gone to school. Some of us are well-trained. Some of us are teachers. Some of us are doctors, hairdressers. But once we are here, we don't have that opportunity to exercise that because we don't either have a legal status to be able to move around freely, and these companies take advantage of us. And the next point I'm going to mention is the fact that there's language barrier. Due to the fact that we don't really understand the language or speak it highly, we get exploited because why? We don't know our legal rights. We cannot read it to be able to understand that, okay, as an asylum seeker, you are allowed to work for this amount minimum. You are allowed to work for 48 hours maximum in a week. But because we don't know these things and because we cannot read the written rights, we tend to accept whatever thing that the employer says, which I think is something that should be looked upon as well. Lack of social support. Majority of us don't have the right places to run to in case of housing opportunities. When we are looking for houses, agents tend to exploit us in the area of pay me in order for me to help you find a house, and which I think is something that is so common because asylum seekers find it so difficult to get houses. Even if the moment you pick your phone to call any house agent, they will ask you, where are you coming from? When you say Africa, they drop the call. Once you mention your country, they ask you, are you working? Do you have a fixed job? Or do you receive money from the welfare? If you mention the welfare, they're going to drop the call. But for me, I feel like that is something that is wrong because even landlords do the same thing. There are landlords that will choose to increase house rent because they know that you are an asylum seeker, but they won't do that to a local. So it's more like they're taking advantage of the fact that you are coming from the third world country, you are an asylum seeker, so we can tell you whatever you want. If you don't want it, then don't live in the house. And now, because we need houses to be able to stay, we tend to accept that. We don't have a choice. Houses that might have been paid for 500 euro, we end up paying it for 600 or 700 or 650. So, and again, so basically for me, I think that so people leave their countries for migration due to so many other reasons, and asylum seekers are at a state where they're easily being exploited by different factors that I've listed out below. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you so much for that. We have, just because we have just over 15 minutes left, If you don't mind, I'm going to continue with you, Irene. I have 2 more questions for you. The first one is, in your capacity as chair of the Cyprus Survivors of Trafficking Advisory Council, why, in your view, are survivors' voices so important to be included in the development of national anti-trafficking policy? And also, in your context as chair and a survivor, what recommendations would you propose to the government of Cyprus to improve their response to asylum seekers and victims of trafficking? Thank you.
Okay. So for me, I think that the voice of survivors is very important. Firstly, because why? They give authentic insight. Survivors provide the first-hand account of their experience, which can highlight the reality of trafficking. Someone who have experienced trafficking can better explain to you what was done and how it was done and what they face, the challenges. You cannot get that insight from a natural person who haven't gone through that experience. Now, if the government can use those who have experienced this thing, they can have the natural, like the real information that they need, because survivors are the only people that can really, really give the government the right information that they need, because they faced it themselves, they have encountered it, they have gone through all the challenges, they have gone through all the trauma, so they want to be able to seek for help, so they'll be willing to, not all of them are going to be willing, by the way, but those who are willing to share, they'll be so happy to want to say, please, can I speak up on this thing? Can you help me see how we can do things in this way? And secondly, I mentioned the fact that preventive methods. Survivors can offer valuable points on prevention. And the reason why they can do this is because why they're trying to avoid a case where others will not find themselves in this same kind of situation. Because if someone have experienced trafficking, they can better tell you ways in which you can prevent it. The only way that you can know how to prevent something is when someone tells you that this is how it was done. And in order for it not to be done again, you need to avoid this particular route. So I think that using the voice of survivors is very important, because they can really tell you that, please, try as much as possible to create awareness campaign on this particular area, because these are the best way to be able to prevent it, because if not, so many others are going to fall in this same trap. Now, the reasons why they are saying is because before they didn't have this information. That is why they fell into it. So because they are finding themselves in that case, they are able to give the government the right information on how to avoid it, such that we can see how we can eradicate the whole trafficking that is happening in the world right now. And the next point I mentioned is including survivors in policy making. It ensures that the policies are grounded to reality. Because sometimes policy makers tend to make policies based on a general perspective, but when you get the right information from a victim, you get it like it's reality, it's real, it's not coming from a theory, it's something that is practical. Someone who has experienced it can really tell you exactly what it is. And the last point I mentioned under that is empowerment, which is very important. Involving survivors in the development of policies empowers them and acknowledges their strength and resilience. Do you know how impactful it is when you use a victim and then they feel like, oh, I can be this useful? Because during the process of trafficking, we tend to lose our self-confidence. Now, in the case where it is being used, we feel like, oh, I'm now building up myself. They start to have this strength that comes back. So they'll start feeling like, oh, so I'm this important, because sometimes we tend to lose the whole idea of, I can become somebody better. Why? Because we have been able to be the low-class people who have been used. So if the government can really put this into practice, to see how they can use survivors, it's going to empower them in so many ways. It will equally help them in their healing process. Because if I'm undergoing healing process and no one cares about me, no one uses me, I'm going to feel like I'm being abandoned. But if the policymakers can look and say, okay, this is a victim, let's see how we can use her. And in this whole process, she's going to get healed while talking about what she's going through, because the best way to heal from something is when you talk about it. So for me, I think using the voices of survivors, especially when it comes to policies making, is very important. Now, the last question, we say, what recommendation will I propose to the Cyprus government? Firstly, I mentioned engaging survivors in policy making, which I already stated out. The second is to make sure that asylum service, train all the workers at asylum service and social welfare on how to identify victims of trafficking and high risks. Because sometimes when these people are not well trained, they will not really understand exactly what to look for when they see a victim and what to look for when they see someone that is at risk. So if they are well trained, they're going to avoid this kind of, because most time when asylum seekers come, the first people that receive them is the reception centers. So they should equally be well trained. They should know exactly how to handle someone who is coming from a trafficking case or someone who is going through trauma. And the next point I make, Sean, is trafficking cases need to be separated from the whole issue of migration and asylum cases. They are two different things. A victim of trafficking, the impact on their life is different from a regular individual that seeks an asylum. In as much as they have risks, but someone who have undergone trafficking, there is much more trauma there because sometimes there is torture, sometimes there's a lot of manipulation. So they have played with your brain. You are at a point where you don't even know who you are anymore, because why they have toyed with you. So those cases should not be handled the same way. So for me, I think that the Cyprus government should see how they can be able to separate these two cases. It is not the same thing. Trafficking case can never be the same like a regular asylum case or economic migrants. So if they can create a system where it is clearly stated that this case is different from this one, I think it's really going to create a lot of impact in fighting against trafficking. The next point I mentioned is mental health support, which is very important. Majority of people who migrate from their countries have already undergone a lot of trauma in the process. And now, while they're in the Cyprus, they're experiencing exploitation from either the workplaces or the lawyers or whoever. These people are traumatized if you look deep down. So, but I feel like we don't really have a lot of like mental health support in areas like that. And in the case of women, especially those who have children who are victims of trafficking as well, so it's a combined case, they should be able to get that support of, can I take you to the hospital? I don't think we have a system that allows them to be catered for by the government. Most time it's private NGOs that do this job. So what if we didn't have the private NGOs who are willing to support these victims, which means they're going to be left alone? So if the Cyprus government can look into creating a much more mental health support system that provides psychologists to these victims, that assist them in running their like hospital appointment or whatever thing that they want to do, I think it's going to be very important. And equally, victims should be provided with legal representative free of charge when going for their interviews. When I was going for my interview, I didn't have a lawyer. I went on my own. Luckily for me, I went for just one interview and it was okay. But there are people who have gone for so many interviews and they get traumatized in the process. So, but if you are there with a lawyer, the lawyer stands for you. There is this, I don't know how it happens, but most time when you go into a room with a CPROID, they're like, oh, okay, she's not alone. There's a different treatment that you receive. But when you go alone, there's a different treatment you receive. So for me, I feel like a lawyer should be provided to every asylum seeker. It could be, especially to victims of trafficking, because their own cases are very different. And it should be for free. We shouldn't pay for that. So that's something I'm emphasizing on. The next point is that these lawyers as well should be well trained on how to handle trafficking cases. We have lawyers and we have lawyers. There are lawyers who I don't know exactly where their main focus are, but if you're a lawyer and you want to fight for victims of trafficking, you should be trained in that field so you know exactly how to handle their cases. Because some lawyers just pick up the case, I'm like, I can do this, but logically, their main focus is on the money, not really on making sure that this person gets the right that they need and the justice. So maybe if these lawyers can be well trained on how to handle these cases as well, it's going to really, really help the victims who are involved in one way or another. And the next thing I mentioned is every case should be well examined before decisions are being made. This is my recommendation. We have had a lot of cases where people get rejection without going for interviews. It's so common right now in Cyprus. There are so many people who have received rejections without even going, and I'm like, how come I have rejection when I haven't gone to asylum service? And the reason why they do this is because they have concluded on the fact that every story is the same. The fact that mine sound the same doesn't mean it has the same impact. There are people who might have similar cases, but actually if you go deeper to have an interview with them, you will understand that it's different. So if the government can emphasize on the importance of handling every case individually and well examined, there are people who will not receive rejection But it turned out to be that everyone, not really everyone, majority of the people receive a lot of rejection based on the conclusion of one case. So I think maybe there should be like an emphasis on that part. And the next point is, okay, the agricultural and manufacturing sector should be well monitored by the Labor Office to make sure that they don't go against human rights. Because Labor Office allows asylum seekers to work in these areas. So if these areas can be well monitored, there's going to be like a reduction in exploitation, reduction in trafficking, because these things also happen in those areas. If they can monitor them and emphasize on the wages that need to be paid, salaries and working hours, maybe it's going to avoid a lot of other things. And lastly, the government should respect the right to seek asylum and not force people to go back voluntarily. Because right now there is this whole force happening where once you have a rejection, they put down the case of you either go back home. And now, because everyone is scared of moving around, I've had cases where police go into apartments to look for people, and they end up jumping through the window, or they end up doing stuff because why? They are scared. Why? Because they don't want to go back home. And the reason why they are scared is because there is this forcefulness on you need to go back home with this voluntary return. I think it's something that shouldn't be applied. We have the right, we should be given the right to seek asylum. We should be given the right to choose if we want to go back to an unsafe country or not, because the main reason why we left is because it's not safe. So asking me to go back, it's more like you're telling me to go back to a vomit that I've thrown out. Recently, there was a case of someone who was here. He went back home and he was killed. He was running away from this particular issue, and when he got back home, he got killed. And it's because why? There was a voluntary return that was placed in front of him, and he didn't have a choice. He had to embrace that. And right now, he's amongst those who are not more to be heard from or to be seen. So thank you so much. Yeah. So I think there's so many points. If I'm allowed like 1 hour, I'm going to talk about them, but I'm going to end here for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Irene. Thank you, everyone. We have just over 4 minutes left. I'd like to open the floor now to the audience for any questions you may have for any of our speakers. Professor Malali is online as well. If there's any questions, the floor is yours, audience. Yes.
One question for Irene. Irene, as a Greek Cypriot, I listened very carefully to what you said, and you have all my sympathies in what you've argued. I'm curious to know if there's anything that you've enjoyed in Cyprus.
Okay, I'm one of the very privileged asylum seekers in Cyprus, because when I newly came into Cyprus, my case was examined like within a few weeks because it was very critical. I've had I've had the privilege to really work alongside with great Cypriots, and like where I work right now, it's a research organization and it's been owned by a Cypriot. And he saw me in one conference where I spoke, and they were like, okay, you have the skills, I'm going to employ you. And I haven't faced any form of discrimination from them. But now that is 1 in 100 cases. For me, I haven't really faced any challenge when it comes to the system. So I am one person that really appreciates Cyprus when it comes to the things that affect me. But now I'm speaking on behalf of every other person. If I want to like emphasize on my own time here in Cyprus, I'm not going to bring out a lot of bad points. But because I work alongside with migrants and I hear their stories every day, it's a concern for me. One of my sole goals in Cyprus is to empower migrants and to see how I can advocate for them for change to be implemented in Cyprus. So personally, I haven't really experienced a lot of discrimination from anyone. I've been well treated in Cyprus for the past 6 years plus. I have a son who is in school, in as much as he has his own challenges, but we haven't really had cases where it's really personal to me. But again, since I'm for the people, I'm going to always stand up for them. Yeah.
Any other questions? Maybe I'd like to return to other questions. What experience do you have with regards
to the government? Is your voice being heard by the, I I mean you.
Okay, me?
Yeah. I mean, is your voice being heard by the Deputy Minister of Migration? Is your voice being heard by the Ministry of Justice, by the Social Welfare Ministry, or by the parliamentarians? I mean, is there anybody in the establishment, in the government, or in the parliament that will listen to your organization?
I haven't had the opportunity yet to meet any of them. I'm in the process, so I'm going to use this platform to say that if I can be given that opportunity where I can have a talk with them about these things I'm fighting for, it will be the most amazing opportunity for me, because this is what I want. I want to be able to be placed in that platform where I can stand up for these people. A lot of us are going through a lot of things, especially victims, but because they are with the whole fear, they cannot come out. So since I'm willing to be that one person that wants to come out, if I'm given that opportunity to speak to these people, I'm going to be very happy. So far, I haven't had any contact with them. I haven't had any opportunity. And hopefully, I'm going to get that from here, which will be a really great thing for me as an individual and for the whole asylum community.
If you call these two ministries, make an appointment. They will see you.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions from the audience for our panelists? Any other questions? Well, in that case, I'd like to thank you all for being here with us for this amazing conversation. Thank you very much for our panelists. Thank you very much, Professor Malali, for joining us. And yeah, thank you.
Moving to our next discussion, a panel on technical committees. A modern nation must always keep moving forward. Times change, and our society's needs are changing along with them. To meet these needs and keep up with current developments, we must evolve and redefine policy. Launched in October 2020, marking the 60th anniversary of the establishment of the Republic of Cyprus, the Cyprus Forum is an ambitious annual conference which aims to promote creative thinking and initiate dialogue leading to commitments and actions for sustainable and socially responsible policy reform. At the Cyprus Forum, we invite a diverse selection of established speakers, local and foreign leaders, and policymakers, respected personalities from the media, academia, activists, and entrepreneurs to engage in an exchange of knowledge and ideas, focusing on 6 pillars. The 6 pillars are based on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: economy, entrepreneurship, corporate responsibility, foreign policy, energy, environment, justice, and strong institutions, research, innovation, infrastructure, education, research, culture, health, and sports. At the Cyprus Forum, discussions are recorded and monitored. Conclusions are forwarded to decision-making centers, and ideas are effectively translated into meaningful reforms. A nation's character is created by its people. We can and should be active participants in policy reforms in our country, which will benefit all of us as citizens and strengthen Cyprus and its role on the global stage. Join us at the Cyprus Forum. Listen, discuss, initiate, and help reshape society. Be a catalyst of change. Moving to our next discussion, a panel on technical committees.
I worked with him for a bit at the university. I was in the Department of Pharmacy for the last 3 years.
It's like a brother to me, eh?
Yeah,
If you say something
no, he's a very good environmentalist.
These are the 4 panelists. Do you know each other? So this is
But you have...
let me introduce you. Suleiman was a member of the Education Committee. Yeah?
Member of the?
Education Committee. But not anymore. Andreas is the co-chair of the Crime and Criminal Matters. Jale is a member of the Technical Committee on Health, and Michalis is the co-chair of the Technical Committee on the Environment. Okay? So we have 2 moderators.
And 2 spectators.
And 2 spectators, which is exactly the right amount.
Wait. What's the crew?
Our audience has more than double. There is an audience online as well. So, are we ready to start? Hi, everyone. So I would like to welcome you all. I will give a brief introduction about what the technical committees are, very brief, I promise. And then Hussein will introduce the speakers, and then we'll ask the speakers a question at a time. So we'll first start with Suleiman, then we'll continue with Michalis, then with Jale and Andreas. So I'm talking about all of them in the singular, right? Using their first names. I hope they don't mind. So this panel focuses on the bicommunal technical committees, 12 bodies that were established by the Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot leaders back in 2008. Some of them 2008, others in 2015. Their mandate, and we will talk about this mandate a bit more during the panel, is a double one. First, to address issues that affect the day-to-day lives of Cypriots, and second, to encourage and facilitate greater interaction and understanding between the 2 communities. Each technical committee has a responsibility for one theme that affects the everyday life of Cypriots. So we have health, education, the environment, culture, crime and criminal matters, cultural heritage, gender equality, crisis management, and so on and so forth. So the technical committees are quite special. They are examples of long-term collaboration between the 2 communities. And this cooperation is happening currently, while the conflict remains unresolved. As you can imagine, this is not without its difficulties. This panel will try to understand what are the successes of the technical committees, what are their challenges, and what it is they actually do. We will then see whether there are any lessons to be drawn from the technical committees about the future. Without further ado, Hussein.
Thanks a lot, Nasia. I'd like to start briefly introducing myself. I have been involved in negotiations, but also I was part of an EU ad hoc committee where it was kind of a bicommunal technical committee, but also we were contributing to the negotiations. I'm very interested to hear their experiences of working in a bicommunal technical committee, given that there is lack of negotiations. I would like to introduce you the speakers. I'm going to be very brief because they have very huge experience, each of them, but I'll try to put them in a nutshell. So, Jale Refik Rogers pursued a doctorate degree in molecular genetics through a joint program at Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Cornell Medical School in New York. She has contributed to the Cyprus Turkish Human Rights Foundation as a Board of Trustees member and has served on the National Cancer Advisory Board. Since 2014, she has been a member of the Bicommunal Technical Committee on Health and is also a member of the steering committee of the Cyprus Women's Bicommunal Coalition. Mr. Süleyman Gelener is currently pursuing a PhD in History and Philosophy of Education at the University of Groningen. Since the early 2000s, he has been involved in civil society, focusing on educational policy reform and its role in fostering social change. He has been actively involved in organizations at the local and international levels, promoting culture of peace, democracy, social justice, and equality. Through the development of education, he has been an active member of the Bicommunal Technical Committee on Education. Mr. Andreas Kapardis holds a PhD in criminology from Cambridge University and is a graduate of the Senior Investigators course, Detective Training School, Victoria Police, Australia. For a number of years, he was a university academic in Australia and did consultancy work for the Victoria Police. His main research and teaching interests lie in the criminal sciences, criminology, criminal justice, forensic psychology, and penology. He is the co-chair of the Technical Committee on Crime and Criminal Matters. And lastly, Mr. Michalis Loizides is a lead expert and innovator with over 3 decades of experience in the environment sector. He received his PhD from the National Technical University of Athens, School of Chemical Engineering. He is the author and co-author of more than 30 published papers in scientific journals and international conferences and more than 1,000 published technical reports. He's also the co-chair of the Bicommunal Technical Committee on the Environment, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So we have a very impressive list of panelists. So I would like to start with Süleyman. I'll ask each question at a time. So you have 3 questions. I'll ask the first one, and then we'll take it from there. Could you explain to us the rationale behind the technical committees? What is it that they're trying to achieve exactly?
Hello, everyone. Well, the question here, I think this was an answer to a question, like why they had to come up with technical committees, I guess. Because when, in Cyprus, high-level negotiations go along, and then high-level negotiations are highly political. So I think there was a need to find a way to deal with everyday stuff apart from that, which I think it was a very good idea. So this is where it comes from. So you have the technical committees that work on everyday issues as it is mentioned in the mandate. But I think it's also very important to look at why they have chosen the word technical. Because in Cyprus, you pick your words very wisely. It's a terminological minefield here. So I think there is a reason why they're called technical. Because I think it symbolizes something. It's technical, why? Because it's non-political, first, to show that it's non-political. Second, to show that it's expert-driven. So it's like expertise. And then they have a specific goal. So we are like technicians. So there is an issue which is given. So then you have to find a way, and you have to find a good way, innovative way, to solve it. So in that sense, I really appreciate the technical committees, seriously. It's like one of the very few things that I appreciate here. I think the idea was great to establish such committees, and it's very distinct, in my opinion, because we had to come up with something. We called them technical committees, so we appointed people there who are technicians and non-politically solve issues. But when you look at it, I think it's very unusual in this sense, with the structure of the committees. The way it is structured, which I can talk about it maybe later on, but it's very specific and it's unique because we don't have co-chairs. Like we have co-chairs in the technical committees, but I don't have any other example that I can give in any organization that this exists. And then there are equal number of members from each community. So these are also symbolically showing that we are in this together, and we have to find a way out. So in my experience, so these technical committees, what they're trying to do is trying to find ways to cooperate. They're trying to find ways to solve issues. So like they're basically like problem-solving teams, in my opinion.
If I can ask you the second question, you kind of answered the first part of my question. You touched base on the strengths, but in your opinion, what are the limitations of the technical committees?
Well, the strengths, of course, the structure is one of the strengths. Why? Because when you have co-chairs and equal number of members, then everybody needs to like support and defend what's the outcomes, right? So it's something that you produce together. It's something that is out there, and then everyone works for it. I think the other strong element is that you have the support of political leadership in a way, because you are given the mandate from them, right? So you are supported, so that's an advantage. When it comes to limitations, I think I would say the mandate. So it's very narrow. So you have a narrow mandate that you have to work on. So it's not very easy. Second limitation could be the time. It could be slow at times. I mean, it doesn't always go as fast as it could, because there are many things to cover while you are progressing. So yes, it's a limitation. It's slow, but it's steady, at least. From what I see, it's a steady progress. Sometimes it's at gear 1, sometimes it's at gear 5, but it's still moving in a way. So even the limitations, I think, have something to do. And it's long-term, another positive. So they always exist. I mean, they still exist today. They started existing 2008. But maybe it's about time to think differently about them. We'll get to that later, yes.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to before I ask my question, I wanted to get back to this idea that the technical committees are technical and they're therefore not political. Every 6 months, we get a report from the Secretary General that says politicians need to make sure that they insulate the technical committees from the political. So I do think we're kind of sugarcoating it when we're saying the technical committees are just technicians doing their task. I'm not sure they are. And I suspect that other people on the panel agree with me, and they will have the opportunity to get into that later. I have one more question for Suleiman before we go to Michalis. Is there any room for improvement in the functioning of the technical committees? Can we do something better, or are they working well already?
Well, I didn't say that they are. I just said when the term comes there, it shows that. But I don't claim that. So, yeah, I'm trying to be positive. I mean, in Cyprus, everything is political. You can't even order coffee without worrying about what should I say. So is there any room for improvement? I think, in my opinion, I'll still be positive, that there is plenty of room for improvement. And I think when it comes to technical committees, what comes to my mind is the Swiss model. I think we can take this. In Switzerland, they have different cantons, similar to Cyprus, different languages, different ethnic backgrounds, whatever. But what I was impressed when I was listening a presentation about Switzerland is that their foundation is they have an agreement to disagree, and they have an agreement to cooperate. So this is the basis. So I think when we come from there, the technical committees, I think in my mind, is one of the very strong bodies, and they're very underrated, the work they do, that brings together two communities to take decisions all together that will benefit to everyone. So I think these technical committees should formalize, in a way, I don't know how, and institutionalize. I think this is the way forward. we have to find a way to make them work, and they have to be there. I mean, what happens tomorrow in case of a solution, and whatever solution? You will need bodies that are together, and they are making some decisions, they are finding some solutions together, and whatever the issue is. And you have to do that because you need to cooperate, you need to coordinate, you need to find ways to harmonize if you are going to live on the same island. So this is why I give the example of Swiss model, because it's a very good model. They find ways to cooperate. So I think we are already there. So we already established technical committees, and we have some experience. I'm not saying everything is flowing perfectly or everything is working perfectly, but we have an experience. And there are different heads of committees, and they also tell you, like, the small wins in Cyprus are not very appreciated. But for example, it was the technical committees that I can use my mobile everywhere now. Like, it's just a small example. Or during COVID, there was with the vaccinations. Like, there are things that they are small. Yes, maybe they're not headline news, but there are like small steps every single technical committee is doing. And I think these are important, and I think they should be appreciated more.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that was a very positive message. Let's go to Michalis. So far, we've heard about the technical committees generally. I would like to zoom in on the technical committee that you are co-chair of, the Technical Committee on the Environment. Can you give us, and the reason I'm asking these of you is because whoever I speak to, I hear about a few committees that are doing excellent work, and the Technical Committee on the Environment is among them every time. So can you give us some more information about the Technical Committee? Who appoints its members? What is their expertise, right? Are you all there because you're so beautiful, or do you have other characteristics? And how do you actually work together, right? How do you make it happen?
Yeah. No. Thank you very much. If we're handsome, huh? This is the beauty. Now, that's true that we were very lucky that the people that are the members of our committees, they are all very sensitive in environmental issues. So the aim is clear and without any political or other issues. And also, it's easily technical, and I will say what I mean. There was a fire a few months ago in the north. Okay, the moment that we saw it, it was in Nicosia, in a very big industry. So at that moment, the wind was blowing towards the south. So I immediately called if we have to evacuate. I called the police who were ready. So I was expecting from the members, whoever was very near, to go inspect and see if the fumes were dangerous for the people that they were breathing, the plume. So you see, there are issues that you have to do something. It was fires, the same thing. It was a matter of oil spill coming from Lebanon, and it would ruin the whole coastline from Apostolos Andreas to Ayia Napa. So there are issues that you cannot say that we are separated, per se. Either you die or not. It's as simple as that. And so the first pillar is that we have issues that you have to find a solution. So we need to be to be there and to find solutions, even for communication purposes. Okay. The second thing is that there are many issues, like I will give an example now. It's a so-called Diaphorina citri. It's a moth. It's like a butterfly that has came in Cyprus from abroad. It was not meant to be here, so it has no natural enemies. At this moment, and this is actually based on DNA, all the enemies that we can use if we bring one enemy and we bring one in one side and one in the other community, then what will happen is that they will fight each other, and instead of killing the Aphorina citrus, they will kill each other. So even in the moths we have problem in this island. Huh? Okay. So what I mean, we have to collaborate, find one enemy, and to bring it for the whole island. So the ecosystem is there, and even if you want, you will not succeed. And actually what this Diaphorina citrus is doing is that in other countries that they didn't really take measures, what happened is that all citrus trees died. I mean, we are not talking about 20%, 30%, 100%. You will not see a lemon, you will not see orange juice, orange. No, oranges you will see because they bring concentrated from abroad. So what we have in mind is 3 pillars. The first one is that one. So the moment that we have a problem, we immediately react. I will give you for that pillar, I will give you this example that the moment that we hear from European Union that there was a new oil spill coming towards Cyprus, we immediately dispatched a drone from Apostolos Andreas, and we went and we checked because it was in the north area. And so immediately we had the information that it was not a real oil spill, but a mistake of the European satellite. So it's very important to have this cooperation. Now, apart from that, we have the second pillar, which is the bridges, creation, development of bridges between youth on a very, very important issue of environment, which is commonly accepted that you cannot divide it. So it's very easy to bring young people together and to discuss about issues that has to do with poisoning, with animal poisoning, with whatever you can imagine that may interact with the water, the quality of water, the scarcity of water, and all those issues. So the second one is that we have many projects. Actually, at this moment, is more than 18 projects that are being on the pipeline and running, 4 of them on geoheritage, on caretakers, young people doing things for the environment from both communities. So we have many projects that are running at this moment. So this is the second pillar. And the third pillar, I would say, is that we brought together in our website many scientists that they declare that I'm working on circular economy. So at this moment, we have 20 people working on circular economy from both sides in our database, and we bring them together to find ways to cooperate. Because until now, we had phones. Michael, do you know anybody from the south that he's doing this? And this is not a professional way of doing things. So at this moment, all the scientists of Cyprus may declare the area of interest on our website, and as a member, he can get information from both communities, specialists that can cooperate with on the subject that they are interested. So those 3 areas are being addressed and actually are in operation at this moment. It's not something that we will do. We did it, and we are enhancing our efforts. Thank you very much.
We heard some, positive work of your committee, but would like to know what are the challenges faced by the technical committee that you're working with, and can you give us examples of failed projects? How can we overcome the challenges that you have described?
Only one, politician. Keep them away from us as far as possible. This is the only problem we face. And how do they do this job? I mean, the obstacles? Through delays. No, they never say no. We will see that, and it took them 2 years. Every week we had a reminder, yes, we are looking at it, but we had this issue, and let's see. 2 years for nothing. I mean, this is the only obstacle I see. All the others between us, the scientists, we find solutions. As you said, we are technical people, we are engineers or other disciplines, and it's our job to find solutions. So if we were let alone by the politicians, we would have found a way to promote several cooperation issues and also bridges of cooperation in the sense of continuous collaboration, not project basis. I mean, at that moment, for the Aforina City, we found out that we could have a laboratory and check all the fruits, vegetables, and others that are going and coming through the buffer zone, okay? So we could have a permanent inspection body there. It's something that we have proposed it. Eventually, in 2, 3, 5, 10, 20 years, they will say, okay, please proceed. And I'm really pissed about that. Sorry for being so passionate about this, but this is something that the two leaders should look into it. We don't have any problem at this moment because a few years ago, I must confess, when it was Mr. Anastasiadis and Mr. Akinci, the problem was the money. We didn't have resources to do things. They were very positive, both positive. We didn't have the resources. At this moment, we have millions in front of us, and we cannot use them because of the politician intervention and the delays. Thank you very much.
So this is fascinating. I want to return back to this because I see a parallel line running so far in what we have heard. How technical are the technical committees and how political are the technical committees, and can you have a working technical committee without political intervention? What is the key to success? Politicians becoming involved and boosting it, or politicians staying as far away from it as possible? Because the problem, of course, is if you have a good politician, you want him to be close by. If you have a politician that is detrimental to your targets, you want him as far away as possible. So I would like to return to this maybe during the Q&A.
Yes, but because I wanted to say that,
please,
what you have just mentioned, that we're not saying that we are not expecting, we are not living in a political vacuum. We all know that, and the politicians should be there to do their job. I'm just saying that we should put better boundaries, better limits that they interfere. They interfere in each and every letter. Every time we send something, they have to check each and every word, if it's politically correct, if it's not, if we should use this word, if not. And also, just imagine, we'll give you an example, that we had an animation and the skirt of the pipe, we had a pipe that we gave, we animated the pipe, the water pipe, and we put a skirt. And a politician said about the skirt that it shouldn't be so mini skirt, it should be a bit, and not pois, it should be monochrome. I mean, the limit, we should limit their intervention.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very good example. I have one last question before we get to Jale. My question is, I know you've done great work, Michali, in your technical committee. Which is the most successful, impactful project you've done today, do you think?
No, I must confess that all the projects were amazing. I must confess that we didn't have obstacles, technical obstacles until now. And because I'll give you an example lately that is emotional as well. We had a problem with mouflons. Mouflons were migrating each summer to find water. They are living in the buffer zone, most of them, okay, in the area of Levka. And they are migrating towards villages to find water. And we knew that we had springs in the area that were blocked after so many years of isolation of those areas. So we went there, and just with 5,000–10,000 euros, we brought an excavator together with, of course, scientists that they knew how to do the job. And we went there and we opened at almost 20, 30 areas that they could find water. What happened is that we limited the dead animals per year, because the moment that they were migrating to villages, the villagers thought as an enemy. It was an enemy for them in the sense that they were eating from their vineyards, from whatever, from their fruits. So we had an enormous amount of chamarella each year. You don't know chamarella? Yes, mouflon chamarella. Nowadays, you see that the price went up this year because we managed to secure that they wouldn't, save them. So emotionally wise, this is one of our efforts, but also bringing children together in summer camps, and this was amazing in the sense of output, what we have seen, people coming together, and actually 20 years now, all those groups have their own Facebook, an area where they keep on coming in contact with them. So the moment that you bring Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots, young people together, it's amazing how they manage to keep this connection for all their lives. We have examples of 20 years of every year they are meeting, although they are in everywhere in the world, from New York to wherever, and they meet each year because the connection when they were young was so strong. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to Jale now. So you were a member of the Technical Committee on Health. How did the committee work on a day-to-day basis? So how well did the Greek Cypriot and the Turkish Cypriot members communicate with each other? And what did you communicate about? What was the work you were doing about?
Yeah, so I guess each committee is unique with what it provides, what it works on, who is on the committee and stuff. And the Committee on Health, I've been in it since 2015, so like two of the three sort of presidents, I guess. The leaders, yes, I couldn't find the word. And ever since I've been a part of it, there has been a constant communication. Of course, this arises from need as well, because there's always some patient that needs to be transferred from the north to south or south to north or vice versa, or some medicine that's provided by one side to the other, or some vaccine that needs to be crossed. So there's usually some issue regarding health that the two sides needs to communicate about. So the Technical Committee on Health usually is sort of the liaison in these issues. So there is a constant communication between the two co-chairs regarding these issues. When I first joined in 2015, there were also subcommittees in infectious diseases and in genetics. But as the time went on, basically infectious diseases ended up taking up a huge section of our work with the pandemic and everything. So more and more the key, like the main Committee on Health has become the contact place. And the subcommittee only now exists in the veterinary side, because it's veterinary diseases are another important element, but it's more unique, and you really need to work with veterinarians. It's a whole different world. So that subcommittee actively is working at the moment. But the main Committee on Health, via the co-chairs, are in constant contact.
Okay, thank you very much. I have follow-up questions, but I'll ask them later. One more question before I give the mic to Hussein. What is the biggest achievement of the Committee on Health?
The committee has a few big achievements, I would say, and then some failures as well, which we can talk about, or the ones that hasn't really come to a fruition. I think the key, the big achievement was first accepting passage of the ambulances from one side to the other. That was like the first key thing that's been agreed on, and it's continuing to today. So every year there are designated ambulances from both sides the drivers are known, the ambulances are known that carry the patients from one side to the other. So I think that's one of the key things. The pandemic was one of the times where the committee's work has been intensified out of need. And constantly the epidemiological reports from both sides were shared in the committee, and it was influential in decision-making and opening the checkpoints or closing them to try to prevent the spread of the virus. So I think pandemic was the COVID-19 pandemic was a point where it became very, very important. And then a lot of times I think the Committee on Health is influential in any type of public health threats. These can be some like veterinary diseases, veterinary viruses, or other outbreaks around the world. So there's a constant communication. And then via the Technical Committee on Health, there has been a project funded on mosquitoes. With climate change, the mosquitoes are now traveling to different places than they did before, and these mosquitoes are carrying different pathogens. And via this project that was funded by the EU and was actually sort of started by the technical committee, a new type of mosquito species was identified in Cyprus that can carry the Zika virus and the dengue fever and yellow fever. And that project started in 2020, and it's still going on to this day. It's sort of a mapping project around the island. So I think these are the key important things that was achieved by the Technical Committee on Health. But I find it kind of ironic. It's one of these funny stories. So in the past, there has also been a sort of a collaboration between the Crisis Management Committee and the Technical Committee, where they had done a drill on fire. Like, let's say, they basically created this scenario and said, okay, let's say there is a fire in the buffer zone or somewhere close to the buffer zone, and how would the two communities collaborate to put out this fire? And then after that, the Turkish Cypriot Committee on Health, the committee members, we came up with this idea, and we said, well, wouldn't it be interesting to do a drill also if there was an outbreak? How would we proceed in collaborating? This was before COVID-19. we had this doctor member who loves writing stories and books, and he had written this whole scenario to do this practice. What happens if there's an outbreak? How would we collaborate? And we brought this to the committee, and we had a meeting with the Crisis Management Committee. And they didn't think it was, no, they basically refused. I don't remember exactly why, but they didn't accept to do this thing. And then at the end, we actually had to do it real life in the midst of the pandemic. So it's kind of one of those funny stories. And then, there's a lot more things that we can do to actually ease the day-to-day life of Cypriots. And one of the important proposals that we recently have made was to allow crossing of the pets from one side to the other, which I think would make a lot of people happy, and like I would want to take my dogs if I went to stay in Limassol and then Airbnb or something, but that has not been, we haven't been able to get a positive response on that either. So there are stories like this, but then a few winners, as you said, that we are proud of as the Committee on Health. Thank you.
My question would be about the challenge Mr. Loizides mentioned, the politicians. So the UN Secretary General frequently notes in his report on Cyprus that the technical committees must be insulated from the political process. How successful do you think this is being done today?
Not much, I would say. It's kind of a, I mean, there are different levels of this, I think, that needs to be discussed. One of the issues, at least with the Committee on Health, I can say this, and there are a few other committees that I know have the similar issue. The Technical Committee of Health members on the Turkish Cypriot side are usually, some of them are bureaucrats or public service people, so they really have a good handle on what is going on like in day-to-day life, and they are in decision-making positions. Whereas our counterparts a lot of times are retired people that really don't have any say in, or they don't know exactly like what the day-to-day workings are. So we often run into this issue of them saying, oh, we will ask the competent authorities and get back to you. And usually it's like a running joke at this point that whenever they say we'll ask the competent authorities, that means it's not going to materialize. So there is that issue. But of course, having said that, there's on both sides, there's definitely a political influence. It depends on who the leader is, who the minister is, what the political agenda is, you know, in general, overall. So there is definitely a political influence. And like, for example, the Technical Committee on Health is very technical. And not, as Suleiman said, they're not technicians, they're really technical, capable people that have a really good handle on, you know, like what's going on, and are definitely in positions that they could make very educated scientific decisions. And unfortunately, the sort of the political influence, of course, sometimes allows that and sometimes doesn't, as the examples I gave earlier.
Thank you very much. Now we're moving to our last speaker. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot from your committee because your co-chair is a very close friend of mine, Sally. But yeah, you have been the co-chair of the Technical Committee on Crime and Criminal Matters from its inception in 2008 to date. How have the relationship between the Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot members changed overall this time?
The relationship, sorry, I've got a bad throat, hasn't changed. It's been excellent all along, and I think it's basically for a number of reasons. When we call it the Technical Committee very early on, within a year, we had the joint contact room established. That was one. That's something which we consider a major achievement, to have in the buffer zone, appointed in a personal capacity members with direct contact with their law enforcement agencies and solving everyday issues to do with what goes on. I can mention some of those topics. So at the local level, at the personal level, the relationship has been excellent. I think it's because you have people actually being in the same room, making coffee for each other. Kleftiko, they have a lot of meze often, they have barbecues, and food acts as a catalyst. I had the experience with my own technical committee, this is maybe a joke to break the monotony, but on the very first, in the second meeting of my committee, we were coming up to Easter in 2008. So I asked, to cut a long story short, I brought to the second meeting flaounes. And I had a Turkish Cypriot senior policeman whom I knew had been involved in all sorts of hanky-panky against the Greek Cypriots. However, when I brought out the flaounes on the table, He mellowed like sweet wine. He said in Greek, he told me he never spoke Greek, but in fact he did. He said, "Eshi flaounes." Okay, so that broke the ice. And he brought the committee members together, he broke the ice, and from then on, they became excellent friends. They hosted each other in their respective tavernas, and Mezer always was abandoned. The proposal is connect at the interpersonal level first, become friends, and then it's easy ride for the rest. More recently, when those early members retired, the new ones, again, were very experienced in terms of their service within their respective services. They had a lot in common, and if I want to start talking about the very essence of my technical committee, criminals in Cyprus solved the Cyprus problem a long time ago. It's only politicians who fail. If it was organized crime, there would be no Cyprus problem. This is coming from a criminologist, because in my biographical earlier on, you didn't mention I'm a professor of criminology. Now, again, yes, organized crime is controlled crime. Now, let's get serious. So I think the reason why the committee has been very successful, very early on we established a joint contact room in the buffer zone. People appointed in a personal capacity. Personally, I ask no permission from any politician. I accept no political orders from anybody. They do not pay me. They do not pay me. So they have no no twist, no arm to twist. I respect them. We sometimes meet when we have cocktails and other receptions, but the committee, I would say, is non-political in every sense. And I like to keep it that way. Away from politicians, because politicians don't solve problems.
I think
the second question, there's more questions.
Yeah, there are a few more. I think food is one of the topics that Cypriots always agree on, but also crime is is an area where Cypriots kind of cooperate. So I would like to ask, what is the greatest achievement of the technical committee to date? Are there any numbers or statistics that you can cite to support your answer?
Yes. First of all, let me briefly put you in the picture. The technical committee, early on, we agreed on 6 areas on which we would focus. It's cooperation in the prevention of crime and dealing with crime-related matters. So it's crime and criminal matters. So it's a broad definition. Money laundering, road safety, that's traffic offences, illegal immigration, especially across the buffer zone, trafficking in people, drugs and weapons, and finally terrorism, including the financing of terrorism. So it's a broad brief for any committee. Having said that, let me just put this away and answer your second question about statistics. Because we are operating 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, the members are there office hours, but they are on call the rest of the time and over the weekend, because we have to deal with issues 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. First of all, let me tell you that if we take this year, from January until today, they processed 183 cases. This is the Greek Cypriot members, and the Turkish Cypriots, 56. So Greek Cypriots are more productive. It's also in proportion to the size of the population. We need to take that into account. And more Europeans coming. The second, if you like, figures I'd like to share with you, it's during the history of during the existence of the technical committee. I have here from June 2009, when the joint contact room was established, until December 2018. We processed 1,039 cases. When we say processed, we mean because we have, let's say a criminal from the south finds refuge in the north. a request goes across, find him, give him back. So we often do this kind of thing. We exchange low-level intelligence and we cooperate with access to the two respective entities, law enforcement agencies. That's been very productive. I should also point out, if anybody wants to read about the work of the committee, in 2019 we had an international conference at Cambridge in England, partly because I've been a visiting professor there since I was a kid, a young man, and secondly because Sir Anthony Bottoms came to Cyprus, visited the JCR, and it's unique worldwide. Nowhere else in the world where you have a divided country the way we know it in Cyprus, do the two communicate in such a way. And that international conference you can look up, JCR, Cambridge JCR conference. There's also some useful statistics there. But I'd be happy to answer more questions.
I have one more question before I open the floor to the audience. And this is a question for Professor Kabardis, but it's also a question for anyone else of the four who wants to answer, because I suspect that Dr. Kabardis has a very specific answer to give, which might not be the same from the rest of you. The technical committees have done excellent work, but they have kept a low profile. So before I started professionally researching the technical committees, I didn't even know they existed. Is that on purpose? And I want to bring it back to the mandate of the technical committees. We said at the outset that when the two leaders established the committees, they had a double mandate. The first one is to address everyday problems faced by Cypriots, and we've heard a lot about that. You and the committees that you represent have clearly done that. But the second mandate is to develop trust and better communication between the communities. This is not my interpretation of the committee's work. This is the official reason they were set up. So my question to you is, why, or to put it differently, are the technical committees developing trust and cooperation if the Cypriots don't know that they exist?
I'm glad you've asked the question, Nasia. First of all, if we think about it, when the CID investigates cases, 99% of the time you don't know what work they do. I've also trained and worked in criminal investigations overseas. Number one. Number two, the nature of the work is such that it's best that it's not publicized. The nature of the work. There is nothing to be gained by those in the JCR, because we have the JCR, we have the technical committee and the joint contact room, which is what in practice does the work. So if we are looking for a fugitive from justice, and we find him or her, and then he ends up in prison, for example, I don't need to publicize it. I see no need. By keeping a low profile, working under the radar, and doing my work, I'm more effective, because in Cyprus, I don't know in the Turkish Cypriot community, but in my community, there's too many atkiaseri. People who have nothing to do other than gossip and try to throw a spanner into the works. If you do work, judge by results, keep a low profile, be professional with a clear conscience. That's the aim. My aim all along has been to keep a low profile, do the work, produce results, and not publicize it. If they want to look it up, they can read the UN Secretary General's report about, which mentions the JCR, and even then we don't give them much statistics. So my answer is, in the name of effectiveness and efficiency, publicity is not required. I think, and I will answer your question with one more statement, initially the committees, the technical committees were set up as trust-building measures. I think that's based on the wrong assumption that there is no trust. On the contrary, I believe as a Cypriot, there is a lot of trust amongst ordinary people. It's politicians that have the problem.
Thank you very much. Okay, this is working, right?
Yes, I'll give the floor to Michalis. So the reason I will give the floor to Michalis is because I totally see the argument that, we should keep quiet when we're dealing with crime. But should we keep quiet when we're dealing with the environment?
Yeah.
Or education.
Okay, or education. Yeah. Now, let's start from the first pillar that I told you, that we have some contingencies and we have to look after them. Yes, as the one that I told you lately with the industry, that it was on fire and we have toxic fumes. So this, we don't want to publicize it because it could create chaos. Now, the second thing is that if we come back to the question of what happens when we bring children together, okay? Unfortunately, publicity attracts politicians. And the moment that you are doing something that it should be neutral, and you have politicians coming, or members of parliament, or whatever you can imagine, then the risk is very high to have very big problems. So yes, we have found ways through the schools, through NGOs, through whatever you can imagine, to disseminate and bring children, bring youth, bring the people that we want to bring and to cooperate without having too much fuss, because this could lead to a very problematic situation. Because yes, as I said, we are not living in a political vacuum, but if we have the political interference, then we have very high risk of not being able to proceed with what we were aiming to do.
Thank you very much. Okay, Jale, do you want to answer? Because I have a specific question for Suleiman about this.
Okay, I just want to briefly just say that I think it really depends on what the subject is. For the Technical Committee on Health, it's been widely on the news. I've personally, as a politician and a member of parliament, raised like what it does in the parliament. So it's not like we are intentionally hiding it or trying to keep a low profile, because I think it's more like humane and more, like issues on public health and whatever, like these are things people want to hear about, and we don't see publicity as an impediment.
That's great, thank you very much. Okay. My question concerns, and feel free to say I don't want to answer this if it's too politically sensitive, but the most successful project of the Technical Committee on Education was Imagine, which, for context, it was this project that brought Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot students together during school time. I cannot stress how important this was. Not even in 1961 did we have such programs. When we had Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots in schools in a single state, we didn't have them together in the same school. And now we had, briefly and very successfully, kids during school time together. And then the program stopped. And my question is it publicity that killed it?
I think it's more than that. Okay. But going back to your question, keeping low profile and visibility, I'll mention something about that, and then I'll try to answer your question, what happened to the project of the Technical Committee on Education. So I think keeping a low profile is not a bad idea. But at the same time, you have to have right amount of visibility. I think that's what's lacking. So if there is like enough visibility and information given to the public, it should be important. And I think this is lacking, generally speaking, about the technical committees. Maybe they should keep a low profile because they're doing their work, but at the same time, there should be announcements or press releases. So going back to when I used to be part of the Technical Committee on Education, that was the case, actually. There was always a press release in the beginning of the educational year, and there was another one at the end. And then in the meantime, the co-chairs, they were giving interviews. So I think in that sense, it was quite visible, since you can ask me the question, because you knew about it, right? Well, what happened there, it's a long story. I don't think we have time to cover here. But could this happen? It happened already. And I think it was a very important project. So it was one of the mandates of the Technical Committee on Education. So there was 3 mandates because there is a general mandate, but then each specific technical committee has their own mandate. So one of the mandates of the educational committee was to come up with a mechanism to bring the 2 educational systems, teachers, students, schools together. So I think we successfully made that reality. It stopped, but this shouldn't stop the technical committee on working on it. They still have the mandate. There is still a technical committee. So if you're not happy with one project, then you have to come up with an alternative one. So yes, it stopped, but it doesn't mean that nothing similar will restart again. So I think technical committees, I still believe that they're very important, and I think they should find ways to function because they are the ones who have to come up with a solution. Like, it happened before, and it can happen again. That's why my suggestion, like room for improvement, that's why they have to be institutionalized. Because when you are formalized and when you are more institutionalized, it's not as easy to, but of course...
The reason they are working is because they are not formalized.
Yes, but okay.
It's a contradiction in terms.
No, it's not.
As soon as you formalize them, these 2 lovely gentlemen will walk out.
What? Oh, okay. Well, okay, no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you can expand their scope, the mandate. So it doesn't mean that you have to always, I mean, they're appointed by the politicians, so anyway, that's all I
will open now the floor to the audience because they clearly want to say something. Do you have, yes, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, I'll give you the microphone. I think you do.
Well, I mean, it's fascinating to thank you for the very interesting discussions. I mean, I had the pleasure, mostly pleasure, of spending over sort of 25 years managing peace-building projects. And I guess what struck me listening to all of you today is that there isn't one place, one project, one success. It's as if the technical committees kind of fell from the sky. They didn't. They came at a very particular period. And they're born out of decades of actual bicommunal exchanges, of which most of you, or the projects, or the predecessor projects. I mean, Dr. Kabaridis, you mentioned the JCC. I mean, the cell phones. You said the cell phone came out of the technical committee. No, it didn't. We were talking about copper cables in 1998. I mean, part of the success, I think, and I think all of your success that we can talk about, whether it's, are built on these relationships from the past. They're built on habits of cooperation that were very hard fought, not just by kind of formalized, between the 2 sides formally, but then also through civil society, which only started to kind of rear its head in 1998. So I think, I mean, there's the veterinary projects, the geology projects, the animal health projects, the firefighting. You were talking about firefighting, is built on the firefighting projects that were done before them. And so I guess I'm reflecting because you confirmed what I had been thinking, right? Which is that you've got to have the relationships, you've got to have the kind of quality of life issue that everybody agrees is something, the environment, health, crime. All of these projects come from a need, and that was part of the reason for the technical committees, was to get at quality of life issues. I think the danger with formalizing some of these things is that it robbed civil society. I mean, there were some places where I would argue there's political capture, and education is one of those. Gender is another one, right? You had, by formalizing it and making it the purview or the provenance of a technical committee that was politically appointed, because all of your compositions have to be politically appointed. Now, some of you are larger than life in the bicommunal movement, right? No one is going to mess with the Joint Technical Committee on Crime and Criminal Matters. Nobody's going to mess with environment. Sorry, I mean, they're not gonna, right? And so they have, but some of the others are, again, I would argue, captured. That civil society was running ahead of them. I mean, without the Association for Historical Research and Dialogue fighting and struggling in the early 2000s to create the Home for Cooperation, we would never have had Imagine to be talking about now. So again, I'm sorry that it's more of a reflection, but it's really hard to be sort of sitting here with the 30 years of context for the technical committees to look at. But anyway, but thank you, and I think the continuation, it comes from your hard work every day, because it does have to be. There's a lot of care and feeding that goes into them. So.
Thank you very much. Yes?
I go back to my experience with the Gender Equality Technical Committee, and from the beginning we were actually told that our work would be kept secret. We had a mandate given, and we produced our job, basically, gave it to the two leaders, which to this day I have not heard anything back from the two leaders. One of them, or both of them, are not there anymore. And I mean, the technical committees are basically, I think, supposed to be there irrespective of the negotiation process, right? So if there's no negotiations going on, the technical committees should actually go on without looking at, political will or whatever. But our experience in the Gender Equality Technical Committee was that if one of the leaders is upset with the other guy during that week, we were not supposed to meet that week. They were actually telling us not to meet that week. We were receiving messages that it might be more okay to meet next week, possibly, probably, we'll tell you. So basically, yeah.
I have a question for you. Do you think that is, they didn't say that, so I'll try to connect what Elizabeth said and what Mina said. They have never told that to Mr. Kavardis, to Professor Kavardis. They never said the JCR is not going to work. Is it because it's crime and therefore they could not afford to stop it and they could afford to ignore gender issues? Or is it because it's Professor Kavardis and he is larger than life? Yes, but had you been someone else, that permission would have been demanded.
But I don't think they ever asked the health committee to not to meet either, at least.
Exactly, because they cannot afford to have the technical committee on health not meeting. But they can definitely afford to marginalize women rights.
The original technical committees were the quality of life areas. Those are the original ones, right? Education comes along later. The gender comes along in 2015, right? They come from, the original ones are the ones that reflect those things where you couldn't stop the discussion. We left out, I'm sorry, we left out cultural heritage, which again continues to do great work. But in 2000, when they were doing St. Mamas in 2000, when was it? 2004, the first time. That was hard, right? I mean, there was an entire momentum that then became part of the technical committee. So I think you can't stop the ones that were in, I guess now you've actually helped me better articulate what I'm saying, is that the ones that were already in motion are harder to stop. There was a lot of cooperation on health, even then. I mean, it was harder, but you had places. You couldn't stop them. The other ones, I think, were a little bit more, in my opinion and in my observation, they were a little bit easier to mess with because you're putting political people in them and they have to kind of, sorry to say, who cares about gender, right? Yeah, and they're on things that are social and critically important, but not necessarily kind of, again, all citrus trees dying is not something the island can survive. A fire isn't something we can survive.
COVID.
Cancer isn't something that we're willing to live with. I mean, these are things that was the purpose of the technical committees when, in 2007, 2008, when the leaders stopped, they came to a particular place in time, right? And they wanted a place to grow. And this is what it reflected.
Yeah, and just one sentence to add to that. What I find interesting, though, even though, as you said, you can't ignore a fire, there is an urgency there, but we still can't, the technical committees, what they have failed to achieve, maybe yours is an exception, but, even if there is a fire and you want to collaborate, there can't be any direct contact in the fear of recognizing the other side. So, a fire takes place somewhere, and so-and-so needs to call so-and-so, and then so-and-so needs to call so-and-so, and the chain goes on until the actual head of fire department is called for help, because there is this fear of, I need to make sure I don't recognize.
And they have to come without their uniforms. I mean, how many times do we have a discussion about this? were having discussions about how to do fire breaks, and the firemen would have to agree, and this, and Dr. Reynolds knows this, that you would have to agree to everybody come in non-uniforms.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yes.
That's
I mean, that, you know, and notoriously the health sector is different because, again, most of the doctors, as you said, are government officials.
Yes. So yeah, I think that's like, that would be the next step, like maybe not to make them more structured or institutionalized, but maybe to like take it at least a step further and bring the two communities together and just accept that there are these divisions, agencies, departments, whatever on each side, and that they need to collaborate because this is today's reality, whether we like it or not, and that doesn't necessarily mean political recognition. It just acknowledging that two communities exist, and a community in isolation cannot survive if they don't create these sorts of departments, divisions, etc.
I'd like to add something to that. I think in our case, what makes life a lot easier and more efficient and effective is the presence of police members together, so they can access their chief direct. They don't need to have mediators. They simply call and they get permission to do what they have to do. So if you have firemen who are on the same committee from both services, that would really speed it up. That's what I would suggest, and that's who they should appoint, rather than civilians. You can have a mixture of civilians and professional personnel. That would really do the trick.
Hello, Christoforos Dimitriou. Thank you very much for all this work that is being done, and I heard amazing stuff today, and for all the work that was done before that, Elizabeth. Personally, I believe that there needs to be more visibility to this work, respecting the issues that should not come out publicly, like the ones you mentioned, and Michali, the ones you mentioned, Andrea. But there needs to be more visibility. As a citizen, I feel that these committees, whether they are institutions or not, are the only body that can give me valid information for the entire island. If something happens, if I would like, as a citizen, to receive valid information on a specific issue, I would turn to these technical committees. They are formal, they are expert, and they can cover the entire island. I have two daughters, aged 10 and 12. They asked me what the European Parliament does. They asked this question to me last summer. Can you imagine why? What had happened some months before that? There was a content creator who was elected to the European Parliament. So this is how they, this is what triggered their curiosity. What is the European Parliament doing? They didn't ask me about technical committees. So there needs to be visibility, there needs to be communication that will be targeting the youth, not only through announcements or through the UN Secretary General's report. We need to target the youth, and we have technology to do this because they have their own mobile phones. So let's start thinking of how we can pass on the message straight, without any mediator, straight to the mobile phones of young children. Thank you.
So TikTok is the key then.
Thank you very much. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Well, I really enjoyed this. I cannot thank you enough. Thank you so much for coming. It was great. Thank you. Good night. Thank you for coming. Really, it was very. You four were phenomenal.
Ήσασταν πάρα πολύ καλοί. Ευχαριστώ. Ελπίζω να σας ευκάλα προχωρήσω.
Εσύ πολλά καλή. Εγώ για τούτη μου ήρθα.
Χαίρομαι, ευχαριστώ.
Είναι και κρυφός θαυμαστές.
Μα είναι και κρυφός ο Μιχάλης.
Υπάρχει ομάδα το οποίο αναμένω